Hey everybody, welcome to Aaron Swartz Day. Everybody hear me okay? All right, great. Hey, yay, Aaron Swartz Day 2022, we made it, 2022. So I'm really excited. We have a really exciting lineup of speakers, both in person and remote. And this is the 9th annual event, and we're very excited to be able to bring this to you. Next year will be the 10th anniversary of Aaron's untimely death, and we are encouraging people to do projects all year long to honor him. We've got the entire Secure Drop team here at the hackathon working on Secure Drop, and we also have Bad Apple that you could work on, Atlas of Surveillance, and a number of different projects, including DTF. You can work on disability technology, hacking and archiving. And like I said, we just have a whole lot going on this weekend and into the next year. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that. So right away, we'll get started with our first speaker, who is Brewster Kahle, who is a co-founder of Aaron Swartz Day, along with me. And he's going to tell us all about Democracy's Library.
Thank you for coming. Really, this is completely great, and you know, COVID be damned. We're actually getting together, and thank you to anybody that's watching remotely. Okay, so scene setting. So where you are is the Internet Archive. Welcome to our home. There's bathrooms, there's Wi-Fi of Internet Archive. It's open, as you can imagine. If you're having any trouble with any of that, please let me know. The servers in the back that you're seeing there, those are actually on the one side and the other. It's 15 petabytes of the 100 petabytes-ish, a primary copy of the Internet Archive. So it's actually serving the net. So you never get to see somebody's servers. But anyway, those are some of our servers of the primary copy. Then there are backup copies other places. And the little sculptures are us. It's kind of a riff on the terracotta soldiers of Xi'an, China. So if you work for the archive for 3 years, then we make a little statue. It's a way of celebrating the people that are spending their lives on a civic service, on a public project. So thank you for coming today. And it's another scene setting. There's this wonderful sculpture experience in the back, and the two artists that are responsible for such a thing are here, and I'd like to just invite them up to go and pitch it so that you'll spend, say, 10, 15, 20 minutes in it during the course of the next couple days. So please, if you wouldn't mind, just come up and you're not gotta have the hat. I think men with hats is a good idea.
I'm Larry Dietrich, and I'm one of the artists. The other artist is my wife, Adele Louise Shaw, and she is over there. The installation that you see in the back is a techno-feminist activist devotional piece. And I encourage you to spend some time sitting and soaking it up. And there's a lot of layers to it. The visual, the experiential layer is only the top of it. There's a lot more under the hood. And after you've had a chance to experience it, we would love to talk and have you explain to us what's going on. So,
glad you're here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, what I'd like to talk about today is definitely in line with Aaron Swartz. So, Aaron Swartz worked here at the Internet Archive, helped build the Open Library .org, which is still running. He has a statue. That's our little Aaron Swartz statue. And he also did projects outside of the Internet Archive, feeding into the Internet Archive. One of which was working on Pacer. So Pacer is a database system operated by the United States government to make public domain case filing documents available to the world. Yet they charge for it, and they charge actually a lot, and especially if you want to go and do data mining or the like. So Carl Malamud sort of started this idea of let's free Pacer. Let's get Pacer up and out. This was right along the lines of what Aaron Swartz was interested in at the time, which was free public access to the public domain. If you say public domain, you'd think it would be publicly accessible. It's often not. In this case, it was locked up in a database. And so Boston Public Library had there was a public libraries get Pacer for free. And so Aaron wrote a small Perl script or Python script, I don't remember when it was or what language it was in, and basically went in, put a laptop into Boston Public Library and just downloaded a ton of the documents and then upload them to the Internet Archive. Great, right? Public access to the public domain. Well, Pacer freaked out, the people behind Pacer, and they called the FBI. And this actually led to the FBI going and surveilling his house in Chicago, right? I mean, it's just so over the top wrong. And so Democracy's Library definitely has is in that sort of public access to the public domain idea, which you'll hear about in just a minute. But the Pacer thing has made a step forward just in this last year. There was some of our community that sued Pacer for overcharging for this. They're only allowed to basically get money back for what it is they've spent, right? So basically cost recovery, and what they charge is so much more than that. And the judge in the court case agreed, and is a class action suit, so they owe money back to people that have been putting money into Pacer, and hopefully it will just be free. So we went and offered, as part of the court filings in this, to offer public access to this for free forever to anyone. And that has not come through yet, but it is at least a step kind of in the right direction, but it's an ongoing issue. Okay, Democracy's Library. I suggest we can build a better internet. The internet we've got is not serving us very well. When I was, I got a fun, that's me. That's when I was a young computer scientist, and this is just after college. We spun off and we made a company called Thinking Machines. I did it to try to build the internet and the internet into a library. I thought that the internet was going to help us solve big problems and basically be access to information and be the library. So in the more recent than that, we've spent 26 years now building the Internet Archive to try to build that vision, and it may be the largest digital library in the world. We know that there's a flood of information, right? It's just everywhere. It sort of feels like it's not that we don't have enough information, we have too much information, but I'd suggest we have the wrong information. That if you know something well, it's often that the information is not there. It's not very deep. There's a Wikipedia page on it, but other things are not either available or they're not online in the first place. I liked what the editor of the Current Affairs magazine, how he put it. The truth is paywalled, but the lies are free. And this is becoming really just much more apparent all the time as we get more and more newspapers being behind paywalls, and we have academic journal literature, often, such that getting it for 30 days costs you $100. I mean, it's just kind of insane what is going on towards these business models that are going on. Today, many of the best books, the research, the newspapers sit behind paywalls. Our dominant information model now on the internet is a model of scarcity, right? It's all about building walls and trying to basically constrain things. I think we should go and rethink this. I think we should fundamentally go about projects to rethink this into an abundance model. Because with an abundance model, it just doesn't mean that you get the same stuff for no cost. It means that you can use it and deal with it in a very different way. You can weave it into things. Think of open source software, but applied to our information environment, where you can go and take bits and pieces, build on it, modify it, and have it run. I call this Democracy's Library. So a new initiative of the Internet Archive. Why do we call it Democracy's Library? Because democratic governments invest heavily in their citizens. They need educated citizens. They need people that are able to help run their country. That's not true in non-democratic environments, but democratic governments spend trillions of dollars on education, research, and there's byproducts and publications of this all the time. What's kind of interesting about this for me is that it's almost all open. It's either public domain in the United States or publicly can be made available. The problem is, with this abundance model, is we're not there yet because it's not publicly available. We basically have a public domain that is not publicly accessible. I think of it kind of like we built a national park system, but we have barbed wire around it and guns pointing out, keeping us away from it. We don't have public access to the public domain. So the vision of the Democracy's Library is to bring these online research materials, all this investment by governments, and bring it to an internet generation, and in the internet generation's way, based on an abundance model where the data can be uncovered, unlocked, and reused in new and different ways. Democracy's Library is a stepping stone for where local citizens can get access to materials and interact with each other with this basic foundation of information. Let me give you an example. This is my friend Severin. Severin runs Greenhorns, which is a nonprofit educational group for training farmers, next generation farmers. And what she said, Brewster, what you're doing is great. I want all the pre-World War II Department of Agriculture documents because we need to relearn how to farm without petrochemicals. And we actually had enormous investment in the United States with the land-grant colleges around all of having a really good agricultural system. It just isn't current. And it's not in databases, or if it is, you can't find it, So I thought that was kind of an interesting, positive, it's like, okay, let's go and try to serve Severin and her community by going and building Democracy's Library. Another is Dr. Dawn Martin Hill. She's the leader in Canada, of one of the 6 tribes communities, and they're interested in water, and they need to know a lot about what the water system is and how it is working and not working. It turns out the government has been going and issuing reports about our rivers and our water systems over a century. And so can we get this to Dawn? And the Canadian organization, I don't even remember, but it's a government entity in Canada that has these materials that can be useful to people that are trying to study and understand their water system. And I think everybody's going to need to know about water in the next 20 years. This is a big undertaking. This is going to be taking things at the federal level, the provincial level, at the municipal level, and across countries. But we can go and put all of this online. This was, in some sense, spirited by a conversation with a billionaire that was trying to figure out how to help democracy in the online world. And I think a lot of focus has been on how to deal with the tech, social media traumas. And I think that's worth doing, but there's other avenues that we can do in our online environments. And so Unfinished Lab has been helping by promoting this, this project that is just starting. So over the next decade, the Internet Archive is committed to work with libraries, with universities and agencies around the world and the government to bring all of the government's information online. We're working with colleges, with University of Toronto, with William and Mary to digitize reports from the last 80 years, often on microfilm and microfiche. And we're committed to crawling, preserving the websites of every government in the world and making them available through the Wayback Machine. And bulk storage so you can download it in bulk and take it away and build new services on it. We've launched this on October 19th, so just a couple weeks ago, with an announcement of putting all of our government website crawls, which are the United States ones are huge because we do it every 2 years and at the end of every term. So every 4 years, Mark? Every 4 years, we do a complete crawl of all of the government.gov websites. And then we've also expanded to do all of the government sections of every other government's website. So we now have 200 governments' websites archived, searchable. So this is not just the older materials, but also the Born Digital to go and solidify these and then to go and reorganize it. So what does this, what will this all include? It's going to include not just the people going and pulling these collections together, but people to use them, reuse them, weave them into our web resources. And that's where I would suggest we all come in. We are now staffing up to do this, but we've got a long way to go. In the scarcity model, the closed corporate way, they tell you what you're going to do to consume their media. But this is not their media. This is our media. This is democracy's library. It belongs to us, and we can build it. Thank you very much. So, I'm sorry to say that that Jamie wasn't able to come today. Jamie and Sharon have been hired and are now contacting government agencies, GovDocs librarians in the United States. They're leading up the United States section, and they're finding that this is hitting a positive major chord for people, that this is something that lots of people want to have happen. And we've also launched with Canada, our friends in Canada, the University of Toronto, the Library and Archives Canada, which is their national library, the Internet Archive Canada, and they're starting to, Andrea Mills and Loren are leading the Canadian effort. So with those two countries, the United States and Canada, we're now going. And we're very happy that Filecoin Foundation has funded the first planning structures and the first prototyping of Democracy's library so that we can scope what it is. I believe this is going to be about a $100 million project. Why is it such a big round number? It's because we don't really know, but it's probably within a factor of 2 of that, and it's probably a factor of 2 on the high side, but it is doable. I think we can come out of the period of microfilm, microfiche, which was publicly available but kind of clunky to use. Then there were the mainframe computer company databases that were very restrictive. And I think we can now go into this abundance model with going and washing these things out there, as long as people will go and build projects on top of them such that people will be able to use them for new and different ways. Nice thing is there aren't the rights issues that we have in other areas. And another great thing is it's really rich and deep and unknown. So this is really, in many ways, untapped resources that our democracies have been building, well, forever. And it's now up to the internet generation to bring it to the world in a new and different way. Any questions? You're going to have to yell. Okay. Turn the switch on.
Check, check, check. All right, great. Ask your question.
Mark, you want to hand this around?
I'm good, I think. So I do have a microphone. Thank you. I'm curious, what is going to be the majority of the content? Would it be print, or would there also be some audio, as in archives from, let's just say, English Deutsche Welle, or
Let's
other
do it all.
forms of history?
Let's do the hearings. Let's do the C-SPANs and those sorts of things. But also, it turns out the Internet Archive has public hearings from lots of local municipalities, over 1 million of them that have come from the community cable world. And we have now the technologies, because like Whisper AI, to go and do speech to text to try to even make this stuff navigable. That's going backwards. But let's go forwards, and let's go and take the audio, video, that is how our communities work. Because one thing that Jamie is finding is the people that are involved in smart cities are extremely excited about this, because a lot of the materials that are developed by one city are not easily shared with another. So can we go and make it so that even these grassroots, yes, there's top-down presidential or prime minister election issues, but there's also grassroots democracy things that we as the library system and the new generation of library system, which is all of us, can go and make more available in new and different ways if we make them navigable. So the first step is bringing things up, but then the next steps are to make it so that we apply some of these new technologies to help us solve better problems by finding solutions that other people have tried.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. And there is definitely forward-thinking municipalities all over the world that are trying new things, and that should be eminently shareable. Thank you.
Great.
Yes.
We have another
Okay,
question from Mark Graham.
No.
Oh.
He's back.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Hi, thanks for doing this project. It's amazing. I understand that the theory is kind of to capture everything.
Yes.
I'm wondering if you're having any conversations about the ethics of that in terms of who gets included, like the whole theory of like those who win the wars write the history books, and if you're working with any like media theorists or ethicists on this work. Just curious, like what kind of...
I smell a volunteer. No. Oh.
I'm not qualified, but I'm still curious.
So we're kicking this off. We're basically going to different communities, stakeholders in this area to try to find out what have they found to be useful. And it's a big source of this inspiration is coming from GovDocs, but also people are just coming out of the woodwork saying, if I could know these things about this nuclear power plant, we'd be able to have a more concrete conversation about it. For instance, Jamie Joyce, who's leading the U.S. project, they just finished a project mapping the debate on Diablo Canyon. And there's just, what are the arguments for and against, and can we as libraries give both of those points of view? So the problem is it's kind of expensive to do so. So your point is good of sort of, well, who will benefit out of this? We hope it's a broad public. The nice thing about it is these materials are openly available. We can apply high-tech tools that mean it's incrementally inexpensive once you set it up to like do mass digitization of microfilm and microfiche, good. We're shooting for whole data sets, so things that have been completely produced. But then there will be people that will build commercial companies on top of this that will serve those that can pay. And we in the public sphere get to go and try to build the long tail. So I still smell a volunteer in the offing to help at least keep it on the straight and narrow, or wide and broad, and try to help shape this new initiative.
Hi, Brewster. Grant Smith Ellis, thank you for your talk. I thought it was amazing. My question is, do you think all states and their constituent municipalities should be mandated in law to provide digital access and remote access to their public meetings in law at all times?
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, okay, let me. Why I worry about going and saying everything should be videoed and put up is the problem of grandstanding, of not actually having a conversation. Imagine having every conversation you have be publicly available. I don't know. So I'm not sure I'm the right person to channel the previous question. I'm not qualified to answer that question. But if it is publicly available, or if they do publish it, let's make it broadly available and reusable, and start with what's already been decided to be public. What we do run into a little bit on the privacy issue. It's interesting. In Canada, their government documents are not public domain. They're called Crown copyright. They're owned by the Crown. And as I understand the history of it, they did that to try to incentivize publishers to go and make it broadly publicly available. So they're trying to do the right thing. But when things are talking about like making it completely broadly available, some of the pushback is coming back of some of these materials. If you were to go and search for your name or your property or your social security number or your whatever they call it in Canada, these things might pop up, and there's privacy issues. So I think we have to hit this with a certain level of nuance, and not quite as blunt a knife as everything all the time, da-da-da-da-da. Because we're going to be exposing a lot more of this information to a lot more people. And we're just gonna have to figure out how to do that well. Right now, there isn't that much public access to the public domain. It is there, but it's hard to get at. When you make it Google searchable, it changes the dynamic. So let's go and make sure that we've got our North Star right. We're trying to build stronger communities, stronger democracies, a more informed populace, and make our decisions based on that as opposed to other ideologies, money, or the like.
It occurs to me that if people doing the work going forward know that the product of their work is going to be globally available, they're going to do better work. Because I think that a lot of these technocrats feel like, oh, we're going to publish this report and it'll be buried away in the state library and nobody will ever see it. But if they know that this is going to be available all over the world in perpetuity, I think they're going to do better work, Brewster.
I think that's true. I mean, I do, right? If I just think this is a tweet that's just going to get scrolled off the screen within an hour, you know, that's really different than writing a blog post or an article, or if I could ever get myself to write a book. You sort of like, okay, this is worth referencing, my name's on it, let's do good and better work. Let's make work more reusable. And I think the government materials are well suited for this. That the democracies and openness, I think, share a big part of the Venn diagram. Positively, OSTP, Office of Science and Technology Policy in the United States, went and made decrees that the United States government-funded research will be made available immediately. So we won't get this lockup period in these scholarly publishers, that's a step towards openness. Let's reinforce these. Let's go and celebrate the government when they're going and doing good things for us. And how do we go and then leverage this investment that they've made? Let's find all those papers and make them available. So anyway, I'd say this is within the Aaron Swartz kind of realm of public access to the public domain. And it's not just getting the materials out of those databases, it's get them used and reused in new and different ways so that we can understand our world, we can start solving problems in parallel. Does it seem to you that these newspapers are all focusing on just like one thing? I mean, how many conversations have you had about Elon Musk and Twitter over the last few weeks? I mean, isn't it withering? I mean, come on. We have a lot of different problems to solve. So if there is a broader range of exposure to the decisions going on in our communities and why those things should be going in different ways as opposed to just, oh, it's one party or another. No, let's be a little bit more nuanced. Let's go and get to some of the underlying information about those issues, and let's figure out how we should build a better society by building a better internet. Maybe. So, thank you. Do you want anybody else want to bring anything up? Oh, there is some more. There's at least another question.
Thanks. I have an obscure technical question about the Wayback Machine.
Right. Bring it on.
When a domain is expired and somebody forgets to renew it or just decides not to, somebody else can buy it and put up a robots.txt that clears out all the stuff that was there before. And I'm wondering if there's any progress on that or if you're even aware of it, because it hasn't been used maliciously that I know of, but it's definitely happened to clear out some stuff that...
Robot exclusions were sort of really a major positive attended to thing 20 years ago, but it hasn't really evolved very well. So the Internet Archive really leverages people writing in, instead of using robot exclusions, we tend to use what people write into the Internet Archive, info@archive.org, for takedown requests. And those can be time bounded. So I think we're over the mostly the issue of sort of inadvertently wiping out the past in the Wayback Machine at this stage. Anything else? Thank you.
Yay. I think I've been waiting for Democracy's Library for a long time. I'm really excited to watch that take shape. So next we have a remote speaker. We have Michael Karpales, who is waiting to tell you about the Open Library. And let's go to Michael. Thank you. Oh, and we will have questions with him afterwards if you want. We can do questions from the audience, and he can answer even though he's remote, just so everybody knows. Thank you. No, we're good.
Awesome. And I may need someone to help me out with enabling screen sharing if possible.
Good point. Let's wait just 1 second while I do that.
Meanwhile, I'm waiting. I would love to thank Lisa and everyone else who has been so instrumental in running this, not only this year, but year after year. And of course, the Internet Archive for being a gracious host. It's wonderful to hear all the speakers kind of corral around the memory of Aaron, and I'm very proud and happy to be here.
Oh, there's Mick. So can we hear him?
Okay. Still
some
waiting
reason why
on
we can't hear
sharing,
the
but I can
speakers?
talk
We
a
need
little bit in the meantime. I think
just
the
one
thing that really
second, everybody.
resonated
We're having
with
some-
me from Brewster's
Can
talk
you
is
tell Mech that we could
this
hold off a minute?
dichotomy of both being as useful as possible to the public, but also empowering as many people as possible by not hurting them. I think it's very hard to make everything possible by not hurting them in a way that doesn't also put people at risk.
It's very hard
I think
to make
these are the types of questions that
that
libraries in a way that deal with all of the time.
I think it's very hard.
Okay. Not sure if there's any luck with the screen sharing. I'm not sure if there's the slides, if someone else is able to pull them up, are on
not sure if
MEK.
the
Slides, if someone else is able to pull them up,
FYI
are on ASD 2022. Maybe I can. Let's see. It's still whoever is managing the Zoom. Maybe I can. Let's see. It's still whoever is managing the Zoom. Maybe I can. Not much I can do in the meantime. It's still whoever is managing the Zoom. Maybe I can. Not much I can do in the. And we are figuring it out. Thanks everyone for your patience. And we are figuring it out. Thanks everyone for your patience. And we are figuring it out. Thanks everyone for your patience.
@gmail.com. Hey everybody, sorry, I launched the wrong.
All right. Okay, welcome back. Apologies for the temporary delay. My name is Mek. I have the privilege of working on the Open Library at the Internet Archive. I'm going to be speaking as myself, though, rather than as a Internet archivist today. And I would like to share a little bit about why I work on the Open Library project after 6, almost 7 years. And as always, for Aaron Swartz Day, this talk is dedicated to both Aaron and Ilya. And I would like to start with a quote that I think really sets the stage for this talk, which I gave last year as well, which is information is power, but like all power, there are those who want to keep it for themselves. The world's entire scientific and cultural heritage, published over centuries in books and journals, is increasingly being digitized and locked up by a handful of private corporations. So this talk is going to be the sixth in a series. The first talk way back when talked about kind of why I worked on the Open Library to begin with, some of the problems that I noticed within the library world, the history of libraries, and how we've been able to build new technology to breathe life back into the book and better weave it into the web to enable learning outcomes. And so this talk is going to be a little bit different and show you the lay of the land for some of the challenges that libraries are facing today and why they're so important. And I'll start by saying the reason that I'm here is a shared love for libraries and the importance of advocating for the continuity of America's library model. And the thing that I really appreciated about Aaron when he visited a new city, he says that whenever he goes to a new city, he would immediately seek out the library. That really resonates with me. When I moved to San Francisco, the first place I went to was similar to a library. I went to Noisebridge, and having a hackerspace/library was a way for me to get access to internet, to do work, to meet new people. And so I feel like both libraries and hackerspaces play a really important role in my life. And libraries are really essential for the community at large. They ensure that there are diverse, inclusive, and most permanent collections which can equitably serve not only the majority, but also make sure that content is available to the minority. It's things like ensuring that there's a public domain of material that will survive into the future that allows us to make sure our knowledge is accessible, that our culture is preserved, and that we're able to remember the past. And there's another really important purpose of libraries, which is ensuring accessibility. So only around 10% of materials that are published today are accessible to the blind, those with dyslexia, people with low vision. And there's a wonderful treaty called the Marrakesh Treaty, which allows organizations like archives and libraries and public good organizations to take things that may only be available in print form and provide a digital alternative. Otherwise, these materials are completely inaccessible to them. And it's just unjust. And so libraries play a role in leveling the playing field for groups that have traditionally been disenfranchised and left out. Libraries also defend your reader privacy. It's important enough that the American Library Association has codified it into their Bill of Rights, as all people, regardless of origin, age, background, and views, should have the right to privacy within the library system. And this is something that also the Internet Archive takes really seriously. One small example is anytime a patron visits the Open Library website, rather than their IP address being logged in any of the web logs, a whole process is done to make sure that all the IPs are anonymized, so that the library can still get useful data about how people are using the website to improve it, but that we take really strong precautions to make sure that all of our patrons are protected. Because sometimes you need to access a health book that you don't necessarily want, for instance, your health insurance company to know about. And I think libraries need to be there for patrons in that way. But it's not all sunny days. Libraries are facing existential threat from multiple directions. There's a publisher lawsuit right now, which is aiming to prevent libraries writ large from lending their materials online. They would like libraries presumably to die with the lending of the physical book and then fade into obscurity. Their job is done and no longer needed, which is something that I think couldn't be farther from the truth. In reality, the situation we're seeing today is that publishers have had 10 years of completely amplifying and reimagining their business model, benefiting from technology and the internet. And they've not only never posted higher record profits, to the point where they've almost merged down to only four major publishers out there. But they've also never been more against libraries having a future where they're even able to connect to the internet to keep up with the times. Libraries are also facing state censorship. This last year, I think had more banned books proposed in the last 3 years combined. I have to double check that number, but I believe that number for 2022 has been 11,000 books, which you can explore on the link here. And another challenge is corporate walls. A lot of devices like Kindle or Nook, where people most frequently read their books, are monopolized by organizations like Amazon. So if a library wanted to lend their books, they just don't have a way to get those books onto your Kindle. There's no form of digital rights management that allows a library to take their books and make it available on the Kindle. It has to go through this. We can talk about point number 4 here, this rent racket, where publishers and organizations like Overdrive or Libby or Amazon basically refuse to make their books purchasable by libraries for ownership. So what ends up happening instead is libraries have to lease for 1 year periods the same book over and over again. And if there happens to be a book that is critical for a minority group, and the library can't afford to make some of those more equitable books available year after year after year, then what we're left with is a bundle, like a Netflix subscription bundle of popular books that libraries can access, and they can't maintain their own collections. And what this ends up meaning is, on one hand, we lose the public domain. We have the material from the past, but if the only way a publisher or a vendor will make a book available is through a lease, then the book doesn't have the same rights. It's never purchased for ownership. And then because the book has DRM, it's separately illegal to break the DRM. So these books just never make it into the public domain, unless a publisher decides to remove the DRM to publish some dump of the material and to give organizations access. But I don't know that I have confidence that that is historically how things have been done. And it also makes it so that there aren't equitable collections, because libraries can no longer pick and choose what materials to buy and permanently preserve in their collections. Instead, they have to lease over and over again, repaying for books. And it ends up being the popular books that the majority needs, rather than the materials that are most important to those who need them most, typically the disenfranchised. And of course, this also means that libraries lose the ability to make materials as accessible as possible, because all of them are locked on the devices that, for instance, Amazon wants them read on. And of course, how do we protect reader privacy if all of these books are made available via lease on corporate websites like Libby, where they have complete control over what you're reading? So I think there is hope. And I should be clear that throughout this talk, I'm speaking as myself rather than an internet archivist, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm a technologist. So I'm gonna offer my best opinions that I can, but I'd be excited to hear from other people who know the space better than I do about what solutions we have moving forward. But the reason I'm still here is I think there is a hope. If we're able to win the lawsuit, which I think the Internet Archive should and will, then we can continue to protect reader privacy, because otherwise corporate apps are going to track what we're reading. And we'll be able to continue enabling folks with print disabilities to access works in the way that they need, that are accessible to them, because otherwise millions of books will be completely inaccessible to an important class within our world. Finally, if we are able to secure a future of lending the materials that we physically own online, then we will have a permanent collection, at least of the past. There's still a question about how we move forward, but at least we'll have secured this idea of the public domain for the future. And then finally, it allows libraries to just continue serving their basic goals in the 21st century and enabling people to do work online and to research and study online, which is where people are doing their work. There's a lot of remote education happening today. The second thing we need to do is protect the present. And one of the ways that we do this at the Open Library is by conscientiously objecting book censorship. And we have an entire collection of collections of books that have been banned throughout the country. And you can explore any one of them. And many of them have readable options online that are either borrowable or public domain. And then the other way that we can protect our present is kind of a two-prong approach. The first is identifying where there are closed walls and advocating for policies of openness. For instance, why should we as a society be content with Amazon completely locking down their Kindle and mandating what materials can be read on their device? I think that readers should have the ability to use their devices in a way that suits them and that respects the lay of the land. And I think one way to do that is for there to be policy which urges Amazon to make their Kindle open to library lending. And there's an upcoming protocol called LCP, which enables responsible lending online, which currently isn't supported by Kindle, but it would be great if that were the case. And piggybacking on this idea of LCP, another way that we can move forward is by advocating for tools that help libraries work together to share their data. Right now, Amazon is one of the big de facto platforms where books are sold, or at least leased. And if a library wants to make their books accessible online, they each have to do it in their own OPAC or their own catalog. And there really isn't a great standard which allows libraries to work together and have all of their books show up within one app as conveniently as some of these corporate solutions like Libby and Overdrive and Amazon and Audible. And there's a specification that was designed around 2010, 2011, around the time of the Book and Browsers conference, called OPDS, which is very similar to the RSS standard that Aaron helped build. And OPDS is kind of like a feed of books, but it has all sorts of other information, such as what is the set of handshakes that needs to happen in order for a book to be accessed, previewed, what are the links where it can be sold. So it's kind of this super RSS feed that libraries can share with each other to understand what they have in catalogs. And what it enables is groups to work together, like Standard eBooks and O'Reilly as a publisher, and the Open Library. And finally, different readers like LDeco or Simply E and Thorium. And what this ends up looking like is you can have a single app. This is the Simply E app, where 6 different libraries can all make their books available through a feed that is interoperable. They all speak the same language, so it's kind of like Google Translate. This does a translate of all of their catalogs into a single app where you no longer have to connect to libraries independently. And I think that's a future that will help make it easier for libraries to work together and for patrons to access books. And then the question is fighting for the future. Sure, we can buy physical books and then lend them online, but what happens to libraries in a future where there is no way to buy a physical book or even buy a digital book? The only option is leasing, which doesn't carry the same rights. Well, libraries essentially have no way to participate in that type of future. They've been systematically excluded. And this is why all of our work towards supporting libraries and making a more fair and equitable world is really important. And so I remember having a conversation with Aaron in 2011 over, out of all things, I think we're on a Skype call. And at the time, I was slightly frustrated that there weren't more things like Open Library. I wondered, why isn't there, for instance, an open library for academic papers? I think this topic in particular was probably kind of poorly timed, but I was frustrated that there weren't more tools in the ecosystem for making both academic papers and books more accessible to those who really needed them. And I could tell that Aaron was stressed as well. And there's this talk that I revisit every single year when we're doing yearly planning for the Open Library. It's Aaron's 2007, I think, Berkman Klein luncheon. And I was looking through it and doing a search through the transcript of the video. And one question that was asked is, wow, if we had something like Open Library, wouldn't that also enable self-publishers to upload their materials and maybe create new opportunities that are not dominated by publishers and distributors who set sometimes very exploitative terms and conditions for authors? And so I've been thinking about this with folks like SJ, who's put a lot of time and energy into going on walks with me and trying to think about this. And oftentimes I'm so enthusiastic to hear what he has to say because he's just so familiar with the space. And one idea was, what if, and this is just a complete thought exercise for now, but what if in addition to platforms like openlibrary.org, which are search engines of every book ever published, there were also alternative platforms that were free and open source and nonprofit and had no stake in the game, which provided tools to help authors self-publish? What if we had an open library press in addition to an openlibrary.org? What if this open library press integrated with a lot of the open publishers that were already out there with tools like GitBooks, and it allowed you to easily create a book that then has free forever storage on the Internet Archive. So you get an edition of your book archived, and it can optionally be made available at the author's request for library lending. And additionally, it gets listed at no cost to the author on openlibrary.org, such that they benefit from all of the exposure and previews, because one of the things that libraries do is try to promote, not only buy, but also try to promote the works of authors. There's a symbiotic relationship there. And what if there were a way, kind of like Gumroad or some of these other services, where Open Library or any of these other services don't have anything to do with the payment or transactions, but we can facilitate authors like Cory Doctorow, who have options for purchase on their website, to use whatever third-party vendor options they want. So Open Library would just be a way to discover these materials, but we could make it easier for authors to self-publish and take advantage of all of these resources, and ultimately follow a model where they can sell their book rather than basically signing away their rights to a publisher who only makes it available to libraries through release. So I hope you're as excited about these ideas of an open self-publishing future as I am. And I would love to talk more about this with anyone who may be interested. So thank you so much. I hope you'll help build this future. And if you'd like to learn more about what's going on in Open Library world, we have a 2022 Open Library Community Celebration talk that was recently recorded. Of course, Open Library and Library Futures are two great services to, or two great efforts to follow on Twitter. While hopefully Twitter is still useful. And if you would like to volunteer with me and the rest of the Open Library team, we would love for you to join one of our future community calls. And thank you so much. And then I think let me just make sure I have audio turned on. I'm not sure if there were any questions. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, thank you very much. Mech, that was a great talk. I really appreciate you being here. I appreciate you in general. And Mech is also on the team that we're working on planning things for next year for the 10th anniversary of Aaron's death. And let me know at AaronSwartzDay@gmail.com if you have any projects that you want to do for that you want to work with us on that, we're looking forward to working with people on that. So I'm just going to download the video real quick. Chelsea is traveling abroad, and she ended up sending us a video that she just recorded because she couldn't be here live, and I'll have that in just a moment. Okay, so everybody, I'm really glad that Chelsea was able to record this for us. All right, are we ready to go? Okay, great. Wait, no. Okay, just a minute. All right, everybody. Yeah. So Chelsea's very important to this community, especially because so many people of the community had a lot to do with her being able to get her sentence commuted. And there's actually a lot of connections between Chelsea and Aaron. Aaron filed some FOIAs on her behalf when she was at Quantico during her trial, being mistreated. And she knew all about who Aaron was when I sent her a letter to write a statement in 2015, and put me on her phone list. And the rest is kind of history in terms of first helping her have an effect on the outside world by running her Twitter account and helping her publish things on her Medium blog and things like that. And then we realized that maybe if we were able to get her true story out to the world, that Obama might consider commuting her sentence, especially considering she had already done 7 years hard time in a military prison at that point. And so it all worked out, and now she is out and about. Her book just came out 2 weeks ago, and she's DJing. She played here a couple weeks ago over Halloween weekend, and she's either just played or just about to play in Brooklyn any day. And so we're really happy to be able to get a short message from her and a little short talk about some things she's been thinking about right now. So I'm going to play it right now. Thanks a lot.
Time, I worked in the field of data science, and data science has exploded into a critical infrastructure skill, essentially, where almost every single thing in this data-driven world is driven by data scientists, algorithms, machine learning, and the tools and technology that we interact with every day. As I've said previously before, and in which I have based current lectures on, it is the Internet of Things devices that we have on us that are collecting reams and reams of information constantly. Now that machine learning has integrated itself into the entire world that we live in, what does this mean for us? What does this mean for our identities, for who we are as human beings? What does this mean for the ethics of collecting data, of sorting data, of filtering data? And I think that we have hit upon a moment in time in the post-COVID environment where I think previously, I think in 2019, the statistics show that in approximately 26 countries where this data was collected, broadband, in nations that had wide access to broadband internet, that approximately 9% of adults were, quote unquote, extremely online. And so this in 2019 was before the pandemic and before the transition to to the online space for video conferencing, for classes, for online interactions with each other. And this jumped up by late 2021 to approximately almost 30% of the adult population in broadband access internet nations. And I think that this is going to have a long-term health impact on people. Having your every single packet of data, having you be seen on this weird format where you're looking at a camera and you're not really interacting with people, is I think having a long-term health impact on people. I think that being distant and being disconnected and being commodified and monetized for an extended period of time is draining people. It's causing people to be exhausted. It's causing people to be tired. It's causing people to feel alienated, to feel disconnected from ourselves and from each other. And one of the things that I think social media sites in particular have done is they've gamified everything. Everything is a like, everything is a click, and you get a button that pops up, and you spend a little money, or you spend points, or everything has become sort of by design, a casino game where you hit the button and you expect the dopamine hit of the response. And this just isn't sustainable. I don't think that this is how humans are supposed to build a society. And one of the things that I want to focus on in my work over the next few years is how we can shift away from the gamification of everything, where everything is a risk-reward system whenever it comes to online interaction and algorithms, to a world in which we are actually interacting with in which interactions among people can be protected, they can be cherished, and not put above your own privacy and your own feelings of human interaction and engagement with each other. Now then, in my own experience, of course, I have talked a lot about the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan and this time frame. But I feel like talking about this time frame can be confusing, because I think that one of the things that has happened is that whereas there was this huge debate between secrecy versus transparency, government secrecy and corporate secrecy versus the right of the public to know. And I think that the context has dramatically shifted over the last few years, in the last half decade in particular. And this is really notable because we are now in such a deluge of information. We have so much information collected about us and from us now, and it's being spread in so many different directions that now many bad actors are no longer hiding their bad activities. They're no longer hiding it. Instead, what they're doing is they're incentivizing you, the average person, the user, to spread, to react to and spread to unverified information that spreads wildly. That this misinformation and disinformation space is the one in which verification of information is going to be the higher priority over the coming years. So it's less about secrecy versus privacy and much more about verification of what information is out there that's actually valuable. And I, from my own experience, because I was at the Ukrainian Polish border earlier this year, helping out with volunteers at the Ukrainian-Polish border, or helping out with refugees that were crossing into to go to Europe. One of the things that I noticed is that today, as a civilian in 2022, I now have more access to more information about what's happening in with the Russian invasion of Ukraine than I did as an intelligence analyst with access to enormous amounts of classified information in Iraq in 2010. And so this gives you a sense of just the sheer volume of information that is that is able to spread in contexts that were previously, invisible or could be more easily controlled historically, at least whenever it comes to internet connected spaces. So this is, I think, the conclusion of my talk. I think that it's very unfortunate that I could not make it this year, but I'm happy and thrilled to be here, and thank you so much again, Lisa, for inviting me. And yeah, so I hope that everyone enjoys their evening, and we're able to come up with tools for verification of information and for incentivizing people to disconnect a little bit, have their information and private communications be protected, but to focus on maybe incentivizing, feeling alive and feeling connected within ourselves and grounded within the world that we live in. Thank you. Of information and for incentivizing people to disconnect a little bit, have their information and private communications be protected, but to focus on maybe incentivizing, feeling alive and feeling connected within ourselves and grounded within the world that we live in. Thank you.
I wanted to let everybody know that Chelsea's book is out, and she's also got a new website at xychelsea.tv. And yeah, check it out. It's taken a long time to finally come out, and so thank you so much, Chelsea. Let's give her a round of applause. She may be watching the stream. Okay, next we have Kevin from Secure Drop, Kevin O'Gorman, and he is going to give us this year's State of the Drop, and I'm going to bring up his slides real quick, and he'll be right here.
Okay. I've been instructed to try and be loud because I tend to mumble. So if you don't hear me, is it already happening? Okay. Hey all, my name is Kevin O'Gorman. I've been privileged to work on secure. You got it? Okay, thank you. Hey, as I said, my name is Kevin O'Gorman. I've been privileged to work on Secure Drop as part of Freedom of the Press Foundation since 2018, and today I have the honor of presenting the 2022 State of the Drop. So, let me just bring this up here. This is a big one. One of many of Aaron Swartz's many collaborations was with journalist Kevin Polson. Haha. So now you can all see my notes. So let's do the first interview. Not that one. Yeah. So let's go back. Oh, thanks. If you all think this is bad, one time back in the days of overhead projectors, I gave an entire presentation with forgetting to take the backing of any of the acetates. And so nobody pointed it out until maybe about 2/3 of the way through. So I really appreciate the help. It was great.
There you go.
Awesome. So let's hit the, go
open
to,
up another window.
sorry, open this and open another window?
Yeah. So you've got this one.
So if I hit that, is that what we want to do?
It's in Safari is where.
Yeah. So I think. Try that one, and we'll want to.
How's that looking?
There you go. So you'll be able to do the review on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Emma. So let's see. Can I actually advance the slide? Okay. Yeah, so as I said, hi, my name's Kevin. I've been working with the Freedom of the Press Foundation since July of 2018 on SecureDrop, and today I'm going to be talking about the current state of the system. Let's move to the next slide. Sorry? This thing is still. We're so close. Did it go all together? I think we just buzzed it.
I don't know how to use the presenter view in this.
Okay.
I assumed it would follow. We made it.
Let's try that.
Oh.
So that
That
would be, if
looks
we
like
get that to the other screen, then that would be.
Yeah, I
easier.
think if you just drag that one over there, maybe that looks promising.
Not up, not down.
I think left. The exact opposite direction you expect.
Can you see it over there?
Yeah. Keep going.
That didn't work. And that's progress. So I'm trying to get to the. Tell me when I'm on the title bar.
Here. Left.
Okay, down it comes.
And then.
If I can get the cursor back. Where did the cursor go? Cursor's there. Cursor's over here. So let's try going back one and see if that does. Yes, we do.
Let's see if I can use this backwards. So close.
Woohoo! Once again, thank you very much. Now all I need to do is get the cursor over on this side, and we're good to go unless I manage to screw something up. Looking good? So, one of Aaron's many collaborations was with journalist Kevin Poulsen and then with the late James Dolan to develop an online whistleblowing system which was originally called Dead Drop. He made the first code commit to this project on June 29, 2011, and the first instance was actually launched in May of 2013 by The New Yorker. In October of 2013, FPF, recognizing the importance of the system, basically assumed stewardship of the project and renamed it to SecureDrop. So what was Aaron actually trying to solve with this system? Simply put, the problem he was trying to solve was that of surveillance via metadata. Historically, if investigators wanted to get information about a journalist's sources, if they would have to resort to mostly physical means. So physical surveillance, intimidation, even like, you know, arrest and prosecution of journalists to force them to kind of release information about their sources. Nowadays, by the end of the 20th century, that was no longer true. All they had to do was basically go and find basically records from telecommunications companies, records from internet service providers, whether they got those records legally or otherwise, and then basically just infer journalist contacts and communications from that information. And nowadays, you know, you can add basically social networks to that, you can add, you know, mobile application service providers to that. There are a wealth of data available to folks who are looking to de-anonymize sources. So SecureDrop was designed specifically to break the metadata link between journalists and sources and to take compromisable third parties out of the equation. So let's talk a little bit about how it does that. So organizations that use SecureDrop, you know, will host the instance on premises. This guards against it being basically, you know, interfered with by a third party. It guards against, for example, a government subpoenaing like a hosting provider to get access to the servers without the organization's knowledge. All communication takes place over Tor to protect source anonymity and to minimize the amount of kind of communications metadata that's actually created. And sources are usually guided to use Tor browser and to have at least a basic level of operational security, you know, in the way that they use it. Source communications are encrypted on delivery to the system and can only be decrypted on a dedicated air-gapped system. And finally, the software is free software under the AGPL and is also subject to regular security audits. This doesn't guarantee that it will be bug-free, but it does increase the level of trust that organizations can place in it, and it does mean that if bugs are found, they will get fixed. So it's used by about 70 organizations worldwide that we know about, ranging from large media organizations like the New York Times or The Guardian, to groups with a narrower focus, like Whistleblower Aid in the US and the OCCRP, the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. And every year we add new SecureDrops. So for example, this year we added the British Broadcasting Corporation. Lawrence Lessig set up his own SecureDrop. And the Good Law Project in the UK also were added to the fold. One thing to note about this is that many of these organizations were these instances were deployed with no involvement from FPF. The system is very, you know, it is feasible for organizations to run their own SecureDrops, set it up all, you know, totally independently. This kind of decentralization is a benefit both of SecureDrop itself and of free software in general. So let's take a minute to talk about FPF, who are currently the stewards of the system. FPF is a US-based nonprofit dedicated to protecting, defending, and empowering 21st century public interest journalism. We do this in a number of ways. We advocate for journalists and whistleblowers in the US and worldwide. We work via the Press Freedom Tracker. We document every press freedom violation in the US. And we produce digital security guides and train journalists in the field. A lot of journalists, in fact. I think the count this year so far is 1,200 journalists trained. And probably more will be added before the end of the year. And we write software to support investigative journalism. Our most well-known and long-running project is actually SecureDrop, but we also recently started maintaining and developing Michael Lee's Danger Zone application. This is a container-based solution for document sanitization. It's a really important part of the puzzle for journalists working with digital files, especially files, you know, sent randomly to them online. So it's great that we can help help keep moving that forward. And here is the current SecureDrop team, most of whom are actually in the building today. We're participating in the hackathon over the next 2 days. We've managed to grow the team a bit this year, thanks in no small part to support from the Filecounty Foundation, and currently have 8 folks working full-time on SecureDrop. Other teams in FEF are also contributing to SecureDrop. So, for example, folks working in security engineering, folks working to coordinate with newsrooms, and our user experience and design team. The digital securities team, or Teams Remit, also includes newsroom training for SecureDrop, which is a critical part of making sure that folks are using it safely. So let's talk really quickly about how it actually works. The system consists of 2 servers behind a dedicated firewall, the application and monitor servers. The monitor server runs an intrusion detection system to look for anything sus going on with either server, and the application server runs 2 onion services. One service that sources use to submit files and messages, and that went way too far. And an authenticated onion service that journalists and admins use to download encrypted submissions and administer the system. The difference between the two being that the first service is public, the second service is generally private and locked down. In the original system, once a journalist downloads a submission, they then have to take it to a dedicated air-gapped workstation, usually or running tails, in order to decrypt and view it. This, from the point of view of journalists, is a big bottleneck in terms of time. Round-trip times for working with submissions can be over an hour, and the tools available to journalists on the actual air-gapped station can be pretty minimal, which means that they will likely need to transfer files to another computer in order to work with them. This can be a risky proposition, given that they are also likely to be targeted by malware submitted via SecureDrop. So, to address this, in 2017, FEF started prototyping a workstation that would make things faster and easier for journalists while preserving the important security properties of the system. Naming things is like the hardest thing in the world, so we just called it SecureDrop Workstation. We began a pilot process with a small group of news orgs in early 2020 and have been working to improve the system based on their feedback ever since. So it basically replaces a couple of steps in the workflow. By doing so, simplifies things for journalists, requiring just a single workstation. This allows journalists to work with submissions without having to resort to sneakernet, like transferring files across via USB, but also while preserving the air gap. These kind of goals, when you say them out loud, kind of sound like they're in conflict with each other, and they kind of are. So in order to resolve these, we have to use an interesting technology, and that is the Qubes operating system. So, in the words of the Qubes teams themselves, Qubes is a reasonably secure operating system built on top of the Zen hypervisor. It allows us pretty much to accomplish everything we did with the previous workflow, but on one machine. I'm not going to go into too much details of the features of Qubes right now, but again, we're here for the entire weekend, so please feel free to come and talk to us about it. So the underlying architecture of the system that we've built on Qubes is actually pretty complex, but you don't need to expose that complexity to journalists. Instead, what they see is a Qt-based chat application that will automatically sync and decrypt messages, that will download and decrypt files on demand, and allow you to do all of that pretty much instantaneously without the need to move USB sticks around. When a journalist actually views a file, it's actually opened in that has been downloaded via the system. It's opened in a non-networked one-time environment called a disposable VM. This is another way that we protect against potential malware. Like the original SecureDrop code, SecureDrop Workstation has been audited a few times, most recently in late 2020 with broadly positive results. And you can find the results of all of our audits along with basically information and research about SecureDrop itself at securedrop.org/research. We'll actually have a running instance of SecureDrop, including the workstation, available all weekend for folks who want to check it out. Just look for our tables downstairs or talk to anybody wearing a similar logo to this. So let's talk a little bit about changes that we've made in 2022. SecureDrop is still something that's under active development, not just with the workstation, but also on the server side. So let's see what we've been doing. Over 2022, we actually ended up pushing out 9 server code releases. Some notable changes included in those releases were a visual redesign of the source interface, the interface that the sources use for uploads, Basic anti-spam measures, because we've been seeing an uptick in nuisance submissions and unwanted submissions or for some like high volume instances, so we decided to address that. And the decoupling of custom kernel and Tor updates so that we can release different parts of the system on a more natural schedule without as much overhead and be a little bit more responsive. On the workstation side, we also ended up pushing out 9 releases, split between the chat client that I showed you earlier and the underlying system itself. Some highlights there included a major migration from Cubes 4.0 to Cubes 4.1, updating to Debian Bullseye for the virtual machines involved in the system, and the new 5 series custom kernel. We also included some user interface improvements, including faster safe deletion, and with the help of a contributor working with us with the Outreachy mentorship program, we also added read receipts for journalist replies, which was a nice little feature. So in terms of future plans that we actually have for Secure Drop, let's talk a little bit about those. Let's see. Beep. So, Secure Drop has been around for a while. We've been using, or it's written in Python, and we've been using the Python GNU-PG library for quite a while. Said library is kind of starting to show its age, basically in terms of maintainership and so forth. And luckily, the Sequoia project has come along, and so we've been looking and planning to start using Sequoia basically with Python bindings instead. That work is ongoing, and we're hoping to get it out there soon. We're also working on more updates to the user interface for sources to simplify the initial submission process. On the workstation side, we're improving print and export functionality and making system updates snappier so that basically the journalist experience is even better. We're also planning across both the server and workstation to add more anti-spam features, and we've just started a new user research study, which is like academically backed, whose results will inform future development across the board. So, let's talk a little bit about our long-term plans for Secure Drop. And this gets a little fuzzy, so please bear with me. So one long-term goal that we have is to update Secure Drop server itself, moving away from GPG altogether and allowing for the use of cryptography with a wider set of properties. If we do so, if we actually try to do this, we have a few interesting problems to solve, because we quickly run up against the issue of having to actually run basically secure code on the client side. But it would also unlock a lot more flexibility for sources and for organizations who want to use the system. Our other major goal for the next little while is to basically increase the number or increase the user base of Secure Drop Workstation itself. And to do that, we plan to first, among other things, we need to make the provisioning process easier, we need to support more flexible document processing workflows, and we need to continue to improve the overall user experience. Let's just throw this one up here. So here we see Aaron's first commit against the project, all the way back in June of 2011. Just to give you an idea of how active Secure Drop still is. Since FPF took over stewardship in 2013, we've seen over 3,600 PRs against the project. In fact, I think when I wrote this slide, we were at 38 in the past 30 days, and I think we're now at about 42. Around over 200 contributors over the life of the project, and an interest and engagement with this small portion of Aaron's legacy that's basically continued unabated to this day. Some of the larger contributions we've seen lately, including a full rewrite of our functional test suite, have actually come from folks that are not part of the core team, but just basically dedicated to Secure Drop. So this is the part where I say that you can help too. We're here, we're set up for the weekend, we're available, most of the FPF Secure Drop team is here to help you get set up on hacking, either online or on-site with us here, or remotely. So please come and talk to us. We'll be available for the next 2 days.
And questions? Okay, great. We've got a lot of questions. Did you say you had a question? Okay.
Hello. I am curious about verification of the content. The last speaker was talking about how the person who is dropping off the whistleblower information gets verified.
Well, that's an interesting property of the system, is unfortunately there really isn't a way to verify them. One of the goals of SecureDrop is to guarantee complete anonymity for sources, and I think one of the points of tension for an awful lot of newsrooms, and more for the, the editors of those newsrooms, is there's often that comes into conflict with their own kind of journalistic guidelines. So we kind of don't really get involved in the verification of like sources. What we do is provide for organizations to actually allow anonymous sources to upload stuff, and then use the processes that they have to actually confirm the veracity of the documents, and in some cases, if folks are okay with it, the actual identity of the folks uploading it. But by itself, the system guarantees anonymity and doesn't provide for that.
So the other issue with this is, for example, I'm involved with humanitarian work, and a lot of the non-biased reporting comes from first-hand information in the field, usually in war zones.
Mm-hmm.
And those people might compromise their missions by giving information. They can give it anonymously, but then they would probably be identifiable given their unique locations and access. Is there any way to
Yeah. So for sources that are actually looking to basically remove kind of identifying metadata from, or there are tools available for them to do that, but I think there is probably a definite technical hurdle for folks actually wanting to do that. One of the goals of SecureDrop Workstation is to basically have like different kind of file processing workflows in place to allow journalists to actually like remove kind of identifiable metadata. Like let's say they include like in an extreme case like GPS coordinates in a photograph, like that's disastrous, right? So one of the goals for SecureDrop Workstation is to make it easier to make sure that that kind of data is excised specifically to protect sources in those kind of environments.
Okay, great. We have another question.
Go for it.
I'm interested in knowing what the current state of the art is on reducing image resolution and color depth to prevent the kinds of identification materials such as were used to catch reality winner, the yellow dots in the background.
Oh, right,
People
yes.
might take a photograph of a document with a cell phone. Cell phones these days have very high resolution and deep colors. Is there any way you can deliberately reduce that resolution and color depth to prevent that kind of identification?
I mean, yeah, that kind of image processing is not something that SecureDrop itself would actually be responsible for. But again, there would be, tools available for doing that. And one of the goals of the workstation is to kind of surface those more easily. Unfortunately, I don't know too much about the specifics of like that particular case, but I'm sure there's somebody on the team who could help if you do have questions.
Okay, we've got a question over here.
I was just wondering, for the workstation, I know it says it's still in beta, is that correct?
It's basically, rather than saying it's still in beta, it is an open source project and it is available for folks to install themselves, and some folks have. What we've tried to do is run basically a pilot program where we have a core group of people who are working with it, on a daily basis and communicating back to us basically their experiences with it so we can kind of improve it as we go. But it isn't in beta per se.
So is the current main obstacle to further adoption the fact that it's technically difficult to set up and provision the workstation?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Okay, we have another question.
Thank you. I'm sneaking in. It's Rowan from the SecureDrop team. It's a comment for the person who was asking about image resolution. If that's something that you're interested in, please do come and chat with us during the hackathon. For folks who are interested in that kind of post-processing stuff, the Danger Zone project specifically is very related. So please do come find us.
Yeah, and one of the things particularly heartbreaking about the reality winner story, in my opinion, is that she really endangered herself when she sort of rushed to take action with information that she thought people needed, that the world needed to know, instead of thinking it through, instead of contacting organizations ahead of time, instead of making sure that you weren't going to throw your life under the bus like she did. And so she's really a good example of that kind of thing. Think it through. It seems like you got to do it right then, but you don't. You can wait days or weeks to do it. Promise, okay? And just don't do anything rash, because it never works out well. Okay, any other questions? I saw other hands before. Did you have a question? No? Okay, no other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
And remember that the whole Secure Drop team is here. Let me get on camera here. Just wanted to remind everyone that the whole Secure Drop team is here downstairs. And so if you want to hack on Secure Drop or ask them questions, I've been asking them questions all day about various current event topics that I wanted to know more information about. And all right, so our next speaker is Beryl. I wanted to get her thing right. Beryl Lipton. She's an investigative researcher with the EFF, and she is going to give us an introduction to the Atlas of Surveillance, which is another project that you can work on here at the hackathon if you'd like. Just let us know. We have people that can help you with it. And also anyone remotely that wants to hack on these things, just let us know. Contact us on the YouTube channel, or send me an email, or contact Freedom of the Press Foundation on their Twitter. There's a Gitter that's linked to on the Projects to Hack On page. And we really want people all over the world. It is an international hackathon. We have mainly 7 hackathons going on in Brazil today. We also have hackathons in Ecuador, and on a different date we have things in New Zealand. So there are people all around the world hacking today, and you can do it remotely. You don't have to be here. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that. And we'll be hearing from the group that organized all the hackathons in Brazil. They're starting a new Aaron Swartz Institute in Brazil, and we'll be hearing from them tomorrow, just while I'm at it. So now let's listen to Beryl. Take it away, Beryl. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I quickly want to orient people in this hackathon project, which is related to the Electronic Frontier Foundation's Atlas of Surveillance, which is the largest depository of known surveillance technologies being used by police. And let me just make sure I can share properly. Whoops. There we go. Cool. Because you're going to get a couple of important pieces of information in terms of how to actually engage with this project. So by way of very quick background, I'm coming to you from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. For the last 30 years, EFF has been working through litigation, activism, and our technology projects to advance digital rights and secure privacy in an age of mass surveillance. I specifically work very closely with our Director of Investigations, Dave Moss, on the Threat Lab team, where we do a lot of different deep dive investigations into surveillance technologies, particularly those that are used to spy on journalists and activists and other populations that may come into contact with the criminal justice system. And through that work, we look at a lot of different police surveillance technologies. So drones, license plate readers, face recognition, gun detection, all sorts of different types of technologies are captured in the Atlas and also are obviously of interest to us at EFF. We are asked all of the time what police departments have this particular technology, who's using ShotSpotter, how many police departments have face recognition, and also, you know, people who are working locally or simply interested in pushing back or at least scrutinizing surveillance technologies in their towns. You know, we often are asked, I live in this particular city, I'm in Atlanta, what other surveillance technologies are being used in this place? So there wasn't until the Atlas sort of a one-stop website where a lot of this information was being collected. And I'm very glad to have people working on this project for this event because it really helps to feed this sort of knowledge base for all sorts of individuals. The Atlas of Surveillance can be found at atlasofsurveillance.org. It looks like this, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a half second. But we had two big goals with the Atlas of Surveillance. One, we wanted to create this searchable inventory of law enforcement surveillance technologies. And we also really wanted to engage with people who are concerned about these issues, and collaborate with students and volunteers and really sort of spread the word about these surveillance technologies while allowing individuals to really engage with the problems and contribute to the conversation and the possibility of solutions in this field. The Atlas, it should be noted, is a project between the Electronic Frontier Foundation and the University of Nevada, Reno's Reynolds School of Journalism. And every semester, Dave and I help to co-lead multiple classes at the University of Nevada, Reno. And we also work with dozens and dozens of students to fill out the data set that we currently have. A very important element of our ability to create the Atlas is the fact that law enforcement surveillance generally isn't secret in a lot of very specific cases, right? A lot of information is online. It just hasn't been aggregated yet, right? So these are news articles, press releases, community meeting minutes, social media posts. There are all sorts of materials online that already speak to some of the surveillance technologies that are being used. And we really need sort of a team effort to gather up that information and put it into a place where people are actually going to be able to use it. So this is the Atlas. If you visit the Atlas of Surveillance, you will see that there are multiple ways that you can sort of filter this information. You can either sort of look for a particular jurisdiction, or you can look for a particular technology. And I'll allow you all to play around with this on your own time. But we have captured thousands and thousands of data points across all of these different technologies through this system of crowdsourcing and the use of open source resources and public records requests. Yes, our primary data sources do tend to come from these exact sort of efforts and also existing data sets. So something I will throw out there is that if you know of another academic institution or organization or another group that has put together something that captures information on some of the technologies we look at with this with the Atlas, please feel free to email us and let us know, and that might get added into the Atlas or might be added into the collection of other open data sets that we keep track of on the Atlas website. We have, at this point, basically 10,000 data points. It's definitely under inclusive, but also is a really good data set for people to be working with to understand the scope of some of this surveillance. We look at about a dozen different technologies from thousands of law enforcement agencies, although only, excuse me, like a third of the actual law enforcement agencies that exist in this country. And we've gotten contributions from hundreds of individuals, and I hope we're going to be able to count some of you among that number soon. I'm going to skip over some of these things that I had sort of hoped to touch on, but just sort of broadly, surveillance is an issue. Mass surveillance has errors. It disproportionately affects individuals who are already over-policed and have historically been over-policed. And there's a huge issue with mission drift and skewed priorities and the chilling effects that this type of surveillance really has on our ability to move freely in this country as we should be able to. In the Atlas right now, we're asking that you focus on 3 specific types of technologies that are very common in this country. 1, body-worn cameras, which received a lot of funding and a lot of support from both sides of, all sides of the political spectrum because of its law enforcement accountability abilities. But body-worn cameras are, another type of surveillance. It's pretty openly discussed as a type of wearable surveillance for law enforcement, not as an accountability tool. And there are plenty of instances where body-worn cameras, of course, are not necessarily used to protect individuals from police misconduct, but rather to identify individuals after a First Amendment protected action or in other situations. We're also looking at drones, which are increasingly adopted throughout this country, and automated license plate readers, which tend to just sort of vacuum up license plates and the locations of individuals and their vehicles in a way that is generally shared across state lines. And if you are interested in learning more about any of these technologies, I hope you will reach out. But the really important thing that I want to do is just basically orient you in how to contribute to this project. So to find how to contribute to the Atlas of Surveillance, you will need to visit this website, reportback.eff.org. And you are going to need two things. That is an email address and also a group code. Today's group code is Aaron Swartz Day 2022, capital A, capital S, capital D, no spaces. When you are on the report back page, it will look like this. You will get a lot of these instructions on this page, but I do want to share it and just highlight a few things for you. So when you insert this information, filter by one of these three technologies, but not by state, and then you can click Get an Assignment. That assignment is going to be sent to you via email, and it's also going to generate this page, which tells you what your assignment is. So in this particular case, we are looking at the Pine Lake Police Department in Georgia. And that's important to note because this country has a lot of towns with the same exact name in multiple states. So we're looking at Pine Lake Police Department in Georgia, and we're looking to see whether they have any body-worn cameras. This page is also going to give you your research reference number. That's important for us to keep track of what is and isn't already in the Atlas. And it's going to tell you to use a Google form to help keep track of some of the information. Now, so there are three primary steps here, right? We're going to search the internet for evidence that this particular agency is using this particular technology. And I want to note that through procurement records and other sources, we have a pretty good idea that some of these municipalities are using these technologies. So I guess don't worry that things are in here that maybe suggest that they don't have the technology at all. However, sometimes you're not going to find any open source information about one of these instances. So we really suggest that people try to limit their search to about 20 minutes. It's going to become clear whether or not there's going to be anything available to you to include in the Atlas in about that amount of time. And so don't spend hours looking for things that just might not exist. Okay. You're also going to need to complete this Google form. And then finally, you will need to, once you submit the Google form, come back to this page and click this red Finish the Assignment button. This is what it looks like when you start filling out the page. So this is the Google form. You will select sort of the event that brought you to this page, include your reference number, and then let us know if you found something to report. On the next page, you will be asked for some of the basic information like the agency name, the city in which, and you can just copy and paste this from your assignment. Very quick, okay. So the agency name, the name of the city, the name of the state, what kind of law enforcement agency it is. So if you're not clear, if it's something a little in a kind of a gray area. Maybe it's a school's police department, or it seems like it might be something that doesn't neatly fit into these categories. Feel free to use this other section. All of the entries are reviewed twice before they're actually included in the atlas. So here we have a police department. It is going to be a municipal law enforcement agency as opposed to a sheriff's department, which would be a county agency, or another sort of cross-jurisdictional or state federal agency. And then we include this field here that says were other agencies mentioned in your resource. This is because sometimes you'll encounter news articles where an agency, is announcing its use of body-worn cameras, for example, but then the article will mention multiple other agencies in that area who might also use body-worn cameras. So that can help us generate new leads. You want to select the agency that, or the type of technology you're investigating. If you identify a vendor somewhere in your research, we like to know that, right? So a lot of body-worn cameras are created by a company called Axon or WatchGuard, and so it's helpful to know that vendor's name. And then we ask that you summarize very clearly, and there are some examples here, what you found, so that if somebody is very quickly sort of reading through the atlas, they'll be able to understand what kind of information, what kind of technology and some of the basics about its acquisition. So something that you might write here, and we ask that you keep these to like 1 or 2 sentences. We want it to be pretty simple, and we generally are asking for the form, XYZ police department purchased or used this type of technology in this year. If we happen to know how much money they spent on it, so much the better. But we're really just kind of looking for those basics. It does not actually help us to write out a whole paragraph because if people are interested in a particular area, they will engage with it a bit more. From there, you want to include a link. Those links can come from news, they can come from the agency's own website. They can also include Facebook posts or other bits of information that visually show that an agency is using a particular type of technology. So if you see a picture with an officer wearing a body-worn camera, you can include that link here, and usually it's just a Facebook page or an Instagram page or something like that. From there, if it came from the police department's, for example, Facebook page, you could just say that it came from the Pine Lake Police Department. And then you want to include the date, that's like the article date, the date that the post was made, whatever that date is. So let's just, and then we ask for the type of link. And we are ideally looking for 2 to 3 links for each of these, but if you're only able to find one, that's fine. We'll just include that. If you have any other notes, drop those in there. And then we ask for just a little bit of feedback, and particularly if this is your first time engaging with the Atlas, it's helpful to have your feedback so that we can make this all much more clear in the future. So once you've gotten through that process, hit submit, and then go back to your assignment on this page and hit finish the assignment. That's going to close it down on our end and make sure that we don't reassign that to anybody else, saving everyone a lot of time. Those are the basics of engaging with ReportBack. Again, that address is reportback.eff.org. Your group code for this weekend is Aaron Swartz Day 2022. And we just ask that you keep within those 3 technologies so that we can sort of build that data set out more thoroughly. If there are any questions, I can take them. Otherwise, I can let you all continue on with your regularly scheduled programming.
Let's hear it for Beryl. Oops, sorry. Okay, great. So it is lunchtime. What we're going to do now, since lunch is ready, and I am told the food is magnificent and beautiful and local. We have Mexican food from Caliente, and we will be back at 2 p.m. and we're going to have Noah do his talk about his retrofit privacy talk, with a teeny little bit about Bad Apple to let you know a little bit about it if you're not familiar, since you can work on that while you're here at the hackathon or remotely, really at any time. We have a GitHub, and you're welcome to contribute. And that's from the Aaron Swartz State Police Surveillance Project. And we work with the EFF and Tracy Rosenberg from Oakland Privacy, who will be here later today, who's another co-founder of that project. And we're very excited for the wonderful lineup of speakers that we have for the whole afternoon. So we will see you in just about a half hour exactly at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will see you then. Thank you. Bye-bye. We are back here at Aaron Swartz Day 2022, and we're just going to get right back into it here. Our next speaker is Noah from Privacy and Bad Apple, and he is spearheaded the Bad Apple project that we have, which is a database of internal affairs reports where officers were found, had sustained findings is what they call it, for police misconduct. And we're trying to track officers' bad behavior as they move between cities and across state lines and things like that. And it's going to take us a while to get enough reports so we have enough data to be able to pop it into a visualizer and be able to track this stuff. But we're really hoping to do that and to be able to track the officers. And it's really a message to the police unions that when officers are found to have committed police misconduct, really the first time, but certainly the second time or maybe the third time, that officer should not be allowed to be a police officer anymore. Seems like kind of a reasonable request. Kind of funny that we have to do this whole project and campaign to get that point across, but that's where we're at. So now I would love to introduce Noah. He's coming up, and let's hear a round of applause for Noah.
Awesome, thank you so much. All right, let me pull up these slides. All right, and I'm gonna set up my timer here. Perfect, so thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really excited to be speaking today. I'm gonna start with Bad Apple. I know that we're a little bit behind time right now, so I'm gonna try and go through this as quick as possible. So I'm going to be talking fast, but please, if there's anything that I go over too quickly, don't hesitate to ask questions at the end and I will happily answer them or go more in depth. So first, let's talk about Bad Apple. That'll be the first thing I'm gonna talk about. I'm actually gonna be giving two kind of mini presentations here. So yeah, as Lisa mentioned, Bad Apple provides valuable tools and resources with the aim of holding law enforcement accountable and putting an end to police misconduct. What does that actually mean? Well, first, let's talk about how Bad Apple started. Bad Apple was founded in December of 2020 at Aaron Swartz Day 2 years ago. This is actually the first time that we've had Aaron Swartz Day in person since then, so I'm really excited to be back here, able to talk about a past project we did and provide updates. So, as Lisa mentioned, the general idea is to focus on collecting and publishing data on police misconduct, making that data available to the public, and that's useful to journalists, citizens, and police departments. The idea is that if we can file Public Records Act requests and just take data that's already been published online by various police departments and congregate it all into one database that's very easy to search and look through, it can help journalists find statistics on police misconduct. It can help police departments vet their officers before hiring them to make sure that they don't have records that they're unaware of. Maybe they got fired for misconduct or had to resign at a different department and move to a different town over, etc. In this database and website are fully open source. Accessibility is a really big priority for us. We make sure that all of our colors have a proper contrast ratio. We have multiple translations into different languages, etc. And everything is privacy respecting. I'm gonna go a lot more in depth on all of these features that Bad Apple is built upon, because it's built upon the same features that power privacy, but I'll be talking about that a little bit later. So to quickly go over some of our resources that we have available, we have the biggest database currently available of oversight commissions. These are independent commissions that people can search for if they feel that they've been a victim of misconduct, or they want to report some sort of activity that they've seen, or maybe they just want to get more information or records that are available for their town. They can search our database and find information all about their local oversight commission. If there is an oversight commission near you that's not currently in our database, please let us know. We would love to add it. Similarly, this is a quick overview of the Bad Apple database. In this case, you can see that I've searched for conduct as a violated policy in the state of California, and there's a whole list of officer names that will come up that summarizes the findings and allows you to see basic details and view full investigative reports. And you can scroll through the findings, view the original archives, etc. Perfect. So I'm gonna save questions for the very end. Actually, I did see one hand now, so I'll let you go first. Yes.
Okay, great. Here's your question.
Yeah, man. My question was, so is this updated live from the government's like database, or do you like make the request and then update it once it comes through the Freedom of Information request?
Yeah, great question. So it's not updated live. However, we do update it ourselves. It's a manual process at the moment. Unfortunately, a lot of the records that we get are extremely unique. We have some great major city police departments that provide us archives that contain everything, really well-formatted investigative reports and videos and, of the incident that happened and body cam footage, all this stuff. And then we have small town police departments that provide us with very little information that is not well formatted and contains not enough data. So it's very hard to automate the process. That being said, it is updated live in the sense that if we get a tip, we can submit a PRA request, a Public Records Act request for that data, and as soon as we get it, we'll put it in the database.
Gotcha.
But yes, thank you.
There's still like a little bit of manual
There
required
is.
to format that into your
Unfortunately, yeah. We're trying to automate it as much as possible, but unfortunately, the limits of technology still prevent it from being 100% automated.
I'd say that's like an NLP task, man. Here, I'm gonna hand the mic back.
Perfect, thank you so much. All right, now I want to get into the main presentation here, which is about retrofit privacy. So this is more, instead of being a formal presentation where I'm going to go into exact specific details, instead I formatted this more like a collection of footnotes, because for some of you who have seen me talk before or are familiar with some of the projects I've worked on, I've been working on privacy and security related open source projects for many years, and over time I've noticed that there is a very clear series of patterns related to this type of technology. So instead of going super in depth on one topic, I wanted to provide almost like a set of footnotes, a set of things that I've noticed over time while working on these projects that I think some people might not know about and would be really interesting. So that being said, there are going to be a lot of digressions and a lot of side points here. If there is something that interests you and I quickly gloss over it, at the end, please feel free to ask questions and I will happily go back through that. Awesome. So the biggest debate that I think most people see when they enter into either academia or the workforce is the idea about privacy versus security. Which one's more important? Why do we need one versus the other? In my opinion, I don't think that is the right question to ask. I see privacy as being necessary in order to have good security, and vice versa. You can't have good privacy without having good security in the first place. There's a lot of confusion in modern day security where people assume that you need to have some sort of privacy compromises in order to guarantee good security. The most common example that I see brought up all the time is logging. People say, okay, well, we need to have good logs so we can see if someone's doing a SQL injection attack against the website and then block their IP address. However, I think that that's a little bit too ambiguous. I think people are combining different ideas and assuming that they all mean security. For example, logging often has attribution associated with it, so you can go back after an event has occurred and you can identify whoever this threat actor is. But that's not the same as security. It's not the same as stopping the event in the first place. Similarly speaking, when it comes to logs, people often think that you need logs in order to, for example, detect infiltration. And that might very well be true. I'm not here to argue that logging is a bad thing, but I am here to say that logging is not identical to security, because there are tools out there currently that can more or less anonymize logs. You can take out specific IP addresses from logs. You can remove specific user information while still having the fundamental data that matters. So say, yes, someone has infiltrated your internal network, it might still be important to keep logs. It might still be important to review those logs and run security tools against them. But is it going to make a difference at the end of the day when you see a break-in that occurred, some sort of attack, who exactly orchestrated the attack? From a law enforcement perspective, maybe, but from an actual core security perspective, it's not required in order to have good security. It's not required in order to figure out what the vulnerability was. It's only required for the other aspects that people like to have, like attribution. So my argument is that if you look at these at their core, what security and privacy is at their core, they actually combine really well together, and it's really hard to have one without having another. And that's something that I hope to demonstrate a bit more as we go through some examples here. So why isn't privacy at the forefront of developers' minds? Because security is something that is really touted, especially the past decade. But privacy isn't something that you see as much at the forefront of modern day software development. And I think that really comes down to historical precedents. If you're someone like me who's spent a lot of time reading through way too many standards from the tech community, such as RFCs, requests for comment, this is a pattern that I've noticed. I'm not gonna lie, I've never seen a specific outline like this on like the IETF's website, but just from personal experience, I can tell you that this is almost exactly how it goes every time. So first, when people try to make a standard in technology, they try to adopt a new technology, no-brainer, you're first gonna care about functionality. Does this technology actually work before we can make it a standard? The next thing is backwards compatibility. That is something that I think is really, really harmful. And it's the main reason why we haven't had major security and I guess privacy, since they're bundled together, breakthroughs like I would like to see. The reason is because these standards are really focused on making sure that technologies are completely backwards compatible. I would love to see a future in which we get to almost like a semantic versioning on the internet where it's like, great, we're gonna provide long-term support for this standard for 10 years, but after 10 years, we need all of these devices to be updated in order to stay on the latest version of the internet. It's an ideal for privacy and security, but I do think that it's something that is really important to consider. But as it is, that's not currently the case. You can fire up a computer from the 90s and it's gonna still be able to connect to Google and make a Google search without any issues today, just like it would have back then. And that has some issues with it. Let's talk about efficiency as well. Efficiency is also a big concern. It's one of the main concerns, but I think it's often overhyped. So you have something like backwards compatibility, for example. If you've ever taken a basic networking class, you've ever read through an introduction to networking textbook, you're gonna see a lot of stuff in there that doesn't make sense unless you know the historical context. Like you're gonna look at DHCP and be like, why the heck is there a magic number here? What does that have to do with? But if you know the historical context, or it's based off of boot P, it now starts to make sense why they had to include it. And efficiency is often overhyped as well, because the reality is we can, in a sense, rebuild the wheel and do it in a way that is technically less efficient on paper, but has no realistic impact on the modern world in terms of efficiency, yet the privacy and security improvements would be incredible. For example, what if we redefined Ethernet and now we had, instead of a MAC address, you have a public key, and then all data is encrypted by default across Ethernet? Sure, that would be less efficient, but as it currently stands, we have separate NICs, network interface cards, and sure, there are some system on chips and integration, but ideally you can have a separate processor, so it's not gonna slow down your actual system or speeds. And fiber optics is nowhere near its limit yet. You see new records every day where scientists are sending a petabyte of information in a second and reaching these crazy speeds over fiber optics. So I don't think we're anywhere near having to worry about these minute efficiency details in modern day technologies, and I think the payoff for privacy would be incredible. Another small digression as well is, think about modern examples. People hear me say rebuild the wheel and they're like, no, that's something that's like a common phrase, is not to try and redesign something that's already been built and works well. I beg to differ. The reality is, when the internet and these early standards were being created, security was not in the forefront of people's minds. If you look at modern systems that have rebuilt the wheel, they've done incredible things and have worked very well. Look at Rust. Rust is an amazing programming language, and it can guarantee memory safety and removes a whole bunch of caveats and issues with like C, for example, where now you're required to handle exceptions and edge cases, and there are no null values, etc. And I think that people get this idea in their heads that everything has to be done perfectly and everything has to be orderly. But the reality is, if we did have some sort of semantic versioning for the internet, some sort of give and take for efficiency versus privacy and security, I think it would make the internet a much better place. And then finally, security comes as an afterthought. This is generally the precedent I've seen. First, focus on functionality, make sure it's backwards compatible, improve efficiency where you can before making it a standard, and then security comes as an afterthought. We've seen this with DNS, where you first had DNS, And then you had DNSSEC, which cared about integrity and authentication, but it doesn't really care so much about privacy or security. It has some aspects of security. It's better, security as an afterthought, but it does not carry the full encryption that we then saw even later with DNS over TLS and DNS over HTTPS. And the same pattern happens all the time with various technologies. So I guess what I'm trying to get at here is the unintentional theme of the past decade truly has been retrofitting privacy. And here are some great examples where I can talk about privacy being retrofitted, but only because security was the priority. So I was originally going to go through each and every one of these, but I'm short on time. So I'm just gonna say that at the end, if you have questions about any specific one, I'd be happy to go into more details. But essentially, these are all things that have become standards because security was an important issue, but later these technologies were super useful for helping to ensure user privacy. Cool. So now privacy, at least in its current state, is treated more like a feature. Because we have this mindset where privacy and security are more of an afterthought instead of being the default like they should be, companies that do implement privacy features tend to advertise them, like I just said, as a feature. And there's a problem with that because there's a very big difference between having privacy be a default, well-accepted standard and having privacy be a feature that a company tries to promote. Because when a big company implements this as a feature instead of the community coming together and having these standards, they don't tend to do it in the way that they want you to think they do it. For example, again, I'm not gonna go through all of these because I'm a little short on time, but I do want to bring up a couple examples. I'm someone who's done a lot of work in the open source community. I've developed a lot of security tools, including VPNs, and I feel like every single year, there's some big press release that comes out, some privacy researchers put out a report saying, oh my goodness, their VPNs on Apple devices aren't working. Apple still connects back to its servers, not using a VPN profile. I can tell you as a developer who's worked with VPNs, this has been the case forever. As long as I can remember, VPNs have always had exceptions built into where, Apple's still going to connect to its servers to provide you with notifications, and Apple still wants you to be able to contribute to their Find My network, even if your VPN connection isn't working. So unfortunately, they might advertise the ability to lock down your device with profiles, but big companies, when these privacy features are left in their hands instead of being made a privacy default in a privacy standard, they tend to be implemented in their favor. Similarly, you'll see a feature advertised like full disk encryption. And the reality is, when you set up full disk encryption, what does it do on every device? It's going to ask you, hey, would you like to save your encryption key? And that way there, if you somehow get locked out of your device, you switch your hard drive to a new computer, you can recover it using your account credentials, whether that's Apple or Microsoft. And is it really worth having full disk encryption? Or at least, is it really as secure as they want you to think if they're still holding on to the decryption key? Just stuff to think about. And I do want to mention as well, the VPN stuff also applies to Android devices. I just picked Apple as the boogeyman in this case. So now the stage has been set, I want to quickly go through some story time, and I want to make it clear how much privacy truly has been retrofitted, because a lot of the presenters today have had to do the same thing I've had to do. So I'm someone who's created privacy services, and I have to try and find the balance between realistically what can be done and what I've actually, and what my ideals are for what I actually want to be able to do. And so you'll see compromises by a whole bunch of projects, like, maybe we care about, surveillance technologies, or maybe we care about anonymizing our users, or maybe we care about whatever it happens to be. But then at the same time, you don't have the resources to build an entire system for, like you might have to use Google Docs or Google Forms because you don't have the resources to build an entire private system to handle that. Or you might have to use some other big company's technology like Amazon's AWS because you can't set up your own servers. It's almost impossible to do it all. So every modern project has to make a compromise somewhere between how much privacy they want to enforce, but then how much they can realistically enforce. So anyways, this is a bit of a story about me, who came into this as an idealist, wanting to build privacy technologies that truly were private through and through, and just how many compromises I had to make in a lot of ways that people might not think about. So we're gonna keep this super short. In high school, that was kind of when I started building my mainstream privacy technologies. It started by just building a VPN service. I used basic scripts, open source, you could find on the internet, Trail of Bits. There are algo VPN scripts, set up my own VPN server. And what do you know? I have a whole bunch of other students at my school that really want to use a VPN. I was doing it because I had idealized privacy ideas. They were doing it probably because they wanted to be able to browse Instagram while on the school Wi-Fi. But at the end of the day, they were still using the VPN. And that's really what got me started in wanting to build and publish mainstream privacy tools. The reality was I did it at cost. It was like, I don't know, maybe $5 a month for the VPS times 2 or 3 dozen users. There were some more costs because I had multiple servers at one point, but it was only like 35 cents a month. And I wasn't super strict about enforcing it, so there are probably still a lot of students out there who owe me 35 cents, but it is what it is. But yeah, so I gained dozens of users. I could not keep up. I couldn't keep up with trying to get those payments or trying to update the users list. It was a very manual process. So that's when Privacy was conceived. I decided, hey, what the heck? Why not just build this into an automated tool, and then I can help even more people. I can start my own VPN service, and I can offer this up to anybody who wants it, and I can do it at cost because it was ridiculously cheap. I'm not going to read through that whole thing. That was a trimmed down version of the goal for Privacy on the original website. I'm not going to read through that all. I've learned a lot more about web design since I posted that very long thing on there. But at the end of the day, my goal was to create as many open source privacy tools and services as possible and make them available at cost for as many people as I could. So I thought this was going to be super easy. I was like, great, I need to research a web application framework and learn it super well so I can build a nice website. Then I just need to pick a database to store information, maybe pick a reverse proxy, Nginx sounds great, and then some firewall rules. Uncomplicated firewall, great, easy. I thought this was going to be very simple. Turns out it wasn't. It was not simple at all. The reality is, as someone who wanted to make privacy tools, I didn't feel comfortable having to compromise my users' privacy in order to then serve them those tools. And so I ended up having this development process that was extremely recursive. So essentially I'd research one thing, and then I'd find a rabbit hole that says, oh, but in order to provide this service, you're gonna have to also provide this service, because if you don't, then your user's privacy is gonna be compromised because you're gonna have to use some other standard that isn't very private. And it ended up causing this extremely recursive development process that took me a very long time to get through. So yeah, as I said, I wanted to keep my promise of ensuring every user's privacy. And so I just want to walk through what some of these things are that I've encountered, some of the gotchas that I found, because I think some of these will seem pretty crazy or ridiculous. If you're a privacy conscious person, a security person, you're not going to be surprised by any of these. But I think most people don't realize just how many ways there are to be tracked on the internet. And I will say, having worked on the Bad Apple project, it's super important for us to ensure user privacy, and we do that in a lot of ways. We understand that if we were to ever get hacked and we had logs of people visiting our site or submitting tips, retribution is a real thing. If people are submitting a tip about police misconduct or some form of abuse, it's something really scary, and we need to make sure that we can virtually guarantee their privacy. And so that's something that is really important. And so I've seen a lot of other services that do something similar, like you'll have a town that will post its, let you search up officers' records or something. And I haven't seen any at the national level, but at local levels. And they often overlook a lot of the things I'm about to list, not intentionally, simply because they don't have the full technical background to build it themselves, so they use third-party tools that often violate privacy. So first, great, I want to design a website. Where do I start? Well, I need to first design the website. I need to write the HTML and CSS and JavaScript and make it happen. Great. Let's use Bootstrap. Bootstrap is a framework to make design of websites super easy, straightforward, simple. And, well, when you try to look at a lot of guides and textbooks online for using Bootstrap, a lot of times they tend to promote not hosting the raw CSS yourself on your own servers. The reason they say this is, oh, well, Bootstrap gets updated all the time, so you always want to have the latest version in case there are any bugs. But here's the reality is when people visit your website, if you're not hosting the CSS yourself and you link to a third-party site, well, now their computer's making a request to that third-party service, and there's often going to be a referrer in there or something that can identify where they're coming from. But even if not, I don't want someone, as I said, I was trying to make no privacy compromises, so I didn't want someone to come to my site looking for privacy services and all of a sudden have their computer reaching out to Google or some S3 bucket to grab a version of Bootstrap in the background without them ever even knowing from someone else's site and leaving logs on their servers. It just didn't make sense to me. So I said, okay, well, I guess I'll just have to download and consistently update Bootstrap. Oh, great, custom fonts, same thing. I promise you, if there is a service out there for free, I promise you, you are the product. I know you've heard this before, but Google does some amazing things to make development work easier. They provide this amazing font library, Google Fonts. They're not doing it for free because they love you and want the internet to look pretty. They're doing it for free because your computer, when you use a custom font on your website, reaches out to their servers to grab those files, and Google now tracks your users. This is something that is very, very, very often overlooked and is a simple reality of the web. And it's kind of sad, but it's how it works. It's the same thing if you add like a Facebook like button or like a, I don't know, Twitter share button, whatever it is. Anytime you add any sort of social media links, embedded widgets, like, oh, I'd love users to share my content. Again, these social media platforms don't have these buttons to make it easier for your users to share their content. They're doing it to get their code on your site, so your users then reach out to their servers in the background without them ever knowing, but their computers contact their servers so they can now track your users. Cool. All right, so great. I'll just have to use custom fonts, or if I use custom fonts, I'll have to download them and host them myself. Now, how will I accept payments? Because as much as I've given away a lot of this stuff for free, the reality is I also need to help cover the server costs. I can't provide all the accounts for free. And so I was like, okay, well, I'll start using Stripe. Well, if you use Stripe, the payment card industry is ridiculously strict. I'm not saying it's unwarranted, but it's very strict. And so you have to embed either their custom JavaScript on your website, or you need to redirect them to Stripe's website in order to pay. And Stripe has all of your information, so they know exactly who your users are and all of their contact details, and they also know who you are. So it's very easy for them to attribute your users to your website. So I solved this in two ways. First, I knew that, and I'm gonna have to speed up quite a bit here, but to quickly go through, I built a, cool. So I built a library that was a wraparound Zcash, and it allowed people to use Zcash with a Python backend, because I was using Django for my web server. So essentially allowed accepting private transactions, including not using transparent addresses, using shielded addresses, which is really important in Zcash. And I published that, made it free for anyone to use. But I did still allow Stripe, but I basically had a giant warning that said, okay, I understand that I'll be loading content from Stripe's website, and you click proceed in order to pay if you still wanted to pay via credit card. I'm gonna have to go a little bit quicker, but essentially with logs and full disk encryption and Shred and Tor, my concern was, what about users' logs on my web server? I need to keep those safe. So A, I need full disk encryption on the server from the very beginning if logs are going to be written to the server, which they are on all servers by default. I need to set up a program that can automatically wipe these logs, and I don't mean delete or unlink or remove. I mean write over the actual bits on the disk with randomized data. And so I had to write a program for that. I used log rotate, but a customized version. All of this is published online. You can find these tools that I've written. Similarly, for Tor, Django does not like Tor. It does not work by default. There are lots of issues. If you try to add any sort of like custom headers, Django's gonna have issues. If you enforce, for example, HTTPS, but Tor doesn't really need HTTPS because it's already end-to-end encrypted, Django's not gonna let you serve a website over Tor because Tor looks like an unencrypted connection and Django cares about security. So I had to write a custom, essentially I had to rewrite one of the files in Django, and I made that publicly available. Going quicker. Okay, great, now where should I host the website database? This is another problem. I can't just put in AWS because now Amazon's tracking all my users. I can't just use Google Cloud. One of the things you saw on the earlier slide is they claim they have a secure private cloud. But the reality is whether or not they make it publicly known, you're still using their servers and they're still tracking the content leaving and exiting their servers. So I ended up going with Greenhost. Unfortunately, I don't have more time to get more in depth, but it's a difficult decision to find a good privacy-respecting hosting provider, especially one that will allow Tor traffic and doesn't give you any issues about that, and Greenhost has been absolutely amazing. Great, how do they get to my web server? Well, here's an issue. Whenever you want to look up a website, you are making a DNS request. The simple reality is that computers don't like human-readable garbage. To them, typing in bad apple or privacy.org, whatever it happens to be, makes no sense. They need a way to actually get to that site, a routable way to get there. And so they use DNS. So essentially I was like, okay, well, there are no privacy-respecting DNS services out there. I'm gonna have to host my own DNS server. And it's not perfect, but it's better. There are modern things, again, retrofitting privacy in the standards. We went from DNS, DNSSEC, DNS over TLS, but there's also DNS query name minimization, which meant that hosting my own DNS servers actually would have somewhat of an effect, but not in all cases. But it was better than nothing. All right, and I'm gonna have to go much quicker through these, but how can I prove to my users I'm actually keeping their promises? This is the most important and most popular tool that I built, and essentially it's infrastructure as code. It's like Ansible or Puppet, but it's actually simple, straightforward, written in Bash, super efficient, super customizable. It's really easy to use, and it allows you to prove that what you store in a Git repository publicly translates exactly to what's running on your server. So it allows your users to not only see the open source content on your servers, but exactly how they were set up, and essentially be able to prove to them that you are doing exactly what you say on your servers and maintaining your promises. It's called Fetch Apply. It's amazing. Okay, I set up, super short, I set up my own CAPTCHA service that allows users to generate their own CAPTCHAs so that they can't spam database. Dealing with user account data, I thought, okay, well, why am I accepting usernames and passwords and using a default authentication backend that asks for personal details? So instead, I switched to a custom one that instead just uses a simple token and doesn't require any user data. So eventually, after going through this long recursive process, I created Privacy, provided these amazing services, VPN, URL shortener, burner emails, burner text messaging, private pastebin, etc. And I did it for the most part for free. My rule was, hey, it's really cheap at cost, but if you can't pay, just send me an email and I'll just give you an account for free. It was really great and an amazing learning experience. Going through this whole recursive process, I learned so much about internet technology and gained some amazing information. The problem was it wasn't sustainable. I had all of these amazing things that I did here. I'm not gonna go through the whole list, but essentially I expanded and did some incredible things like database sharding, which is extremely difficult, especially if you're trying to do it open source. And I really stuck to my privacy principles. The problem is big companies followed suit. Soon I had email forwarding where you could use a randomized email address when you're signing up to different websites. So each website had a random address and you knew if a website sold your data because it was an email from a different website linked to that randomized address, and a whole bunch of features that you now see built into, for example, Apple's iCloud services, where they have these built-in VPNs and email randomization, et cetera. So unfortunately, this model wasn't sustainable. I couldn't, with giving out the free accounts, which it's unfortunate because I still get requests all the time for free VPN accounts, especially users from Iran right now, because I had pluggable transports, which allow you to bypass a lot of countrywide filters as well, built into my VPN. I still get users all the time asking for free connections, but unfortunately, this model wasn't sustainable, and so I had to stop providing those services. But then I realized, and here's the end, so I promise I am almost done. Then I realized that these end services I was providing were not the most valuable thing, because you can get, I mean, when I first created VPNs, there weren't services like Proton VPN or Molvad, which are generally better VPN services. They didn't exist at the time, but now there are pretty good alternatives to the services I was providing. They don't have necessarily the same level of proofs as I did, showing that how private they are and how committed to open source technology they are, but they're pretty good. And so I realized that I can't compete with these giant companies, but that wasn't the most important thing that I had created. It was all these little supporting projects along the way that I had built, all these tools that were the most important thing. It was creating the private DNS. Currently, there is no private DNS hosting provider, not that I have personally seen. There's no DNS host, like there are providers that claim they're private. You'll see that with Cloudflare, but can they prove it? Not really. I haven't seen any definitive proof that they're private and aren't tracking DNS requests. Similarly, there's no private CAPTCHA services. And I'm a really big believer in self-hosting stuff. I've created self-hosting CAPTCHAs, and I also am really afraid about how the internet is becoming more and more accessible for people who subscribe to giant companies and less available to people who care about open source technologies. And you see something like the agreement between Apple and Cloudflare, where now if you have an Apple device, you're not going to see CAPTCHAs on the internet anymore. If you don't, sorry, you now have to fill out CAPTCHAs all the time. And having a CAPTCHA service that can actually prove the privacy is super important, something I don't see currently available. Similar server management and configuration. With Fetch Apply, the program I created, I want to make that more widely available, improve upon it, and include a modules library, built-in plugins that, well, not built-in, but plugins that you can copy and download to configure all different types of servers to make it a breeze and as easy as possible. Overlay network. I don't have time to get into that, unfortunately, but essentially there are a lot of issues. Tor is amazing, but there are a lot of issues with it that are, unfortunately, based on the current design, unavoidable. Like, there are big denial of service issues with Tor at the moment. And something I've been working on for a couple of years now has been something heavily based on Tor and taking inspiration from services like WireGuard and Zcash with their zero-knowledge proofs, but fixes a lot of these issues and makes Tor even more robust and privacy-friendly. But that, you won't see that for a couple of years. So anyways, PriveEasy is going to be reborn. Right now, our site is, you can't sign up. If you go on there, you will see that you can get through generating an account, but then I won't accept payment at the moment. And the reason is because right now it's only available to sign in for legacy users who still had active VPN connections, active URL shorteners, or shortened URLs, etc. But soon, all those accounts will expire because I force all accounts to be ephemeral because I don't want to hold on to any user information for longer than necessary. So the limit is a 6-month length account because they're just randomly generated access tokens. And those are about to expire soon, and I'm going to be relaunching PriveEasy, except focusing on presenting and providing all of these fundamental services to allow other developers to build their websites privately. And not just developers, but anyone to build a website more privately. So that's my goal. If you check our GitHub, you're going to see it's wildly outdated. I have not updated that in about 6 months, and that's because we now use GitT, and it will be available, launched with all these amazing new features in 2 weeks. I was hoping to have it ready by today, but it is not. It is not ready by today. I've been so overwhelmed. But in 2 weeks, it will be available, and the beta testing for PriveEasy will also be available. And just as before, I'm going to be providing all these services at cost. But if you can't afford to pay, just send me an email, and I'll just create you a free account. And if you're interested in beta testing, send an email to admin@priveasy.org. I will happily get you on the list and reach out to you when we're ready. But yeah, so if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. I had to skip over a lot of stuff, so I can definitely go way more in detail about anything specific if there happen to be any questions.
Here's a question from Booster.
Fantastic, completely.
Thank you.
Really impressive. So, yay! So, the Internet Archive tried to solve one of those puzzles differently than the way you did, which is what to do with IP addresses in weblogs. And we have a rotating hash, and we've changed our Nginx to basically not write IP addresses. And it works quite well. Then there's the Google Analytics problem, which we, instead of putting a web bug on the on the page that people we relay it back through the server. And that seems to help because people really want Google Analytics. They're changing Google Analytics, so I'm not sure this is going to live for that much longer, but it's been a good hack. On the DNS, is that still alive? Do you have a privacy-oriented solid DNS?
I will in a few weeks. So at the moment, it's paused. Right now, is it functional? Yes. Do I use it for our current services like PriveEasy and Bad Apple websites? Yes, but it is not publicly available because I'm still considering it in beta. I want to have maybe anywhere from a few dozen to a couple hundred users use it for many months in a row without a single blip before I promise that it is publicly available. But it is functional, yes.
Fantastic.
Cool.
Great work.
Thank you. But yeah, no, that was really interesting. And I think the logging issue is definitely a concern. In Google Analytics, the approach I've always taken is to focus more on statistics rather than analytics. So in my mind, analytics is acquiring statistics and all these separate data points, but then merging them together to create an image of your users. And I don't have a personal problem with collecting statistics. So just looking at exactly how many times a page was visited, fine by me. Google Analytics takes things a step further. If you've ever used like Google CAPTCHAs, fun fact, they don't care whether or not you click on a bridge or not. If you can click all the wrong images, and if you are signed into your Google account, for example, it's gonna let you through no matter what. They just use those to train their AIs for image recognition and use you as free resources. They actually use JavaScript to track your mouse movements across the page and look at your browsing history because you're signed into your Google account so they can tell if it looks like a bot or if you actually have browsing history. Google Analytics is aggregating all of this data. So, for example, you might not be signed into your Google account currently, but they know that the person who normally is signed into your Google account visits the same website that has their Google font installed at the same time every day, and then you go to a site, and then you're on a new computer, but you still visit that same website the same time every day, and now you have a CAPTCHA, well, they're probably gonna let you pass because they might not know that you're a Google user and that you're legitimate, but they can still see that browsing history. And so that's how their CAPTCHA system works. So analytics is very similar in that they don't actually, their correlation isn't so much statistic based on how traffic happens on your actual site. They're more gearing towards correlation between traffic on your site versus traffic on other sites, and that's how they can build profiles on like your gender and age and all this extra information. So anyways, personally when it comes to Google Analytics, I tend to prefer a statistics approach, which only focuses on exactly how many times like pages on my website were loaded. So I guess what I'd say is I would recommend moving away from Google Analytics because I could talk about this for a very long time, but they're essentially using you to help them track users for other people because they also are looking at people visiting your site and then aggregating that information to provide analytics for other people as well. And there are a lot of ways that they exploit users. So just something to think about. But yeah, that is really interesting with Google Analytics and something really interesting with logging. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. This was fantastic. So we have struggled with similar issues in SecureDrop because one of the challenges we have is we try to get news orgs to advertise the Onion URL of their page so sources can visit it. But of course, the visitors to the ClearNet URL that will then visit the Onion address is like a great candidate for who the sources are, right? So we're often trying to provide kind of similar guidelines to how do you configure this page, this web page, in a private and secure manner. But unlike what you're describing, this is a site that's hosted on, it'll be like New York Times /source or whatever, right? So it's kind of using their existing infrastructure. So my question is about kind of like theory versus practice and compromises that you've had to make for organizations that do not self-host and that do not have this level of fine-grained control. For example, we've had a lot of the same guidelines of like no trackers, no third-party resources, no this, no that. But when it comes to like no cookies, a lot of the time, like your CDN will set cookies and stuff. So have you gone down the rabbit hole for privacy on websites that you aren't fully self-hosting when you're dealing with third-party platforms and kind of dealing with CDNs and stuff? Do you have any privacy tips there? And thanks for your talk.
Yeah, awesome. That's a great question. Thank you. It is a really difficult situation. As you mentioned, using, especially if you don't have a separate custom domain, if you're using some sort of path, that can be really difficult because as you mentioned, cookies, they care about domain. They don't really tend to care about path and domain, subdomain, et cetera. But not only that, it also makes it hard because when you have Tor and you're using like a v3 onion address, somewhat recently Tor started asking for people to start using onion location headers so that you can automatically redirect people from plain, I guess, standard sites to onion addresses. So there are a lot of features, including privacy features of Tor that simply aren't accessible if you don't have that domain level control. So what I would say is that if you're using any sort of third-party provider to host a website, I don't think that you can quite reach the same level of privacy. And there's a reason that a lot of sites that use that care about privacy, for example, CryptPad. I absolutely love CryptPad. Uses it's amazing. It's like Google Docs, except actually private. And they require the use of 2 separate custom domains just to run that site because they want to have separate domains that they can force the separation of cookies for like authentication and like in the encryption versus the actual content that's hosted on the site. So long story short, I think that it's a really important question to raise, but unfortunately I don't know of any good solutions other than using privacy respecting resources whenever possible. So like if a third party is hosting your website or using some sort of content delivery network or whatever it happens to be that isn't controlled by you, there's no way to guarantee that privacy aspect. But if you need a CAPTCHA and you use, for example, the CAPTCHA that I'm going to be making public soon, each individual step you take where you're not using one of these giant companies that tracks all their users is a step in the right direction, but I do completely sympathize with your concern there because I don't know of a perfect solution for that. Thank you.
Cool. I wanted to make a couple points that you made just to make sure that I got it right, because it's kind of incredible some of the things that you said in this talk, to be honest. Okay, number one. So Google fonts are basically operating as tracking beacons. Yes?
Yeah, anytime you have any free service provided by any third party, you can assume that that party is tracking your users in some way. Either if it's something as simple as just innocent logs on their website, most servers aren't configured to literally shred logs. So in some way, if your users, when visiting your site, have to reach out to any third party at all, you can almost guarantee that they're leaving a footprint there. So I'm not gonna claim, I don't work for Google, I'm not gonna make the claim that that is their intention with Google Fonts, but it is definitely a side effect of using Google Fonts. And so you should instead download the Google Fonts and then host them yourself, as long as they have some sort of license that allows it, which I believe they all do, but don't hold me to that. You can host them yourself and still get those fonts without using the default configuration that Google recommends.
Okay, great. So there is a fix for it, and it's a little more work, but not that much really, and you just have to know that you need to do it. Because it's so easy when you're in a hurry and you're just like, oh, wow, that worked. Now it's like the default, and it's not good. Okay, cool. Google Analytics. Google is basically, if you use Google Analytics on your website, Google is basically tracking everyone on your website.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, just wanted to make that clear. And that's probably why it's free, because you made that other point too. A lot of these free services, it's usually for some reason. They're sort of selling the information probably after they collect it in some way.
Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned that Django can work over Tor.
Yes.
If you have this custom code that you wrote to deal with the issues that it would have normally. And is that how we didn't we use Django for Bad Apple?
Yes, we do. Quick note on that. So the main issue is just that by default, you can't get, on 99% of the time, you can't get an SSL certificate for an onion address. So if you're someone like me who's using Let's Encrypt for your websites, Let's Encrypt currently does not support onion addresses. And because you can't get your v3 onion address, or just any onion address, in the actual certificate that gets issued to you, then Django has issues because you have HTTPS only in your security settings, but then Django looks at the Tor connection as if it's not secure, so it's going to not allow any of that traffic through. So I basically had to write a plugin that says, hey, so we're gonna add an exception for Tor services or onion services.
Okay, cool. And all of these tools that you're talking about are going to be available on the GitT that you're going to launch in a couple weeks?
Yeah, so all of them are currently available at github.com/p5vc. I own the domain p5.vc. It kind of sounds like PriVZ if you say it slowly. And so they're all currently available there, but they are a few months out of date because I've really been putting all my energy onto this relaunch and using GitT and just keeping everything self-hosted as much as possible. So, for example, fetch apply, there are major changes, major rewrites that'll be posted. They're already done. They'll be posted on the GitT soon. And even like our current backends, like Bad Apple, will be posted, rewritten to conform more to some coding standards that I might personally take issue with, but in reality, to make things easier and more interoperable should be adhered to.
Okay, great. And I just want to let everybody know that we will be posting Noah's whole talk online, and along with direct links to all of these tools that he mentioned today, so that everyone can find them easy when they want to, and that you can always write Noah at admin@privacy.org, and he writes back. He answers questions, he gives you the answer, and he's just sort of a wonderful all-around human being. So I'm really excited that he was able to give this talk, and I want to make sure that everybody knows that we'll be having a whole Noah's talk kind of section on the Aaron Swartz Day website very soon.
Yay, thank you so much. Yeah, I want to reaffirm that. Please send me as much as you want, admin@privacy.org or admin@badapple.tools or info@badapple.tools. I'll respond as to anything for the most part, any sort of questions you might have, any suggestions. And then I also want to quickly mention, since we heard from Secure Drop, I saw during their presentation, they mentioned CubesOS. I did not have time to get into all of this lower level stuff in my talk, but just a quick plug for CubesOS. If you're a developer or you care about privacy or security, it makes secure, it's a secure operating system that is insanely easy to use and absolutely amazing. And if you're a developer, you can spin up a disposable VM and make as many breaking changes as you want and press a button and it's just gone. It's amazing. And then use heads to verify your firmware on your device. That's also important. But yes, thank you very much. Cool.
All right, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Noah, for that wonderful talk. And it's really the beginning of an ongoing conversation. One of the things that we want to be doing all next year for the 10-year anniversary is helping people fix their sites, helping people do things more securely, helping people protect the privacy of their website users, and we'll help you do it. So, and we can only do that because of Noah. So I just wanted to let everybody know it's one thing to see a presentation and just think, shit, how do I actually implement this stuff? And we're ready to help you do that. So now I'm really excited for our next guest, Cindy Kahn, the Executive Director of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and she's here to give us an update on the legal developments in the field of privacy and security and the kind of laws that tend to go to be unfair to our beloved hacker community. And come on up, Cindy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone. I'm always honored to come here, and I appreciate people coming together every year and carrying on Aaron's legacy. He was a good friend and taken from us far too soon. I did want to just give one small clarification. I think it's really important that those of us who are opposing the tech giants be correct in our accusations against them. So Google doesn't sell data. Google monetizes data in a bunch of different ways. If you want to see like the quick and dirty, there's a blog post by my former colleague Bennett Cyphers from March 19th, 2020, entitled, "Google Says It Doesn't Sell Your Data. Here's how the company shares, monetizes, and exploits it." That goes in great detail about it. But I just think it's important, we're the Davids against the Goliaths, and we don't want to give the Goliaths any easy wins by being wrong in our shots. So definitely not cool, a lot of the things that Google does around fonts, analytics, and all those other things, but the accusation that they sell our data isn't technically right.
Can I ask a question? So what's the difference between, and I'm not trying to be an asshole.
No.
I literally have a question. What's the difference between, because I'm the one that said it, not Noah.
Right.
What's the difference between selling our data and monetizing our data?
So the difference between selling our data and monetizing our data, the big difference that Google will point to and has pointed to in arguments all across the country and around the world is what data does is what Google does is it lets there be real-time bidding. So advertisers come to Google and say, we want to find all the people who ride e-bikes from the Mission to the Internet Archive to give speeches, and we want to make sure that our advertisements show up in their Google searches and other things. And Google says, great, I can find you all the slender number of people who do that and place ads there. So the advertiser doesn't get your data. The advertiser gets the ability to advertise based on Google's analysis of your data and who you are and how you fit into a tranche of people. So Google, and I'm not saying it's good or better, I'm saying it's just different and it's important. And that's because, Google's, in some ways, like, it's not to their benefit to sell, right? Because they want to be the people who know more about you than anybody else, and that's their edge. And so selling it, as in giving the data to somebody else, is different than using the data to let people market to us, but through Google, and Google takes a piece of that. So that's the big difference. And Google does a lot of different things, but none of them are grabbing your data and handing it to a third party. Now, tons of people do that. Data brokers are everywhere. They're collecting all sorts of information. It's a real problem. It's just Google doesn't participate in that market in the way that a lot of other people do. And again, I just feel like when you're David and you're taking your shots at Goliath, you best not miss, right? Let's take the right shots. They do enough bad without us making up or misunderstanding how they work, and that's part of our job at EFF, is to try to keep educating you. So I don't mean it in a bad way. I just want those of us who are trying to break free from the tech hegemony take our best shots. So what I wanted to talk about today is 3 or 4 of the issues that are important for all hackers and were especially important to Aaron, the kinds of things that he did to try to free up all the world's information for all the world's people. Many of those fights have continued since his passing, and I've got some good news, I've got some not so good news, and I've got some I want to fire you up because next year we got a big fight news. So let me start with the good news. The good news is in the area of open access. This is freeing up research and science so that all the rest of us get to use it and not on the extremely onerous prices that the scientific magazines and other people charge us. Those of you who knew about Aaron will know that it was trying to free up science for all the rest of us that was the thing that caused him to be prosecuted and ultimately the thing that ended his life. I am very happy to say that we have made great strides in open access since we lost Aaron. And one of the biggest pieces of open access change came in August of this year. President Biden issued an executive order that said by the end of 2025, all federal agencies must make sure that any papers that were funded with taxpayer money are made freely available immediately to the general public. Yeah, not just the papers, but the underlying data, so that we can do our own research based upon this, not just the researchers that they did. Our friends at the Office of Science and Technology Policy, which is part of the White House, are the centerpiece of making this happen. Many of those have links to this community. A couple of those folks do. This is a tremendous change. Folks may remember that in 2013, President Obama issued an executive order that tried to kind of split the baby and said it would be a year and maybe in a year. We saw some of that implemented, and that was good. President Biden wasn't willing to just sit with that compromise and went all the way to free. So we all have to keep watching and make sure it happens, but occasionally it's good to have friends in high places, and the White House is one of them for us on open access. So that's a huge piece of good news. If that had been the law at the time that Aaron was alive, he might not have felt the need to do what he did. And so to me, this is a tremendous vindication of the rightness of the fight that he led. Now let's go to the, well, not great, but a little better, and that's the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. So that is the law that was used to prosecute Aaron. It's one of the laws that was used to prosecute Aaron. It is something that has been really a problem for hackers and coders and interoperators and innovators and security researchers for a very long time. EFF does a lot of work in this area. And our dear friend Noah, if you get into trouble, it might be the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. Please come see us. I don't think you described anything you did that would create any liability, but you never know. So I just want to put that out there. So the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act is also an area where we've seen some good changes. In 2021, there was a Supreme Court case called Van Buren, where the Supreme Court held that the government's extremely broad interpretation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, which said that you could be criminally prosecuted just for doing something that somebody didn't like on their computer, was far, far too broad, and scaled back the Justice Department's interpretation of this. Just this past year, the Justice Department issued a new policy that kind of begrudgingly admits that the Supreme Court told them they can't go around threatening people or prosecuting them anymore just for angering computer owners. And so that's good news. The reason you hear me tempering about it is they didn't go nearly as far as we need to go to protect security researchers. The Department of Justice guidelines still let somebody be prosecuted if they get a cease and desist notice, but yet continue. And they didn't go all the way to requiring people to actually circumvent a technological measure in order to be held criminally liable. So we still have some work to do, but some of the things that people had been worried about, like, violating the terms of service of a website and having that be, or a piece of code, and having that be a basis for a criminal prosecution, has really been taken largely off the list for the Department of Justice. We're not done yet. We're going to get that thing back to the place where it needs to be. But that's one where I would say we've made some good progress, but we still need to protect good faith security researchers and interoperators better. And EFF continues to work on this, and we continue to represent hackers and coders and interoperators to try to help them navigate the thicket of laws, not just the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, but the thicket of laws that often get in the way of making cool new things for us, more privacy protective things for us, and other things like that. So we're making progress, got a ways to go on that one. Let me see my other ones that I was. The other thing I wanted to talk about a little bit, where we actually do have another victory, and that's around something called PACER. This is another thing that Aaron did a little earlier in his life, which is try to free the law. PACER is the federal government's place where all of the case law, all the things that judges do in federal cases all across the country, and all the dockets are available to people to download, but at a cost. One of the things that Aaron did a little earlier in his career was try to free the law by doing a bit of a minor level hack on the PACER system. This is something that made him, I suspect, brought him to the attention of the FBI, such that when he did the second thing a little later around scientific things might have led to the fact that the severeness with which he was prosecuted. It's possible. I don't know what's in the heart of a prosecutor. On this area about freeing the law and making it available to people, at least at a reasonable price, we had a pretty big victory. In August of 2020, an appellate court confirmed what a lower court had affirmed, which is that PACER was charging way, way too much for access to the law. So they didn't free the law, and we still want to do that, and there's still a lot of work that our friend Carl Malamud and others are doing to try to free the law. But the fact that they had to agree to a $125 million rebate to people who had overpaid for access to the law is a good thing, and we're now in a process of trying to match the charges that people get paid with the actual cost of the system, as opposed to turning it into a cash cow for the government. And this will make things better for all the people who use the law for all sorts of things, and make it more freely available to us, not free as in beer, but free as in speech. So that's another bit of good news on something that I think was near and dear to Aaron's heart. Now I want to talk a little bit more about the fight that's coming up, and that fight is around the spying by the NSA. There is a key provision that the NSA uses to tap into the internet backbone in a program called Upstream, and to give itself the authority to go to big companies like Google and demand that they search their entire databases for information about people. This is called Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. We call it 702 for short, those of us in this fight. Section 702 is up for renewal in front of Congress next December, so December 2023. Congress has to renew this authority or it goes away. You may recall that another piece of the authority called Section 215 actually did go away. There was a fight. It was a strange fight between the far right and the right, but it ultimately resulted in Section 215 expiring. And that's good news for all of us. There's other ways that they're still doing spying. I don't want to pretend like we made things all the way better, but we made them a little better when 215 expires. We can make them a lot better when 702, if 702 expires. So you're going to see EFF, our friends at Demand Progress, which is the organization that Aaron started to try to do public advocacy, the ACLU, and a lot of other groups work to try to make 702 die, to convince Congress not to renew Section 702. And I want to enlist all of you here today, and all of you listening from the live stream and otherwise, to please pick up the call when you hear us asking for you to write your congressman or sign a letter or make your voice heard. Because if we can kill off 702, we will definitely be doing something that Aaron will be smiling at us for. Stopping NSA spying was something that was also near and dear to his heart. We have partnered with our friends at Demand Progress and other organizations to try to stand up for your right to have a private conversation in the digital world for a very, very long time. And if we can take this hit and knock 702 out, that'll be one less thing that we need to do. I'm sad to report that our litigation attempt to try to kill Section 702 was itself killed by the U.S. Supreme Court this spring on state secrets grounds. But if we can't do it in the judiciary, we're going to try to do it in Congress. So that's another area where I would love to see this community help us and stand up. NSA, the national security should not be an excuse for spying on everybody. It wasn't an excuse for spying on everybody when this country was created, which, was a national security problem. And it shouldn't be now. We shouldn't have a hole in our Constitution that every time the government invokes national security, we are suddenly left unprotected. So that's a fight that's coming up. It's one, when I start to prepare for this talk every year, I think, when would I hear from Aaron? When would Aaron be calling me or seeing me at an event and go, Cindy, we got to do something about this. Cindy, what are you doing about this? Which I would say is a familiar feeling for me because he did a lot when he was around. So what I do when I'm thinking about this moment, I think, when would I be hearing from Aaron? When would he be urging me to do something? When would he be doing something cool over here and reach out to me and say, here, this is what I'm doing to try to make the cause, put the cause better? And this is 4 areas that I think I feel confident I would have a little Aaron on my shoulder telling me what to do. And my challenge and my request to all of you is whether you actually have a a mythical Aaron on your shoulder or not, we all have him in our hearts, and let's step forward and continue all the fights that he started. Thanks. I'm happy to answer questions. I know we're running behind, so I don't know.
We always have time for questions at Aaron Swartz Day. Here we go.
Thank you very much for your work and your presentation. Regarding PACER, I've just always wanted to know, why are the federal courts so intent on making access to these documents so expensive and difficult, and why is the limit $30 per quarter? Why is it set up this way? Are they trying to hide something? Are attorneys being lazy with their filings? Thank you.
You know, why is this up this way? I don't know for sure, I'll tell you, but I'll tell you a couple things I do know. One of which is that the federal judiciary is almost entirely dependent on Congress for its budget. And it's kind of chronically underfunded. And I think that this is one of the few things that Congress has let the judiciary build for itself and keep the money, and they liked it. So I actually think it's far less, I mean, there might be other things, there might be other skullduggery involved, but I think in some ways it's just one of the few ways that they can have their own money and spend it the way they want and do things that are not beholden to going to Congress on bended knee to ask for money. And so the temptation to make that pile of money bigger and bigger, I think, is certainly one of the primary drivers. It may not be the only one. Yeah, someone should tell them about crowdfunding. I don't know how good that's going to be, like crowdfund your local federal judge. I think there are problems with that, and I especially don't know how many people want to give money to the person who might sentence their friend to jail. Again, that might not be the only thing, but it's the one thing that makes some sense to me about why they're so, you know, kind of mine about it. But they've lost, and they're going to have to change course. And you know, one of the people who led the litigation against them in PACER is a very, very prominent Supreme Court advocate. And I just, you know, like lots of people were kind of afraid to take on PACER because we all have to go in front of the federal judges, right? If you're actually a lawyer who does that, and so shout out to the lawyers who are willing to, you know, essentially really, you know, piss off the people who have to decide their decisions, and did that for all of us in the public interest.
Another question?
Thank you. Is EFF taking a position on the GitHub Copilot class action suit that was recently filed, the artificial intelligent code assistant systems that surface other people's work without license restrictions being observed?
Yeah, the question is EFF taken a position on the Copilot, the GitHub Copilot class action litigation? I will tell you, we're looking at it really closely, and I believe there's a meeting this week to talk about it. I'm not sure which way we're going to come out. One of the things that we sometimes do is if we think something's in really good hands and we can focus our energy on something else. So just because we don't say anything doesn't mean we don't care, we don't have a position. It may just mean that we're like, oh, thank God, somebody's handling that. We can go over here and do something else. So I know that a couple of members of the legal team and the tech team are meeting this week to talk about the case. I'm not sure whether the decision will be to say something or not to say something, but we are definitely watching it. I think it's a very interesting question about, you know, there's complicated questions about ownership of data that goes into machine learning systems, and how do you think about that in the context of open source licenses and other kinds of things. It's a fascinating, interesting question, I think.
It's cool to hear an update about the EO about PACER. I'm wondering if you have any perspective on like the same sort of free the law stuff at the state levels. Like, what is that? Just what's the latest on like the state level legislation or what have you seen happening in the sort of at the state level, not the federal level?
Yeah, I'm not sure, I admit. The question is, you know, there's a bunch of state courts that also have stuff locked up. And in some ways, PACER is as awful as PACER is, it's actually a much better system than a lot of the state law ones. And I'm afraid I don't know the answer. I don't. Yeah, I don't. Sorry. It's an interesting question, though. I'd be curious. Oh, we've got one in the back.
One more question?
Thanks. I was, and thank you so much for your talk here. It's very informative. Something that was new to me when I watched the Aaron Swartz film just this past week was the fact that there used to be a Department of Science that Congress would go to ask questions, and he said that Gingrich had eliminated it.
Yes.
Is there any work on getting that back?
A short answer, no. I think there's a lot of people, it's called the Office of Technology Assessment, and it was something where members of Congress could go to it and ask, like, somebody wants me to do this thing on tech, is it a good, you know, what will it actually do? Not even take positions, but the same way you can go to the Congressional Budget Office and get the budgetary ramifications of something you're doing without them taking a position on it. And I haven't seen any serious effort to try to recreate the Office of Technology Assessment. There are, you know, there's a group called Tech Congress that is working with fellows and trying to put fellows into various congressional offices so that they have somebody they can turn to. I would say they're not a Tech Congress fellows, but our old friend Chris Segoyan is in Ron Wyden's office and I think plays this kind of a role there. And the idea of Tech Congress is to try to grow that out so a lot of congressional offices could have a technologist there who can help them with issues. I see more movement that way than the actual kind of office. I still think it's a great idea. But I don't, as much as every time we sit down and talk about how could Congress get better about tech, this comes up as a really good idea. I don't see anything actually moving it forward right now. Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm going to bring up, I have to do a technical thing real quick, and we'll get this together, and we'll be right back with Alexis Hancock. Just one moment. Browser.
Oh, what the hell? Oh, there we go.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. And you're doing your thing really quick.
Oh, you just, oh, okay.
Yeah, do that. Okay, great. And I just wanted to make one point about the piece of information that we did learn in terms of why the FBI seemed to already be kind of predisposed to go after Aaron when the MIT, the JSTOR download situation happened on the MIT network. And basically, Ryan Shapiro is a FOIA expert, enthusiast, and he got his PhD from MIT peppering the FBI with a couple thousand FOIAs so that he could see the rejection codes and cross-reference them and figure out what the codes meant. And he ended up suing the FBI, trying to get access to Aaron's record. And in the course of that, and we found this out at our January 11th, 2009 event, Raw Thought event at the DNA Lounge, we learned that Aaron had a code on his record for international terrorism investigation in his FBI database file. We think it was from a single email that was sent to the University of Pittsburgh's computer science department. You can read all about this. It's on the front page of the Aaron Swartz Day website in the menu titled "What We Learned from Ryan Shapiro About Aaron's FBI Record." So you can go read about that there and actually see the documentation, exactly what they found, and what the deal is with that. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. And now we have our next speaker, Alexis Hancock, the Director of Engineering for CertBot at the EFF. And she's going to speak to us remotely and about HTTPS Everywhere and the HTTPS Everywhere project, which is a project that Aaron worked on, and the future of encryption on the internet. Molly, we can't see your camera. Is that intentional? I mean, sorry. Okay. That's the wrong person. It's Alexis. Yeah. So I think I can do this. No, I can't. I don't know what happened. Can you do it? It's the wrong person. We'll see what happened. Here she is. Okay, so I should be able to pin that, right? Yay!
Okay. Oh, cool. I thought I had hidden the.
Okay, great. And then do I unmute her, or do you have that?
No, just leave that.
Okay, great. All right, just a moment, Alexis. We're just about ready. Okay. All right. Say something, Alexis, so we can hear you. Alexis? Okay, can we hear her? Yeah, just a second. I'm making sure that we hear you. It doesn't look like we can hear her. In just a moment. We're just doing a sound check to make sure that we can hear you. I don't know.
Oh, if you're hearing it here. Yeah. Oh, I know.
Okay, should she talk now?
Saying something. All right. Hello, my name is Alexis Hancock. I will be sharing my screen momentarily as well. We'll begin. Can everyone see my screen? I hope you do. Well, I hope someone's seeing my screen. I'm Alexis Hancock. Okay. Okay. I am the Director of Engineering at the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and today I'll be talking about HTTPS Everywhere and the future of encryption on the internet. I apologize in advance for any technical difficulties involving my toddler. I had to shift around my schedule a bit, so I apologize for that in advance for any pauses. In 2021, we finally encrypted the web. Something special kind of happened here that Aaron had a lot to do with. And it was a project that I would like to think that was, near to him, since he led the port for this particular project onto the Chrome store. For those who don't know what HTTPS Everywhere is, it's a project that the EFF had started in 2010. And it was a web extension that helped supported you going from insecure to secure on websites that supported HTTPS versus HTTP. And at the time, it was a very short list of websites that actually supported HTTPS. It was led by efforts like Peter Kleske and others, and Chris Palmer, who had worked on it. And it was an endeavor at the time that seemed a little out of reach, since not many websites and services supported this. There was many arguments actually at the time that didn't support TLS, such as cost and computation time, etc. We had led 3 projects actually, HTTPS Everywhere, which was the web extension that helped users. Let's Encrypt, which was the free CA or certificate authority that EFF helped found with others like Mozilla and other partners as well. And then CertBot is the project that I run that helped people automate getting these free certificates from Let's Encrypt. And so it was kind of like a nice trifecta here where we supported the technology, we helped users access the technology without thinking about it, and we provided the infrastructure for the technology to exist. There was different browsers at the time, but pretty much the same pot as today of Firefox, Chrome, and others like Microsoft's flavors of browsers that happened over time. And it was Edge, now that was called what used to be Internet Explorer, taking that place. But Chrome is the market share that is the most right now in terms of browser usage. So the port to Chrome was very important since Chrome is such a large market share of the browser market and what users use usually by default other than Safari. So in November 2020, leading up to encrypting the web, Firefox, after discussions with us at the EFF and others, they finally deployed something, and we're the first browser, at least the first mainstream browser, to deploy HTTPS only mode, which is based off HTTPS Everywhere's ease mode or encrypt all sites eligible mode, which where it completely supported HTTPS by default versus the other way around. So when you went to an insecure site, the browser started to let you know about it if you were in this mode and could turn it on. At first it was experimental, but now it's like officially a setting in the browser, and Firefox, among the bigger market share of browsers out there, was the first to deploy it. And I say mainstream browsers because there were other browsers like Brave and others who were on this already. Tor as well. Tor browser actually packaged HTTPS everywhere inside the browser for many years, up until this year, actually, because of the fact that Tor is based off Firefox late term support edition. So now that that setting's there, they could use that for themselves as well without having to package the HTTPS Everywhere extension. So this was kind of like the first domino fall in a good way. So March 2021, I would say from 2019, almost a year into me taking the role at EFF as a staff technologist, all the way through 2021, was me kind of like just periodically bugging people at Chrome who worked on the security portions. I'm pretty sure they're sick of me, but either way, they helped even forge the path to make it an easier way to finally investigate in making HTTPS by default. So at first, they had a setting where, it would try HTTPS at first, not necessarily enforce it. And so that was March 2021, and that was kind of like their way in their browser clearing the path. But it wasn't quite what we wanted just yet. It was trying HTTPS, but it wasn't allowing the user to enforce it. But this was a good first step. In April 2021, HTTPS Everywhere, even though we saw browsers starting to adopt it, we wanted to prove even more that, casting a wider net in terms of supporting HTTPS by default would be a good solution for all the browsers. So we actually partnered with DuckDuckGo in April 2021 because the extension itself actually kept a list of rules for each site that was very granular actually for a very long time. But as you can imagine, in the beginning when this extension came out, like I said, it was a handful of sites that supported this. But then over time, as Let's Encrypt and CertBot made TLS much easier or HTTPS much easier, what ended up happening was this list got really, really large. And so instead of collecting a much larger and longer list for us to keep maintain, we actually partnered with DuckDuckGo to kind of just use their listing, which was much more efficient in certain ways, and kind of have like a blanket setting as well that we actually adopted a few years earlier, where you have a better set of lists of top million sites that support HTTPS, so casting a wider net instead of collecting a list over time. And we also had a setting that enforced HTTPS. Using both allowed us to push and display a proof of supporting this by default rather than the other way around. So finally, around like June, July, something interesting happened. So I say other browsers in the system, but many people may not know this. Chrome has a open source portion of their browser called Chromium, and Chromium is what Microsoft Edge is currently based off of, and so is other browsers like Brave. So Edge actually was first in the Chromium ecosystem to adopt the HTTPS everywhere mode before Chrome. So I found that very interesting. And not too long after, about, I would say a month later, Chrome announced that they would support HTTPS by default, which was big because, like I said, Chrome accounts for a large portion of market share. So this was kind of like that last piece that needed to close in the browser ecosystem, and now all mainstream browsers support HTTPS everywhere. So we're actually sunsetting the extension by January 2023. So I'm in the process of doing that. I'm still communicating with browsers about different features that the extension had that people may miss if this extension goes away. But at least at the very basic, the setting is there by default in all major browsers. So this is one of those quiet internet wins that kind of went by, I think, but I personally celebrated. I actually had a bottle of champagne myself because it did things and helped make security by default in a way where people didn't have to think about it. We won, we encrypted the web, and Aaron helped do this by porting HTTPS everywhere along with others onto Chrome and kind of using that proof of concept over time, showing people, showing the browsers in particular, that it doesn't have to be hard. So we encrypted the web, clap, all that. And the impact of this, if you're wondering, is so a lot of people talk about the hacker in the cafe threat. And now that HTTPS is more pervasive and present among web services, that threat isn't as high. One of the things I think about all the time is using Wi-Fi that was available in different businesses when I was a teenager, when I didn't have internet at home. And I didn't want that threat to exist for people going forward, where you're just trying to access the internet to do what you need to do, and you have to worry about a hacker in every corner, or at least a hacker in the sense of someone being malicious, right? Because I consider myself a hacker. It's a broad term, but usually when people think about hacker, they think about more malicious intent. So that whole hacker in the cafe looking at everybody's traffic in Starbucks isn't as easy to do now that HTTPS is more widespread. I think it accounts for over 80% globally of traffic, if not higher. Authoritarian and totalitarian governments have to work harder to inspect users' traffic now, since HTTPS is the default in many ways, and they're becoming very creative in the way that they do that. But they also, were the proverbial hacker in a cafe kind of thing, where they could just inspect clear text traffic versus having to now do other things and have other mechanisms in place in order to do that. VPNs, they still serve a purpose, right? VPNs, even though there's a lot of conversations around which VPNs are good or better, or which protocols are better around VPNs or virtual private networks that people use for various reasons, they're not as required for encryption anymore, which I think is a good thing. Now, privacy and anonymity is another discussion. But as far as wanting HTTPS by default, it's something you don't really have to grab and turn on anymore, thankfully. And even though numbers may vary between desktop and mobile services, I will say, even as someone that inspects mobile traffic often on different applications and devices, HTTPS is still enforced in many ways. So that's something that I feel like is a huge impact. TLS is free and scalable now, due to these discussions around the Encrypt the Web initiative at EFF, especially with Let's Encrypt and Cert Bot at play. And it's security that users don't really have to opt in to think about anymore. There is a setting in browsers to enforce HTTPS, but as far as, you know, oh, sorry for that. As far as, you know, having to turn on a setting, thankfully, HTTPS is so ubiquitous that you may not even really need it from the day to day. Like you may encounter an insecure link from time to time. But in this case, uh, thankfully, you don't need to depend on a third party to help you get there in terms of security as much. So what's next? Uh, so we tighten and we protect the ecosystem, right? So there's different arguments at play around what it means to have encryption in different various contexts. For a long time, encryption was seen as something that only people with really high threat models needed. But we see now that, you know, especially with corporate surveillance at play, we do need encryption in all contexts to help people feel safe, feel private, and use the internet. I want people to have nice things. I want people to use technology without having to think about some, you know, ubiquitous big brother searching and looking at all their traffic and using it all to sell information about them. I want people to have nice things. So a part of having nice things, I think, is messaging. Something that we encourage at EFF is end-to-end encryption on all types of messaging, especially Twitter DMs. And we've been asking about this for some years, for Twitter DMs to be encrypted. And now people may see why we were asking that more than ever, right? So especially with mobile messaging systems, there's been systems out there that's already been implemented, like WhatsApp is end-to-end encrypted, especially Signal is end-to-end encrypted. And we think that should be something that's default across all platforms because you never really know what's going to happen or change with the service. So I think having messaging and encryption at EFF, we encourage it. So that's something that could tighten the ecosystem and encourage even further. And also at EFF, we want to support next iterations of security on the web. Now that we finally got TLS and we finally have that together, and we finally have it more mainstream on the web, now it's time to talk about next iterations of different protocols. So I talk about different things. I won't get into the alphabet soup of protocols and security too much here. But now when I had talked about governments, you know, governments being a little bit more creative with internet traffic and inspection. So we actually been seeing, especially with the people over at UNI, that study censorship on a network level within different countries. So we've been seeing different protocols that could help actually privacy on the web being blocked in various instances, especially with the recent uprising in Iran. We're seeing DNS over HTTPS being blocked. We're seeing HTTP3 being blocked, which supports TLS with the QUIC protocol. We support other things like seeing better VPN protocols. A VPN protocol that's been very popular is called WireGuard, but WireGuard is easily blocked. So we have to get creative on our end on how we can bring these technologies to other spaces in the world that may not be able to access them or the governments are blocking them. And there are actually efforts in play to do that. We actually recently wrote a post on our site about how Snowflake is being used to access Tor, and Snowflake is another tool or system that's built off of something called pluggable transports, where it helps people to access Tor without necessarily the third party snooping in on the network, knowing that they're using Tor or being able to block wherever they're trying to get their requests to in particular. So we have seen creative ways where governments are trying to block these sort of like more advanced types of supportive and private and secure methods of the web. And we're going to keep watching these and see what can we build in the future to continue to help people or support. What projects out there can we support that helps people maintain anonymity, privacy, and security on the web? So that's my talk for today. Thank you for listening, and I want to say thank you, Aaron. I never really personally knew him, but I knew his story, and I know people that have worked with him here at the EFF. And I would like to think that me working on the HTTPS Everywhere project and helping bring that to a close is a good thing and a good way to also tie to his legacy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Alexis. Very much appreciate your talk. Now we have another remote talk from Molly DeBlanc, who's also at EFF. And her talk is called Extended Body, My Choice, and she's going to talk about some of the right to repair issues surrounding different kinds of medical devices. I can't hear you. Can you help me out? This isn't working like it's supposed to. Molly is the next speaker. I think Alexis is still behind it. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you go to gallery, but it doesn't go to gallery. There we go. There they are. All right. Excellent. Okay, great.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi.
Welcome very much. And I have just introduced you, and then we figured out the Zoom, and you may take it away.
Cool. Is this share? Did that work? That looks like it worked. I have some slides. Great. Hi, I'm Molly. I'm Molly DeBlanc. I've done some stuff. I'm here to talk to you about some of the stuff I've done. I'm talking specifically about medical devices, personal autonomy, and the right to repair, and the way that these things interact with each other. I'm also trying to start my clock on my phone so I can keep track of how long I take. Great, there, now, good. I have an email address. It's molly.deblanc@eff.org. If you have any questions that we don't figure out how to answer today, you can also reach me at mdb@kith.kitchen. That's my Mastodon account. I figured maybe the bird site wasn't the thing to be spousing at the moment. I'm not really sure. Figuring that one out. But the Mastodon is mostly pictures of my cat and things I have cooked. So tread there with your own warning. Let me change my screen up there. This is better. Okay, cool. So I want to talk about medical devices. I love talking about medical devices because I think they're super cool. I think it's incredible that we have developed technologies that can compensate for like necessary bodily functions that don't exist anymore. I'm talking about things like insulin pumps and artificial pancreas systems. There are pacemaker defibrillators. There are deep neuromodulation devices which can shock your brain or parts of your brain when they don't work in the right ways. There are optical implants. There are bionic limbs. I don't know a lot about bionic limbs. I've just started recently getting interested in them. I think medical devices are super cool because we have created technologies that interface with and interact with our bodies in these incredibly intricate and intimate ways. And it can teach us so much about the way that we can think about technology, that we should think about technology in general. So when I want to talk about medical devices today, I'm doing so with this thought that we can talk about them in the specific case, and then we can say, okay, how can we generalize, like, out of these, not just as a medical device, but out of like an insulin pump as a technology, what can we say about other technologies from that? And just to be clear, when I say medical device, like crutches are a medical device, glasses are a medical device, but mostly what I'm talking about, exclusively what I'm talking about, are things with computers in them. So things that are like computers that also happen to do other things. They measure your blood glucose levels. They, regulate insulin in your body. They shock your brainstem. All sorts of good stuff. I wanted to also, because I'm talking a lot about autonomy, I wanted to kind of provide a bit of a definition of autonomy. And I guess I should also maybe provide a little context about why I think I'm allowed to talk about autonomy. I've spent the past 2 years doing research around autonomy and medical devices, and ethical issues in medical devices at New York University. So I'm really excited to be able to be sharing some of that here today. Generally, when I talk about autonomy, I think about self-governance, which is a fancy way of saying that the controlling, making your own decisions, controlling what you're doing. We can talk about autonomy as a right. We can talk about it as an entitlement. We could talk about it as a thing that we all just actually do. So within this, like the next, 15 minutes, we're going to talk about autonomy as something that you lose and autonomy as something that you gain. So there are cases where you lose the ability to have agency, to have control over the decisions you're making. And we're especially going to be talking about that in relation to your body. So not being able to make decisions about what's happening within your body, and why that matters. So medical devices return autonomy, but they also take it away. So, I take off my glasses, like I have this loss of functionality. Like I just, I can't, that was a terrible idea. I can't see my screen anymore. Great, now I can see it again. So by being able to see better with my glasses on, I'm able to have more, I'm able to make decisions from a better, more informed, more functional place, which is great. But when we have these medical devices that are computers, we're also giving up certain amounts of autonomy because we're allowing different things. We're allowing these devices to interact with our bodies, to have certain types of control over our bodies. And I want to talk about that by kind of giving an example of something else. So let's say you're going to SFO and you have a lot of baggage with you, and you are like, well, I'm going to take a car to get there. So you call up a car company, and then somebody comes, you make a deal with the driver, and you say like, okay, I want to go to SFO. And the driver says, okay, I'll take you. It'll cost you this much money. Now, once you're in the car, though, you're giving up a certain amount of autonomy. You're giving up a certain amount of control, right? The driver now has the opportunity to decide where you go, actually, how fast you get there, the route you take, what music you're listening to. So now they have a certain control over your experience and an opportunity to actually even make decisions kind of about your destiny, right? Like they'll get you to SFO because they said they would, and you're trusting them and they're trusting you. But how long is that going to take? Are they going to take the route that you like to take? Are they going to take you on a less idealized route? Are they actually just not going to take you to SFO? Maybe you'll miss your flight. Who knows? There's another version of this where instead of thinking about a cab and a driver, we think about a self-driving car. And with the self-driving car, you're giving up what you're giving up is a little bit different, because the interaction that you're making now is not you talking to a person. It's you talking to a machine. And the machine is the thing that are making those decisions. So the autonomy that you had, rather than handing it over to someone else, you're handing it over to this agent. Well, you know, is it an agent even? You're handing it over to a piece of technology. So I think about medical devices kind of in the same way, actually, which is when you are getting a medical device, you're not just ceding certain amounts of control over yourself to another person, you're actually also giving it to a piece of technology that is, in a sense, a stand-in for another person. Right? So technology, right, it's a stand-in between, technology is a stand-in between you and another person. So in this case, the person would be the device manufacturer when we're talking about medical devices. Device manufacturers are really important to think about when you're thinking about medical devices because they're the people who are making all the decisions about how something works. Right. Medical devices are controlled and designed by others. These types of design choices are things like how it works, where material, like where the base components are manufactured, what kinds of components it uses. There are decisions about what sorts of interfaces that are being built into a device, the types of, like, how does your insulin pump talk to the app on your phone? What does the app on your phone look like? Who's it designed for? What are the values that are being put into that design? So that's one level of control that these people have, is they have control over your experience of your device. Another level of control that they have is of the device itself and how it functions. There is this way of control that comes by, there's a type of control that comes by way of policies that surround the device. This can be legal policies, the way the FDA regulates different kinds of medical devices, or it can come from things like privacy policies or data policies or storage policies or repair policies. And then there's also this type of control that comes from manufacturers having the ability to do updates to devices. So the way that this can look, looks in most of the types of medical device cases that I think about is like somebody comes and somebody updates the software on your device, and that can be through firmware. It could be different kinds of functional software. So these are like ways that a person is interfering with this technology that in turn is interfering with your body. So the device and the people behind them impact your bodily autonomy, right? They're acting on you. They're doing things to your body that would not be okay for someone to do if you didn't decide it was okay to let them do it, right? So we would generally agree as a society that if I was to step out into traffic, you could grab me and keep me from, falling off the subway platform. But we wouldn't say that it's okay for you to, reach into my chest and, pump my heart without, asking nicely first. So these are different. So devices impact your body. People impact the devices. Through the device, somebody is affecting your body, and that affects your ability to control your destiny of what's happening with your body. Kind of the insidious side here, the thing that's scary for me to think about is this idea that device manufacturers, you're making a deal with them, they're going to take you to SS, like the way you're making the deal with the driver to take you to SFO, but they don't really have to do that. And if they do it, they might not do it in the ways you want them to do it. So overall, this is a loss of autonomy, and losing autonomy is a bad thing. Like, there are some things that we just kind of agree are bad things, and losing autonomy is one of them. There are practical reasons behind this, we can say. So earlier today, actually, I was talking to someone about the optical implant company Second Sight that had created an implant to help people with certain types of blindness see. They went under, before they went under, they'd been planning a software update, and then the software update didn't happen. So some people have lost access to their devices. Their optical implants aren't working in the ways that they were promised they would, aren't working in the ways that they're supposed to be. So they've lost this kind of functionality. And losing that functionality is like, it's a bad thing, but it's also like losing the control that they would have had over themselves. That somebody else got to make the decision about what was happening in their bodies. So I think there's something that can be done about this. And I think that's a right to repair. I label this option 1. Option 2 is like total revolution, but I couldn't find a good Creative Commons picture of Revolutionary Girl Utna, so I kind of scrapped that whole plan. Break the world from its shell. Anyway, that was unintended digression. So I think by implementing a right to repair in medical devices, we are creating opportunities for people to have control, to regain autonomy of their bodies by being able to determine what happens with the device. So what this can mean is, for like looking at the optical implant example, when you have someone who has an implant that doesn't work the way that they need it to, because it like didn't get a software update that was necessary, you then, if you have the right to repair, you have the opportunity to make the software update yourself. So that is, in one sense, like autonomy into itself, is exerting your agency over your body, and creating a dynamic that works better for you and this device that's interacting with you. When I talk about right to repair, I talk about it as saying, like, if a device doesn't work the way you need it to, or it doesn't work the way you want it to, right? So let's say that you're using an insulin pump, and the dashboard, the way that data sharing on the dashboard for it doesn't work very well if you need to share your blood glucose level data with a family member who also helps manage your health. Great. Well, you should be able to make that change to something that will allow you those sharing options that will better integrate with the people who like need to be part of your care team. That's a pretty broad definition of right to repair, actually. And you can easily just say it's like, it's a right to tinker, it's a right to modify. And I think that's true. I just think right to repair has really good branding. I'm a big fan of alliteration. But I think there is something like essentially important in this idea that like repair is not only returning something to the state in which a device manufacturer intended when like the device manufacturer handed you a device, right? Like, we can get things that are still fundamentally broken because they still fundamentally violate our autonomy by not like interacting with us in the ways that they need to. Just because something works the way it's intended doesn't mean it works well, or it works correctly, or it works rightly or justly. So by being able to exert a right to repair, by being able to repair, to modify, to tinker, to change, to make devices that are interacting with our bodies work the way we need them to, we are regaining autonomy of our bodies. So quick review before we switch gears in the next 5 minutes. You have a medical device. It does things to your body that is not okay, or would not be okay if we didn't say it was okay for them to do that. We've ceded control. We've ceded our autonomy. We've ceded our governance to another person, which is a device manufacturer. Then we say, okay, well, what we can do then is, if we allow people to not have to rely on device manufacturers as the only people who can control their devices, we then have the opportunity to have more autonomy over ourselves. Now, this is where I'm going to start saying some other kinds of stuff now. So I talked about devices as a thing that interact with our bodies, but they can also be a part of our bodies, right? I'm asking you to think about how you interact with your phone, or your Twitter account, or your Instagram, or the pictures that you take. And, just see how you think about how you relate to those technologies. It's called like extended mind, if you want to talk specifically about like cognitive abilities, but just this idea that like your phone is like maybe not just a device that you have, but it's actually kind of a part of you. And it's kind of a part of how you think about the world and how you interact with the world. It's a lens through which you interact with the world. Or maybe it's actually like a way that you're storing your memories and you're storing a part of yourself in it. I think in general, like we can talk about technologies as how they relate to us in different ways. In my reading about insulin pumps, one particular account that stuck out to me was a 15-year-old who talked about how his insulin pump was a gadget. It was like just some gadget he didn't like that he had to be attached to all the time. And that, that's like certainly that's one experience someone has had. And I've also read about people with prosthetic limbs talking about their limb as a part of their body, and people who talk about it as an extension of their body. So we have this whole range that we can think about technology in general, right? A technology can be literally a part of us. It could be a place where we're storing a part of ourselves, or it can be something we use. But in any of these cases, it's still like the technology is interacting with who we are, and the technology might be who we are. And if it's a part of us, then somebody interfering with it is interfering with us. So by repairing, this right to repair means we have a say on our lives, right? So this is kind of the more general point I was thinking about, which is that if we can return bodily autonomy through a medical device, what does it mean if we can also repair a device that is doing something else but still interacting with our lives in a very intricate way? And I think that in those cases, we have increased autonomy that comes from like increased agency over the things that are interacting with our lives. That was a lot. And I have some thoughts about things that we can do to protect autonomy, because I think a lot of the problems that come with how we interact with technology in general is that technologies don't view people as autonomous. And one of the ways that we need to view people as autonomous is we need to respect their ability to modify the technologies around them. So we can design and build with repair in mind. This can mean a lot of different things. I think about projects that just go through, like coding projects that just go through and produce things that have easy to read code and nice documentation. That means it's easier to install it or change it or modify it or just understand what's going on with it so you can make decisions about whether something is right for you. Building things with parts that using screws that are easy to have the correct screwdriver for, that's a big step and makes a big difference. You can also advocate for the right to repair. I had in my notes this whole thing about talking about ventilators. I think ventilators are really cool and are a really great example of why right to repair is really important in medicine in general. That's a little bit different than the kinds of medical devices that are interacting directly with the body or that are a part of the body. But right to repair is really important. I have some thoughts about some stuff happening in New York State, if you want to talk about New York State and right to repair. But advocacy, both in terms of codifying rights within law, as well as making sure that companies and respect those things and are building, even if they're not being required to do so, is a really great thing that you can do. So in quick summary, because I kind of went a bunch of places, when a technology intimately interacts with our lives, we hand autonomy over to that technology. We hand some of our definition of ourself and our definition of our destiny over to a technology which somebody else is controlling, right? Directly and indirectly. When we're able to repair technologies that control our lives, we're able to take back some of that autonomy and create better lives and futures for ourselves. So that's what I have. That's my email. It's my thing. These have been a bunch of albatross pictures, by the way. I recently learned that there's a bird called a mollyhawk, and I've decided I need to rebrand. Mollyhawks are albatrosses. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Sorry, if anybody has questions, raise your hand. We're going to give you a mic, and then I can repeat your question to Molly so that she can answer it. Any questions? No? Oh, yes, we got one.
Hey, how's it going? I was curious about sort of the intersection between these medical devices and the ideas of like human organs in general.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah.
He was asking about the intersection of these medical devices and human organs in general.
Yeah, because I work at a hotel and there's a lot of medical conventions, and they're talking about, you know, organ transplantation and stuff like that. So I was curious.
Is that a lot of conventions where they're talking a lot about organ transplantation, transplants, things like that? And then his question is,
What at what point does a medical device like basically become an organ, and what does that mean in terms of like bodily autonomy and your ownership of it?
okay, at what point does a medical device basically become an organ, and what does that mean in terms of autonomy?
That's a great question. I would love to do a project on that. I have my own theories. Some other people have some other theories. I think a lot of that I personally believe a lot of that comes down to a case-by-case basis of what a person believes. Helena de Priester, who I believe is Dutch, is a philosopher, talks about a technology retreating into the and becoming a part of the sensory motor apparatus of the body. So a lot of people who have talked about, well, a lot of the reading I have done around like phenomenology of prosthetics and the experience of prosthetics relates to if you stop noticing something isn't a part of your body, then it is a part of your body. When it retracts or withdraws, that's when it's an organ. I'm really interested, right now I'm super interested in the types of social, political, and legal implications of thinking about medical devices, not as objects of ownership, but as body parts. So I think that's a really cool question, and I'm excited to know your thoughts on it too.
Is there anybody else that has a question that they'd like to ask? Oh, we got one.
Hello. The Obama administration started funding research under the BRAIN Initiative through DARPA, the Defense...
Just a second, under the what initiative?
The BRAIN Initiative.
Oh, okay. Initiative started funding what through the BRAIN Initiative? I'm sorry.
They started funding brain research.
Okay.
And it was funded under the umbrella of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA.
Okay.
And so this is an agency that is responsible for creating weapons for war.
And the internet, yes.
Yeah, and the internet, of course. And so, so I understand that there are some therapeutic applications for this brain research.
Question was actually, what are the implications, or I'm not sure.
Well, I'm trying to keep it short enough so I know you have to repeat it to her.
No, I need to repeat it to her or whatever you say, so don't worry about that part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So one aspect is that this brain research does have therapeutic applications. For example, to treat soldiers that experience PTSD from war.
All right, great. Continue.
And another application that I've heard about is, for example, it could make the enemy, for example, docile and have them lay down their arms.
Yeah.
Okay,
and yeah, so I'd like to hear her thoughts on this as far as bodily autonomy is concerned.
Those are good questions. I mean, I have a lot of feelings about those things. You're gonna get some raw reactions to them. You know, I'm like kind of not into war, so I don't like the idea of enemies and having developed technologies against enemies. I mean, I don't know I know very, very little about war ethics and war theory and just war theory. I think if you want to take like the perspective that, you know, whatever stops the war quickest is what's best, then like, yeah, if you can just like get enemies to put down their weapons, then there's probably some like consequentialist good in developing that sort of technology. Dealing with things like questions like, so you have PTSD from anything really, including being in war. What kinds of interaction, like how like ways to treat that are like quick and easy, right? Like what do those mean? I think that's a really interesting question. I know that there's discussion around people who say things like, well, you know, you're doing someone a disservice actually, because like to just like wipe away trauma is like doesn't like being a person who is traumatized is a person, like that's part of who you are, and to just wipe that away is not respectful of a part of yourself, or a part of that person's self, like for a third party to do that to you. I don't know what to say about like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, right? Like, can you just wipe away trauma? I think an easy answer for me to say is like, well, I think those are the kinds of things people need to be able to determine for themselves. But to like maybe lean kind of hard into some stuff here, you know, we make their content warning. I'm gonna say a few things about medically assisted suicide real quick, which is that when there is legal opportunity for things, there are people who feel pressure to undertake those options because they're easy. Actually, I'm going to replace my example. A very like innocuous example is there was recently from like Reddit relationships, a thing that made its way around the internet of a woman who felt pressured to get a nose job by her fiance, and then she did it, and it was a choice she had. Like obviously she made the choice. Like arguably she made the choice herself, but she felt pressure to do it and regretted it. So saying that somebody has the right to make decisions about what's best for them is like really lovely, and it's something that I think is very like it's something that's easy to say, but there are social pressures involved that make something that might seem like an autonomous decision to not actually be an autonomous one.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay, all right. I'm just happy we were able to ask some questions. Sorry for the sort of Zoom hack that we had to do here, but it worked. Yes? You have oh good, we do have a question. Okay, one more question.
So I was wondering about, like, in your research, if you found anything in the legal realm with medical devices specifically and right to repair, if there are any laws yet. like going one way or another, like if you have the ability.
That's a great question that I don't have an answer to. And I really, really should have an immediate answer to. I remember early in the pandemic, I feel like such a philosopher right now. I'm like, oh, practical things. Who knows about those? I know early in the pandemic, there was a lot of discussion about early in the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a lot of discussion around repurposing certain types of CPAP machines, which are used to help deliver oxygen to people who snore and have sleep apnea. At least that's how I understand them. I might be wrong. Into ventilation, like more traditional ventilation devices. And that there were tensions where some device manufacturers were saying, like, you can't do that. So that's, I'm gonna learn that right after I hang up this call.
Is that a yes or a no? I'm sorry, I can't.
I don't know.
Okay, that's okay.
I know that some right to repair provisions very specifically did not include medical devices, though. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's have a round of applause for Molly.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. And now, all right.
Our next speaker is Kalia Champion, and she is going to talk about the value of anonymity, evidence from Wikipedia. Take it away, Kalia.
Great, we can see those great.
So, okay. There we go. And I can see myself on the stream. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Kaylee Champion, and I do research on how people collaborate online to build amazing projects like Linux and Wikipedia. And that work also includes what doesn't get created, what doesn't get maintained, and whose voices get excluded. I'm part of the Community Data Science Collective, which is a multi-university laboratory. And the work I want to share with you today is part of about a 5-year project, almost a dozen researchers now, around a theme of trying to understand the value of anonymity. Aaron cared about this topic too, and in Raw Thoughts, he wrote about the same places where our team has been studying the value of anonymity, Tor and Wikipedia. He argued that we should pay attention to people on the margins of a community and that we should take action to defend people who seek anonymity online. I think you'll see that his perspective is substantively borne out in the record of empirical research that we and others in our field have built. So a lot of different and competing images might come to your mind when you think about the concept of anonymity. Some positive, some negative, some hopeful, some fearful. And in our research, we try to bring new evidence to the question of the value of anonymity. We began by trying to understand the perspective of people who seek anonymity online, including those who do so while contributing to Wikipedia and people who use Tor, even those in both categories, those who contribute to Wikipedia while using Tor. So who are these folks seeking anonymity online, and why do they want to be anonymous? I would guess that this audience has several answers to that question, but stick with me here. Certainly, people use anonymity to break laws or to violate terms of service. Some folks who are seeking anonymity do so out of a strong and principled preference to remain anonymous in some setting, as a human right, as a public good, or a sense that the powerful are not entitled to our information just because they want it. Some folks, though, have a deep necessity to keep their identity private for safety because of stigma or harassment or oppression. Engaging fully in the online world can put some people's lives at risk. And when Forte et al. Interviewed people seeking anonymity in online communities, the interviewees shared a very wide range of risks that they negotiate, including harassment, violence, reputation loss, Individuals may be targeted by abusers, stalkers, oppressive governments, hate groups, identity thieves, based on their online activities. For some people, being able to conceal identifying information is what allows them to live their everyday life using online services in the same way as the rest of society. And these are not theoretical concerns, as well we know. When the team did its work, which was published originally in 2017, some of the devastating details about the imprisonment and 2015 state murder of Syrian Wikipedian Bassel Khartabil had not yet come to light. Since that time, new stories have emerged about the targeting of Wikipedians, including Wikipedians in Belarus. In November 2021, Belarusian Pavel Pernikow was sentenced to 2 years in a penal colony for editing Wikipedia articles about the murders of journalists and protesters. And today, you or I might be able to say, Russia has invaded Ukraine, and write that on Wikipedia without fearing for our safety. But in March of this year, Belarusian Wikipedian Mark Bernstein was jailed for this and now lives under house arrest. In the wake of the invasion, the Russian language edition of Wikipedia moved to hide the identity of editors for their safety. It was too little too late. Editors were already being doxxed. And there are numerous examples of how ordinary actions that are safe for some of us are extremely dangerous for others, or actions that were safe for some of us at some place and time under some regime now place us at risk in another place and time or under a new regime. And in our study, we were very fortunate to be able to hear these stories about the necessity of anonymity because we could promise our interview participants that we would maintain their anonymity. But those anonymity seekers are unlikely to be decision makers on product teams and platform governance boards. Their needs and voices go unrepresented. Many sites make it quite difficult to conceal identifying information and maintain anonymity. Real name, birth date, postal code, credit card, account creation. So we did a project inquiring into how platforms think about anonymity seekers. What kinds of concerns did platforms describe? Putting aside lost revenue from things like targeting ads and reselling information to data brokers, one answer is that service providers and communities, like anonymity seekers, worry about harassment. Platforms also want to hold people personally accountable for bad behavior. Another answer, there are unknown unknowns. Perhaps we can see the damage being caused by people who aren't being held accountable, but the value anonymity seekers bring and the impact if we block them can be hard to see. Another answer is that it can be difficult for people who can be identified without fear to speak on behalf of those who lack that privilege. Taking up the perspective of anonymity seekers can be a substantial challenge. So platforms see a trade-off between safety and risk, or maybe it should be said a trade-off that equates closure and safety and openness with risk. Platforms see problems coming in from perhaps suspect anonymity seekers, and they have a community and an environment they want to protect. So we wanted to understand these trade-offs just a bit more. This example, it's kind of a fun one, is drawn from fandom.com, formerly Wikia, home to more than 250,000 sites, user-generated content on a wide range of themes. There's probably a site about any TV show or movie fandom you can imagine, books, hobbies, etc. And like other user-generated content sites, fandom found itself inundated with vandalism, spam, and other kinds of bad behavior. And they did what many platforms do. They instituted requirements around accounts, but they did it in a way that we could track the impact. And the paper by Hill and Shaw found that this decision to require accounts carried some hidden costs in terms of decreasing activity. So this figure, you can tell this is a talk being given by an academic because cue the graphs. This figure is excerpted from Hill and Shaw's paper. I'll talk you through it. It's what's called an interrupted time series. On the left, we have kind of what the trend line looked like before the change, then the little dotted line at the sort of change point, and then on the right, what kind of things look like after the change. So what we see here is a couple of impacts. First, the number of accounts created jumps, and that's expected. You are required to have an account to contribute, so maybe you make one. Next, the volume of unwanted participation falls. That's great, that's what they wanted. But the bottom two graphs represent problems. This one is the overall volume of good participation also falls. This is this fourth one at the bottom here is the quality of that participation in terms of whether the edits that were made actually stick around. So the quality and the volume both fall off. What this means is that this maneuver that I'm calling closure or instituting an account requirement, it's supposed to keep communities safe. But what we see in this example is that it might also harm them by discouraging participation in ways that might be hard to see unless we look outside the intended consequences. So the rest of my examples are drawn from Wikipedia, and Wikipedia, as we know, is powered by a large community of volunteers, and it has a real mix of people who have never contributed, and this is their first contribution, so they're kind of newcomers, as well as people who've been around for years and years. Wikipedia allows contributions from a wide range of folks, including people without accounts in most language editions. And this variation in the kinds of people who can participate lets us make comparisons between the behaviors of groups of people whose identifiability varies. So I'm going to talk you through this graph too. We did a comparison of work done on Wikipedia by 4 groups. First, newcomers in the left here in red. Next up, we have our Tor-based editors, people contributing to Wikipedia from Tor. Third category in blue shows folks who are contributing without an account. And then in purple, people with accounts who have a little bit more experience under their belt. The y-axis is a quality prediction using machine learning trained by Wikipedians themselves. And across the x-axis is time. So what can we kind of discern from this graph? Tor-based editors, this anonymity-seeking group that's been subject to a lot of perhaps suspicion actually performs better than newcomers. They're a lot like other people without accounts, although they don't perform as well as registered account holders. They're certainly comparable to other folks whose contributions are still welcomed within Wikipedia. And this example using Tor certainly lets us kind of focus in on these anonymity-seeking users, but you could make a similar type of comparison in other platforms looking at verified and non-verified users, longtime members versus newcomers, and so on. So overall, these anonymity seekers, we're seeing them at about the same or maybe slightly better level of quality than other folks who are a little more welcome on the platform. And this is a little bit of a surprising result if we think about the suspicion that anonymity seekers can receive. Their behavior is very similar to other groups, and it really suggests the value of the other explanations that I offered in the early parts of the slide. So anonymity seeking by preference, anonymity seeking for safety. Here we see direct evidence that anonymity seekers are a lot like everybody else, just trying to live their lives in ways that maybe some of us take for granted. So what about unique or particular value? What might make anonymity seekers different? One thing that we did observe was that Tor-based editors, these anonymity seekers, were more likely to contribute to political, religious, and technical subjects, which seems pretty valuable, less likely to contribute to articles on, say, American football. So just a population with maybe some different interests and skills. To investigate this unique value a little bit further, I did some work to reconstruct the stories of some of these contributions from Tor. Even though Tor-based editors at the time were banned from using Wikipedia, that ban was not technologically perfect yet. And for several years, some top Tor-based editors were able to kind of run the blockade and make their edits. So in those Wikipedia contributions from Tor, we found a lot of typical behavior, factual additions, typo fixing, as well as vandalism, but certainly kind of typical everyday stuff within Wikipedia. That said, I also found some work that suggests a need for anonymity, some vulnerability on the part of the contributor, writing about human rights abuses, removing the work of conspiracy theorists. Those folks sometimes bite back. So that's work that could get some pushback and draw harassment. One of the examples that's really stuck with me from this work, we were able to reconstruct shows a Tor-based editor adding news links about human rights abuses being committed by a global mining company. There was, in fact, a bit of an edit war between this Tor-based editor and what appeared to be people associated with the mining company. And I say that because they were using IP addresses I looked up with Whois. They were registered to the mining company at the time. So trying to include this information that the company seemingly did not want highlighted. That's the valuable work that an anonymity seeker was doing, despite the fact that Wikipedia at the time was trying to block them from the platform. Shortly after this series of edits that I'm telling you about with the mining company unfolded, Wikipedia updated its code, improved its approach to blocking Tor users, and we stopped seeing edits from Tor. The controversy about human rights abuses from this mining company disappeared from the company's article. There's no mention of it now. And as I was prepping for this talk, I realized that Aaron did the same kind of edit by edit analysis that I'm describing, but he did his of the biography of Alan Alda in describing the value of peripheral contributors, folks without accounts or newcomers, those who kind of happen across an article that needs an expansion, or that perhaps something that they're uniquely positioned or uniquely motivated to provide. So all that said, the Wikipedia community has reasons for banning anonymity-seeking behaviors because much of the vandalism they seek to prevent comes in from people without accounts. They're trying to protect a globally significant resource, and they have in hand kind of this very blunt instrument: block the avenues that allow for trivial sock puppeting and spoofing like Tor and VPNs, block addresses or address ranges where they're seeing unwanted behavior, and require accounts. So we did some further analysis of unwanted behavior, vandalism on Wikipedia. Same four groups from my kind of multicolor squiggly lines before. We found that Tor users, that most anonymous group, were actually less likely to vandalize than other kinds of folks without accounts. They're more comparable to newcomers in this case. But one distinction that we did find was that vandalism from Tor was a little less sociable and jokey in terms of the kind of vandalism or the things that people were writing on pages. Tor users were directly attacking the Wikipedia community because at the time it was trying to ban them. So I've made the case here that there's some good that might be lost if we exclude people based on anonymity seeking. But as I mentioned, platforms and communities look at this as a trade-off where closure equals safety and openness equals risk. So what can these stories about contribution types kind of tell us about this trade-off? I want to propose thinking in just one more dimension instead of cost benefit. You could apply this line of thinking to any community, thinking about the kinds of activity that goes on. I've categorized it into some kind of fuzzy bubbles here and then positioned it on an XY axis. So on the Y axis, kind of up and down here, there's the value of that kind of activity to the community, from it damages what they're trying to do versus it's quite valuable to what they're trying to do. On the X axis here, or left to right, I'm kind of speculating where anonymity might range from being irrelevant to perhaps critical, even acknowledging that for some folks, any kind of participation is quite risky. So if we picture contributions on these two axes, we can think about what might be gained and lost by whom when we change identity policies. And this doesn't even include the spillover impacts or other kind of unintended consequences that we saw in fandom.com. Okay, so what can we do if we want to save space for valuable participation from anonymity seekers? One option is to incorporate anonymity seekers into the operational model of the site. This is certainly, in some communities, they've chosen to take the good with the bad. Maybe they've got throwaway accounts or other kinds of mechanisms, but anonymity is part of the model. Secondly, we've seen examples where identity policy changes were moving in the direction of stronger privacy and anonymity protections rather than weaker. In particular, I'm thinking about personal fertility tracking applications. Following some changes in the civil rights environment in the United States, some organizations are certainly seeing personal health data as an area with potential for more innovation around anonymity. There's a whole research subfield that's focused on privacy enhancing technologies. One of those is some kind of cryptographic techniques that allow blocking of rule breakers without blocking anonymity preserving tools like Tor. And another strategy targets kind of this cheap pseudonym problem to make them less cheap. Finally, there's a set of strategies around moderation. This is the most recent result from the team. And our observation here is that these communities are able to make a pre-publication moderation model work and to do so without discouraging newcomers and account creation. And we know because we looked. So here's a figure extracted from that work. Once again, one of my interrupted time series with a 0 point where the rules change. And the high level takeaway from all of these little dots and lines is that after the extra screen was put in place, we did not see statistically significant differences in the overall activity volume. We saw less coming in from folks without accounts, but the overall volume in the community continued. And this result was kind of consistent across multiple measures. And that's in contrast with the example I showed with fandom.com, where the account requirement had that negative spillover. Community chose to change, added a moderation workflow, and they make it work without closing the community to contributors from folks, contributions from folks without accounts. All right, so every good academic research talk includes a slide about future work. Current work includes examining the value of anonymity in handling taboo subjects, extending the solution I described around pre-publication moderation, as well as kind of looking at new settings and techniques for measuring the value of anonymity. And that's where maybe some of you come in. I'm really eager for thoughts on this topic about ways to measure, places to measure. If you're making an identity requirements change to a site, let's talk. We can instrument it to do a good research project on it. All right. So my case to you is this, and I'm going to sum everything up for us. People have good reasons to be anonymous online, but platforms and communities may respond to them with suspicion and not take up their perspective. Anonymity seekers are often comparable to other groups like newcomers and casual contributors. They may offer some unique value or tackle riskier types of work. When they act badly, it may be similar to bad behavior we see from others, although banning them for being an anonymity seeker may make them angry or trigger a desire to subvert the block. And there are options for mitigating negative behaviors without banning. So a couple of action calls here. I want to invite you to challenge your own assumptions and challenge the assumptions you see out there in policies, platforms, and research about anonymity. I think we have opportunities to continue to innovate around anonymity, and I hope we can build stronger partnerships between platforms, research teams, and communities. All right, I'm eager for your feedback as we continue this work, and I really hope you have questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have questions? Okay, great.
I'm interested in the controversies that cause editors in content disputes to accuse each other of bad faith, and those that result in hegemonies, like when
hold on. He's interested in conflict disputes to get to the point when the editors accuse each other of bad faith. And what's the second part?
And hegemonies, where there's behind the scenes paid activism, like on fossil fuels, for example, or
did you say antigemonies?
Sorry, hegemonies, when you get a very broad agreement that one side of a controversy is correct, but the other side is perhaps also correct, or maybe there's a synthesis. The question is, when one side's activists are being accused of bad faith, is the most successful strategy to try to remain anonymous, or become a recurring newcomer, or to try to create a long-term account?
Okay, so he's asking, when one side is being accused of bad faith, do you think it's more useful to become anonymous, or to have a new account, or to have a long account sort of with a reputation, when you say long account? Do you hear me? When you said a long account?
This is
a long-term account. Does he think it's more useful to have an anonymous account, a long-term account, or what do you think is the best way to go in that situation?
Sure. So this sounds like it's really specific to the way things work in the Wikipedia community. And I'll say that oftentimes when you're in a point of questioning someone else's kind of motivations for whatever they're proposing or what have you, versus it being about the work, you're kind of questioning their heart. That in general, the techniques that I see people deploying in Wikipedia and in conversations online is that one way that they try to boost their own credibility is indeed by revealing information about themselves. They're trying to make an argument that that's not where my heart is, that's not my intent. And so people who are activists or who are in those discussions might very well feel pressure to reveal details about themselves. But to the extent that the argument is about the work, especially within Wikipedia, the work can speak for itself. Being humans, the arguments that we make, sometimes we sway each other more or less based on our apparent credibility, based on our identity or our credentials. But we do have some avenues of persuasion that are available to us without revealing all of those details about ourselves. So I will say that if you're somebody with a long history in Wikipedia and you're getting accused of bad faith, maybe the person's right, maybe they're wrong. You look at your own heart and you need to make your own call there. But I do think there's options for people who need to protect their privacy to continue to do so and to do so in a way that's credible, especially if their orientation is to the work or to the facts rather than to trying to convince someone about something about who they are. Because if you want to convince someone about who you are in your heart, hiding who you are in your heart is not going to help you, right? I don't know. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah? Okay, great. He's got a thumbs up. He liked your answer.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else with a question for Kalia? We have her here. Oh, good. We're going to have another question.
I was curious your thoughts on platforms like Twitch. A lot of people are building their whole career around like an alternate avatar, like they call it like.
Okay, just a second. So he's asking about platforms like Twitch, where people are building their whole career around an alternate avatar from their
Yeah.
in real life identity.
Yeah, so they use like an anime character or an animal or whatever.
Right.
I was curious if you thought maybe acceptance of an anonymous persona, maybe you have to make a persona that's interesting or engaging for people that's still anonymous but not you, I guess, is what I'm saying.
So, so he's talking about when you have an anonymous persona that is engaging. And what's the question?
So my question is would people accept you being anonymous online more if your anonymous persona was more interesting than just user 1234?
Okay. He's asking if you think that the anonymous personalities that are more interesting, are you saying they might have more credibility, or do the people just like them more? More accepted if they are sort of a likable anonymous personality.
So my field is communication, and there's a body of theories in communication about what's called the hyper-personal, and that online, that we can create kind of stronger relationships with maybe an idealized version of ourselves if we care to, that we can perhaps be more vulnerable, more available, more genuine, and somehow sort of less available, less visible, less genuine at the same time, because people don't maybe have to see our faces because they only see our hands in our stream or what have you. So I think that's a really interesting space that Twitch streamers play with. I will say that streamers, especially women, contend with a lot of harassment, and they have good reason to hide personal details about their lives. Even perfectly sort of burly farmers out in the rural areas will have people like drive up to their front gate and try to break in and like see the animals. So I think that I think that being anonymous in an online streaming environment might actually be more necessary because of not only these kind of hyper-personal interactions that you create, but also what's called a parasocial relationship, where you think you're their friend, but really they are the best friend of like thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, where it creates kind of this disproportionate sense of closeness to somebody. So in that Twitch environment, I think you're better off trying to maintain some amount of your privacy, if not your anonymity, just for your own safety. But then again, to the extent that your presence is read as real and then people find out you're not real, there are plenty of cases where that leads to your followers, as it were, deciding to abandon you. Which you start to get into some of this language that's a little bit about like religious cults in a certain way. People become disillusioned with the person that they were following and they follow someone else. It's a risk, I think, that creators who choose this genre, they absolutely run this risk. And I think it's part of that media.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any other questions that we have? Okay, let's give Kalia a big round of applause. Yeah. All right. And we're just going to let our next speaker set up here, and he is okay. This is Mark Graham, the director of the Wayback Machine. And I'm very excited that that he's here today and able to give this talk. I can take that.
Great, thank you.
All right, and Mark's going to talk about the archives in a time of war, illuminating signals in the noise, and he's going to talk to us about getting programming from Ukraine and Russia and other parts of the world, and the importance in preserving that media and that history as well. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Lisa. As Lisa noted, I manage the Wayback Machine here, so that means if the box of flashy lights over there, if that goes down, you can blame me. So I want to talk a little bit today about a library, in particular this library, the Internet Archive, in a time of war. I also do want to first say that I met Aaron a few times, and back at Internet Archive events over in the Presidio, he intimidated me with his intellect and his productivity, and I'm just reflecting on that, what I could learn from that, how we can take the time, how I can take the time to learn from others, to share experiences with others, and to create, to co-create with others in the time that we have here. But for right now, so the context is that on February 22nd of this year, Russia invaded Ukraine. That was 8 months, 2 weeks, and 6 days ago. In recent days, it's been estimated that more than 100,000 Ukrainians and 100,000 Russians have been murdered as a result of these actions. And when this went down, many of us, and myself included, asked ourselves, and are asking ourselves today probably, what can we do in our capacity? So I work for a library here at the Internet Archive, so I thought, what could I do at the Internet Archive? So I noted that I thought that truth is the first casualty of war. This is an article from the BBC yesterday noting that you're in Russia and you're doing searches about the war. You're not getting the whole story. It may be obvious, but we live in a very splintered world. The ecosystem of information has many walls and barriers in it. So what can we do as a library? And so first of all, what is a library? A library collects information, it preserves information, it lends it, it makes it available to other people, it collaborates with other organizations and individuals. And then in addition, I think it accentuates some of the qualities of information and material, like how it can be accessed, how it can be discovered, and how it can be used, and how the library can help make the material more easily used, more useful. So very quickly, I'm going to review some of the programs that we are running here at the Internet Archive, many in collaboration with others, about Russian, Ukrainian, Belarusian television, independent radio, Russian and Ukrainian news sites, websites in general, certain platforms, in particular Telegram and VK, a project that has to do with Russian independent media, the Archive It program here at the Internet Archive, Russian and Ukrainian Wikipedia language editions, and then a very special project called Sucho, Saving Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Online. So when the war started, I remember I was driving and I was listening to Fox News and listening to Tucker Carlson, and I said to myself, I have a choice. I can listen to Tucker Carlson if I choose to. I wonder what people in Russia are listening to right now. And despite the fact that I work here in this Temple for Knowledge Information, I couldn't answer that question. You know, right, boom, like now, what are they listening to now? And so I started poking around, and I reached out to other people, and collaborated with Tracy, who's here. I was going to be speaking in a little bit. And within a few days, we began archiving 4 Russian television channels. These are state-run television. All news in Russia is state-run at this time. The logos of them are at the very top. Russia 1, Russia 24, Channel 1, not to be confused with Russia 1, and then NTV. In addition, we began archiving Belarusian television and Ukrainian, the main Ukrainian news channel, Espresso. This is what the television news archive at the Internet Archive looks like. We've been archiving dozens of news channels for the better part of 10 years, and because of the magic of closed caption, which is required in the United States, we can do this nice treatment where we have text below thumbnails. The text can be full text and full text indexed, and we can aid discovery. That's not true for the Russian television. There's no closed caption, so that immediately presented a problem of discovery. How can one find what's there without having to laboriously scan through the material? And even then, the material is in Russian, and I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't speak Russian. So we teamed up with GDELT project. GDELT is the Global Database of Environment, Language, and Tone, an individual named Caliph. And Caliph put together this television, this visual explorer. And you see thumbnails on the left every 4 seconds with text on the right. Don't worry, you're not supposed to be reading this text. That's there to be indexed. If I clicked on one of those thumbnails, I would pull up an image that then could turn into a player and unite the Russian text right below. Okay, so this is the fun part of the program where I try to do a demo. So wish us all luck here. There we go. So far, so good. Is that on the screen? Excellent. I'm going to pull up a random. So you're listening now, or I am at least, to the Russian. And below it, I see Russian text, right? But because of the magic of the way the Google and Chrome work, I can translate that into English. Boom. So now that Russian text is in English. So I've gone from Russian television audio to English text, which of course can then be indexed to aid in discovery. And the browser will remember my setting, and as I flip through one segment after another, advancing to the next 5 or 4 seconds, the translation follows there as well. All right, the demo worked, and the translation worked. So here's just a recap. We wrote a blog post about this. Caliph wrote a blog post about this at blog.archive.org. I want to put a plug in for blog.archive.org. If you want to keep track and up to date on what we're doing here at the Internet Archive, that is probably the single best way to do that. Since then, and frankly on a daily basis, if you go to GDELT project.org, then you can see blog posts by Caleb of new experiments that he is doing using this material, including things like having shows compared side by side, doing a search based on clips of images, doing recognition of logos, etc. So we think of one of our ideas here at the Internet Archive is TV as data, and to make this material more accessible to people so that they can get information from it and make use of it. And so here's one very practical application. This is an article in the Washington Post by Philip Bupp. And this article was about how Tucker Carlson was featured on Russian television explaining how the Nordic pipeline was probably blown up by the Americans. The article contained something like 13 specific clips drawn directly from the Internet Archive's TV archive. Next, TV Rain. So TV Rain is the only independent television channel in Russia. It was started 12 years ago, and it started out as the positive channel. Over the years, it evolved into a channel that often was at odds with the Putin administration, and most certainly the war. And it's probably no surprise that when the war broke out, the channel was shut down. The channel was shut down. The staff fled the country. And I got a phone call shortly after the war started by someone saying, there's this archive of TV Rain that's physically in Russia, and it doesn't exist anywhere else. Can you help get this thing out and online? So I'll make a very long story short and say that right now in this building, those hard drives exist. Those 7 hard drives represent the archive, the 12-year archive of TV Rain, and we are. That people took risks to get those hard drives here. I'm just going to say, and I'm grateful that happened, and we're doing our responsible part, reading from those drives. We're uploading approximately 800 shows per day right now. We've uploaded more than 63,000 of the shows to the news archive. But this is what it looks like when it comes into our system. Like, oh, 65,000, great. It's growing every day. You can see the thumbnails there and some metadata you could clip in, but it's not really easy to search or discover yet because we haven't done the transcription or the translation. And I should note the transcription we're doing right now, and what you saw earlier is we're leveraging Google's automatic speech recognition systems on the back end. So I'm sure many of you have heard about OpenAI's Whisper. That's another system that is currently being used to transcribe information from audio into text. We have some pretty large-scale experiments going on with Whisper as well, and doing comparisons with that. And Google, right now, Google is winning, at least for this particular data set, so that's what we're using. But we're agnostic about all this, and in the future we'll probably offer options. Right now, you can see this is TV Rain in the interface of the TV News Archive without any captions, and here it is in the Visual Explorer, which is once again showing thumbnails every 4 seconds. So at least one can skim through hours of television in seconds and minutes and do a visual exploration and search for what one might be looking for. In the next probably 2 weeks or less, this will be enhanced with all of the text associated with all of this with television. And then recently, the TV Rain folks launched TV Rain Newsroom, which is in English, and they're putting out a show every 2 or 3 days. And of course, we're archiving that because we don't want to be in the position again of there being a channel shut down somewhere in the world where the only archive is being held in a country with laws that are making it unavailable elsewhere. And I just kind of put that out there as like to, hindsight's 20/20, but lots of copies keep stuff safe. Okay, Echo of Moscow. Unfortunately, another story like that. I got a phone call one day saying, hey, we've got this archive of the independent radio station in Moscow living on an American server, and our Russian credit cards don't work anymore. Can you help? So, of course, we helped, and in addition to ensuring that the material didn't go away there, it's now all living here, probably on those machines in the back of the room here, or behind the walls, or other of the physical archives of the Internet Archive, and we're going to take good care of them. We're working now on building better interfaces to make this material more accessible. And I want to note that this is very clearly, I'm not just telling you all this to say, here's what we've done. I'm sharing this information to say, this is some stuff we've done so far. I think we've really only begun to scratch the surface. It's a collaborative effort, and we can use help, lots of help. So if anyone here thinks they can help or knows other people that can help in any one of a variety of ways, please reach out to me. I am simply mark@archive.org, and my email address will be at the end of this presentation. Okay, I'm going to switch over to the web now and speed things up a little bit. I just start with this general notion. If you see something, save something. In 2014, an aircraft was shot down over Ukraine, and a Russian separatist posted this on VK, claiming credit for shooting down the aircraft. And here's a translation of that, and they say, they warned not to fly our sky. Here's a video confirmation of the bird fall. The bird fell behind, blah, blah, blah. This was captured in the Wayback Machine several times, actually, by different people over the course of a few hours, and then it was taken down off of VK. Years later now, because of investigations that have gone on, it's been pretty much confirmed that this person who posted this was, in fact, the main person behind shooting down of that particular airplane, and it was archived in the Wayback Machine, the evidence of that, his claim that he had done that. So that's kind of like, why we do what we do, and part of that is we don't know what it is that we're going to save that might be of critical importance at some point in the future, for any one of a number of reasons. So to that end, we began archiving Ukrainian news and Russian news, 300 and 900 news sites respectively, drawn on a database that we built 3 years ago, where we basically aggregated 10 of the large lists of all of the news sites in the world. So like many of these were like, here's the big list of all the news sites in the world. And we got a lot of them. We put them all together and deduped them. It came up with a really big list of news sites in the world, 170,000 actually. And we broke them down by country. And so we used that to seed our effort to archive from Ukrainian and Russian news sites every 24 hours. Then we turned to another partner of ours, a Domains Index, and they make lists of websites around the world, basically, and they gave us their updated list of domains in Ukraine and in Russia, 3 million Ukrainian and 24 million Russian sites, and we began archiving them. Just a little quick note about how quickly things can get out of control. This is an illustration of how, starting with one seed URL, in this case CNN.com on June 17th, 2021, and then archiving all of the embeds, so all of the JavaScript, the CSS, all of the elements that make up that page, all those individual URLs, 338 of them. And then archiving the 174 links on that page and all of the associated embeds on all of those links. One URL blossoms into 31,772 URLs. So when we do this archiving, we go wide and we go deep, and it takes a lot of effort. Altogether, we're importing approximately 20,000 URLs a second into the Wayback Machine, including services that you wouldn't necessarily think of as, oh, that's the web. because this web thing continues to evolve, and but we continue to evolve with it. And so Telegram is a key messaging platform and channel that's widely used within Russia, within Ukraine, Belarus, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, et cetera. So we recognized early on that we needed to begin archiving public Telegram channels. I want to emphasize here that generally speaking, that's what we do here at the Internet Archive. We archive publicly available information. So we had to work with Identify at first, and then work with domain experts and write custom code to begin going in and archiving Telegram. And as of yesterday, we had archived 22 billion Telegram URLs, which is quite a lot, actually. I guess we're doing about 100 and some million of them a day. VK, once again, VK is that site you saw earlier that the individual who shot down the jetliner had posted to. VK is kind of like the Facebook of Russia. And it's like Facebook, it's a little difficult to archive. Like a lot of these large platforms, one of the first challenges is to say, well, what's there? How do you even know what URLs you should try to be archiving, and at what frequency, and how do you discover new ones, et cetera? So we worked with actually a Russian exile who had domain expertise, and have an active program underway right now archiving VK. This is one area in particular where we could use the help of some more Russian-speaking people to help us do a better job. And this is another little example. I wanted to try to hit a few things, like, what we're doing, how we're doing what we're doing, and why we're doing what we're doing. You might remember this story. It was a few months ago where these two journalists who had worked for Lenta.ru, they got out of Russia. They had their IDs and passwords into the Lenta.ru publishing platform. They published more than 20 articles against the war on that platform. And those articles are up for a few minutes or a small number of hours before, of course, they were taken down, but not before. Every one of them had been archived into the Wayback Machine many times in some cases. And then because of that, Medusa, which is that's an independent Russian language news service, was able to not just write an article to say, hey, this happened, but in their article, they included links to every one of the Wayback Machine archived versions of these anti-war articles that have been written by these brave journalists. A few months ago, we teamed up with PEN America and Bard College on a project called Saving Russian Independent Media. It has a few goals, one of which is to help preserve important Russian independent media. Another one is to create a platform for discussion in this space, and also to support Russian independent media writ large. We started out with about 60 Russian language independent media sites, some of which are actually not online anymore, and began archiving them on a daily basis in at least 2 different ways. So we've archived more than 140 million URLs so far as part of this project. And then this is an example where we're trying to say, okay, what more can we do? Archiving this stuff is great. We're preserving it. But how can we enhance, going back to the things that libraries do, right? Collect, preserve, lend, collaborate. How can we make this material more easily discoverable so that people can effectively lend it and maybe even collaborate with others on it? So we took, in this case, 4.6 million articles, 4.6 million web pages, and did a full text index of them. So you can now do a search on 4.6 million articles in Russian from this collection. And this is pretty unique. I mean, you can't go into Google News and do a search for Russian independent media. There's just no filter for that. But with a system like this, you can do that. If any of you want to try this at home, just go to the bottom of web.archive.org, and there's a whole section called Collection Search. We have 15 collections that we built in the last few months, and the Russian independent media is one of them. Here at the Internet Archive, we have several different departments doing different things. One of them is called Archive It. Archive It is a program-related business activity of the nonprofit Internet Archive. We have close to 1,000 partners. These are museums and governments and libraries that pay us money to work with them to do web archiving, often, well, in every single case, about very specific kinds of topic areas. And many of them spun out projects related to the war, and I don't have time to go through them all, but just suffice to know that many dozens of the partners of the Archive It program are doing that. We recognize that Wikipedia is obviously crucially important to help inform people on what's true and important in the world, and that URLs and other links in Wikipedia sites were especially fragile in the face of the war, that many sites were going to go down, in some cases because maybe the servers were going to be in buildings that were being blown up or lines that were being cut. So we proactively went into the Ukrainian and Russian Wikipedia language editions and added 2.7 million links to the Russian and 1.8 million links to the Ukrainian Wikipedia site, so that in addition to the live web URLs, there are Wayback Machine URLs as well. And what does that look like? This is the Russian Wikipedia page about Easter Island. And if you go down to and you click on a certain citation, you can see the Wayback Machine archive of that particular cited reference. And there's a quick segue here to talk about the fragility of Wikipedia overall and what we've been doing for the better part of 10 years. We've been, first of all, archiving every URL added to every Wikipedia language edition, 320 different Wikipedia sites, and scanning them. Right now we've edited 269 of these Wikipedia sites, scanning them, looking for broken links. When we find the broken links, we check in the Wayback Machine and other archives and try to fix those links. And as of yesterday, we had fixed 15,525,237 otherwise links that you would have gotten a 404 on. Yes, that's what those numbers are there. I'm almost finished. Okay, we're a library, right? So what else do we do? Well, we collect books, lots of books, something like 3,000 books a day we acquire and digitize and make available through archive.org. So we decided to try to help accelerate our acquisition of books that were cited in the Ukrainian Wikipedia language edition, and we put this call out on our blog.archive.org site, which all of you, I'm sure, have been following since I told you about it 20 minutes ago. One of the sister nonprofits of the Internet Archive owns a bookstore, one of the world's largest used bookstore, Better World Books. And we basically create wish lists of books that are cited in Wikipedia articles or included in syllabi of colleges and university courses, and then we pull those off of the conveyor belts so they can be prioritized, digitized, and then we can add links to digital versions of them from Wikipedia articles. And in addition to that, we've accelerated our effort to add links to the Wikipedia citations of the Ukrainian Wikipedia site. And then finally, saving Ukrainian cultural heritage online. I was sitting at my desk one day and I saw this message, and I think it was on Twitter, and this woman named Quim Dombrowski, a librarian down at Stanford, said, hey, we're having this Zoom meeting in 1 hour to talk about how we can collaborate to archive Ukrainian cultural online heritage. And so I'm like, okay, I'm there. And jumped on the Zoom meeting. There was, I don't know, 15 or 20 people. And within 2 weeks, there were 1,000 volunteers that were being extraordinarily organized by Quinn and some of the other co-founders to identify digital material that was at risk and marshaling the resources using a variety of services and technologies to digitize and preserve it. And here's a quick overview of some of the participating technology services and platforms and partners that Sucho teamed up with. Here's a quick look at a small piece of a Google Sheet that was being used to organize what was going to be archived, who was going to be archiving, what technology was going to be used, at what cadence, etc. So it was a pretty high-lift effort by the librarians behind this project. It resulted in many different outputs, one of which is this collection at archive.org of items, and then in addition, many, many, many millions of archived pages on the Wayback Machine. And then now people are beginning to do interesting things. This is a Sucho meme wall that was recently created. This is quite extensive. And I think a few weeks ago, we had Joan Donovan here on stage talking about her new book, Meme Wars. Joan, as some of you know, is a noted researcher in mis and disinformation. And I think when we look back at this war and try to understand how the heck did this happen? I mean, how could it be that a nation of Russia could go to war with a 70% approval rating of their president and attack their neighbor? We're going to begin to understand the depth and power of social media and state television and other means of communications, and we'll find that among many other things, the memes, the ideas that were generated very creatively and artistically and amplified and programmatically spread in a viral fashion was a very big part of what happened. And I want to close the. I think so it was said that the war plans. No war plan survives the first time it faces the enemy. This was an article that was written by the Russian state media about how they were declaring victory. This was posted on Russian state media a few days into the war. Clearly, it wasn't the way things went, but this is how Russia planned things to go. I don't know what I might have done differently 6 months ago if I have known what I know now, where things have gone. But I do stand here and I ask myself, and I ask all of you to ask yourselves what you might do today, knowing now what you know, and thinking about what may come to pass. And I invite all of us to work together to do what we can do to help preserve the times of our lives. Thank you.
Would anyone like to ask a question of Mark about all this incredible stuff? Any questions? No? Okay, one from Brewster.
What was that number of URLs that are archived every second? You don't want to know that number. I need to know what that number is.
20,000.
Whoa. Okay.
20,000-ish.
Don't give a talk when your boss is in the room.
See what happens? All right, great. We have another question.
I think it's amazing that you've gone to the effort to make it searchable with text. That in my own researching of things, that's the most difficult part is consuming enough video to kind of make inferences. I was curious if you had a plan for continuing to update the audio to text, because I know it's pretty accurate now, but over time we might need to update that so it becomes more accurate. Do you have a plan for that?
Oh yeah, I mean the plan is it's all a work in progress, and we will continually update and run the process again as new technology becomes available and there's a benefit that might be realized by doing so. Sure, yeah, absolutely. Right, Tracy?
Right.
Thank you.
Tracy, the next speaker could address that as well. All right, everybody, let's give Mark a big round of applause. Thank you so much. you. All right. Thank you. Okay, Tracy Jaquith is next, and she is going to talk to us about, I forget her wonderful witty title of her talk. Come up here, Tracy. Right, markdown blogs and websites that are, I think, could be very, very useful in this decentralized web that we're trying to build. So, ladies and gentlemen, Tracy Jaquith. And she will also have her, was he a collaborator?
Yes, towards the end. Yep.
Okay, Jonathan Bryant will also be, yeah, when at some point she's going to switch over and have Jonathan Bryant. So, take it away, Tracy.
Thank you, Lisa. If you want to see my slides, you can just go to tracy.archive.org, and it's the top left. Okay, so this idea I've been working on for a while in different ways to use Markdown, because Markdown is so much more extensible and looks really good when you view the source. So here's an example. This is like a website, and it's kind of like what you would expect. It's got like tag clouds and categories. It's got blogs, left side, nav, all that kind of stuff. Here's an example post. You kind of can't see the bottom of it, but that's fine. And here's the source of that page, and this is the whole source. If you actually view source, this is the page, and this is what's kind of wild. So this is the whole idea, and this is why I like it. So you can see, if you know Markdown, this is Markdown here. This is the front matter, so it's like title, date, categories, and tags. And then you have a little separator, and then you just have effectively Markdown. So that post that we saw right here, Blog Teeny Update, is right here. And all I have to do is load one little JavaScript file, and it goes from there and does the theme, does everything else it needs. So it basically parses the entire body of the page, splits it up into the markdown in the front matter, parses the front matter, and so on. So that means you can make a really complicated or interesting looking website from just something like this. So some simple index HTML files inside directories. So you have nice little URLs. You can just make the slug however you like. You have your imagery in another folder wherever you want, doesn't really matter. And then just a couple little files that give you an indicator of where your posts are, like a sitemap XML. So what is Markdown? Markdown was actually invented or co-invented by Aaron Swartz in 2004. And the main goal was readability, because Aaron was a hacker and a programmer. What you want is what you're writing to look really similar to what you see displayed, as opposed to all this extra junk around it. So the goal would be here, making a website with just Markdown. And you have JavaScript do your theme and do your creation of the entire website, do all the accumulation, does search and everything like that. So you can just use GitHub or GitLab or any other place that has a free repository, and you can make a repo and get started. All we need is a sitemap XML or an RSS feed, and I'll explain that in a second, and you can host the pages anywhere. So what happens is basically the JavaScript kicks in, and it basically crawls your own site. It parses your Markdown, and then it starts parsing all of the Markdown of all of your posts, aggregates it together. It converts the HTML, converts the Markdown to HTML using something called Showdown, repaints your page, and it uses local storage in your browser to make things a little bit more efficient. We use Lunar for browser searching, so for your posts or pages. And I'll try to speed through this a little bit. So again, the idea is make your primary content primary and make it your whole content. That means it's better for archives, better for Wayback Machine, better for longevity. There's no build step, there's no backend needed, which is really nice. So you just need a static file server. You can change your theme or your entire display layout with just changing one JavaScript pointer in one file. So that's easy. You get good Google SEO, not great, but it's not bad. And more crawlers, and especially the Google bot is doing JS rendering. So it's kind of getting better and better. Yeah, I'll just try to speed through this. But if you're posting now and you're posting on sites, like where's your content going? Like, don't you want your content? Like, it's your content. You're writing it, you're authoring it. So what about GDPR? Like, where do you put all this stuff? So why not put it in a GitHub or GitLab repo where your entire website lasts forever? Life is better on the client side. Here's just a quick example. So there's a YAML parser that we can parse. We're loading from the archive. We've got a little NPM automatic kind of JavaScript thing going. Here's the showdown markup thing. This is for lunar solar search and so on and so forth. This is for code highlighting. It's very straightforward to load all this stuff and get going. You can do comments, websites. I'll let you, if you're interested, come back to the slides. But it's as simple as just writing like what we saw before, just a few lines of Markdown, this little script include, and off you go. And then you can just load it through like a little static web server on your laptop or otherwise, or just post it right to GitHub. One nice thing is in Safari, you can disable cross-origin requests, so you don't even need a web server. So here's an example. So I took my quote real blog, and I moved it to this format, or just tried it out. And you can see that it's actually kind of nice because we've never loaded it on this computer. So it loaded all my posts, did the categories, and it did it quite quickly. So all that's loaded from a really basic, simple template. And I just want to show you the search, which is super nice. So if I just do like bike, because I'm becoming a bike nut now, like that's pretty cool. That's all client-side JavaScript. So, who needs a search engine? Who needs a database? Who needs centralized resources when you have this kind of power? So let's see, go back here. Okay. That example was every post was in one place, which is fine. But we were off at DWeb Camp recently this year, or earlier this year, and you can have all your posts like federated. You could put them all over the place. So I have an example where I split it across different decentralized. That totally works. Oh, there's a little typo here. Because you're just using a sitemap, and the sitemap is allowed to have URLs that point all over the place. That's totally legit sitemaps. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know, this is like kind of interesting. But if you want to learn how to do it, you can follow this little recipe. It's pretty straightforward. So going forward, you could imagine having lots of these sites that all sort of federate with each other. In the current Twitter v Mastodon, or people are considering, or wondering about going somewhere else, I think this is like ripe time for this kind of interesting stuff. How could you connect them all, have a feed of multiple posts together, and that wouldn't be particularly difficult. If you just wanted to start with friends and family, you could imagine a little lunar browser search where you could have 1,000 or 10,000 posts easily searchable. And all you need is one sitemap XML, and it could have 10,000 things in it, and it'll just work. So at the archive, we like to think of things as good for roaches, should last forever. So if WordPress goes away, billions of people could basically just vanish. Like hundreds of years from now, they'll just vanish. Because all that's going to be left soon is our digital legacy, right? So if the average web page is gone in 3 months, can I get a price check on that? About 3 months. Why not make your digital life, and pretty soon at some point when we're all gone, your life like a vampire? Make it live it forever. And I just love this quote that I saw at DWeb Camp, and it's by Mary Oliver from the poem The Summer Day. Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life? And that just really resonates with me. not only think about that, but like show us who you were, show us who you are right now, and make it last forever. So Act 2, I threw this in as well. We're working on a new JavaScript project at the Internet Archive called the IA project, and we are looking for volunteers right now because we're going to try to make this a volunteer-only kind of, or almost majority volunteer project. It's at our GitHub main site, github.com/Internet Archive, and it's under the project IA. The overall goal, it's just starting out, is to use our archive APIs to do things like in-browser pages that might be interesting, set up a JavaScript or Dino NPM unified library, and then set up something for command line options. Like we have a really excellent Python IA client right now. We could have similar features in a JavaScript client. The capabilities, which is not an extensive complete list here, but are search, archive items, download them, get metadata for them, upload items, create new items, and edit items. As a really just simple example, there's an initial little downloader thing that I set up. Hopefully that's gonna work. There we go. So here's 2 different archive.org items, and I can just hit download. Hopefully that works because I'm not sure if that's gonna work on this computer. Wait, oh, I'm in Safari, yeah. This is a brand new API that only works in Chrome. Let me just see if I can get this, because, yeah. This is using this brand new file system access API, which is pretty wild. So sorry to whoever's computers this is. So I'll just say new folder, ASD. So I'm going to select this new folder, and it's going to give me this nice little prompt here. And bam, that's it. So it's now writing all of these files and from these 2 different items, and now it's done. And it has stuffed those here. And there they are. So that's pretty slick, right? Pretty straightforward. So those are the kinds of projects that we're interested. Find my little Safari. And we hope you will join us. So archive.org items, so whatever would be public right now, you can just download like all at once, and it's resumable. So if you were to walk away from your computer and come back, you could just reload the page and it would pick up where it left off. It's pretty nice. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, you could probably use both. We can make it parse it, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Could you just explain what he just said?
Yeah.
Because it was a little hard to know what he said. Thanks.
Yeah, he was wondering what was I sort of downloading there, and what I was downloading was a list of identifiers from the archive. So archive.org items, like an item called commute. So it's just little identifiers or slugs, like the YouTube, hash. Ours are more human readable. So now I'm going to try to call in from Colorado our first volunteer, Jonathan Bryant, who's he just got started and onboarded as a volunteer, I think last week. And he joins us, or he works in the day job at Apple. He's a really cool guy. I met him at DWeb Camp. And let's see if I can manage to get him on our screen. Do I have to do anything fancy?
Hello?
Oh, I hear him. Okay, fancy.
Hello?
Oh, I hear him.
Okay, I heard myself.
Fancy.
Hello?
Oh, I hear him.
Okay, I heard myself.
Fancy.
Right. I won't be able to hear anything until I unmute my YouTube again. Go ahead and share screen. I need to restart Zoom real quick. I'll be right back.
you're trying to make a blog, in the first part of the talk, a blog into a static set of files by writing Markdown, running a program over it, and then you get static files if you get the first one loaded from anywhere static FTP server, wherever, you have a living blog?
I'll get a message if
yes,
I'll get a message
correct.
if nobody can.
Or a read-only blog.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, meeting Tracy at DWeb Camp was awesome. I'm excited for the opportunity to come in.
Hold on 1 second, Jonathan. Sorry.
Okay.
We were talking while we were waiting for you, and we're just going to let Brewster finish. You're done now?
Gotcha.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. He was just killing time. Okay, go ahead. There you go. Start over. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thanks. All right. My name is Jonathan Bryant. I went to first DWeb Camp 2022. I had the privilege of meeting a lot of the Internet Archive staff, including Tracy, and we got started talking about this JavaScript kind of library. And as she said, we're looking at two different applications for it, right? This unified library that can both be used as embedded in websites to kind of decentralize that information backend, and then as a command line interface for bulk item downloading. At the moment, we just have this like an objective search interface. What that means is you can build a query string through that will be parsed by Internet Archive with these different kinds of objects. Let me give you like a more concrete example. Our search example that's on the main branch right now is looking for any Internet Archive record that contains a string dragon in any field, but is also of a type eTree. Let me show you how this works. So empty default eTree. So with this search interface, we paginate through results. Everything's kind of really slick, and we're using this JavaScript iterator to kind of work through each object individually and render onto the page. It's incredibly fast, and I'm very happy with the performance. Classic example. Cat videos. You can just imagine like the power that this puts into any consumer of Internet Archive's data. They just place something like this in their site with any kind of formatted query, and they have this almost unlimited access to information and being able to show that off. The CLI itself will use more of just a string input. And we're looking at, like, this is just search functionality right now. We're looking at extending it to like, each result that comes back gets extended with additional metadata, and then that can be downloaded in bulk and in parallel from archive.org. We will be publishing this as an NPM package on Internet Archive's ESM, and we are looking for volunteers on building like a front-end interface, like Tracy's download example. That is all I have.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, I think that's about it. So just join us at Internet Archive on GitHub /IA. We've got like a discussion board open. You can hit me or Jonathan up, and we'll try to get you sorted out. Thank you, and this is just a picture from DWeb Camp 2022. So thanks.
Aw,
Awesome. Any other questions before we yep. Check, check, check.
Yeah, I just want to say for me, the part of your presentation about the Markdown-based websites is really, really freaking cool. And I am like a supporter and a really big fan of this website called NeoCities. It's sort of like GeoCities, but like sort of rebooted. And one of the cool things about it is that it's encouraging people to use HTML because it's all in browser. So I can tell somebody, hey, if you want to learn HTML and the basics of static web hosting, it's all packaged into one website. And the founder of that, his name's Kyle Drake, he made something sort of similar, but I think he just didn't have time to finish it. And I think it would be amazing if NeoCities kind of in browser, like really easy to publish, like interface, it's kind of already built out. If it had a mode to use this kind of markup based web hosting, and I could just tell anyone, hey, you want to make a static website that isn't on social media, just go here and switch it to Markdown mode, and just, that would be like really amazing. And he's already on board with that kind of thing, he just hasn't been able to fully implement it. So I just wanted to kind of connect that, because that would be really cool.
Yeah, yeah, thanks for that. And that reminds me too, like I mentioned that I've been using this for a while. Let me see if I'm in Safari mode. How do I view source in Safari outside of developer mode? Is that, I can't inspect. That's funny. But let me just show you this. I'll just pop over to Chrome. So if we view the page source, thanks Chrome for making that so much more easy. This whole slide deck is the same idea. It's Markdown with a little JavaScript kicker in the front, and that's it. So really, really powerful stuff. Been doing this for years, so yeah. Any other questions?
I have a question. The getting started URL, you had a slide on that, and I'm looking through your slides now, and I can't find it. I looked through all the other URLs. There's so much stuff. You're a victim of your own success in a way. But somebody who just wants to start writing pages in these formats goes to what URL?
It's coming up soon. You could go to page 23, like the way the URLs come in, and it sort of steps you through like the basic, yeah.
That's the one I was looking for. Thank you so much.
That's a good question.
The question was, how big can a search engine be?
That you run in JavaScript on the client side. Download time, but just how big can you make a web page these days?
That's a great question. I mean, so far I've put a lot of content in it, and it's just so fast I haven't really noticed. I don't know, but you know, I have like 200 pages on my blog, and I didn't really notice it. So, but you feed it like the raw text, and you can feed it subjects and titles and things like that, kind of like indexing Lucene or Solar. And then when it searches on those fields, like does a key kind of search. So it's pretty simple. But fast.
So we just tried putting all of the ISBNs we've ever scanned in a JavaScript file. It's 350 megabytes, but then compressed it into 69 or something like that in some little database, whatever. And that just comes down fine. So you can do web pages that are kind of that scale, and you get instantaneous response because it's all client side. So you have to download something, but at least 69, I read this morning from Merline. So it might be quite a bit larger on even phones.
That's fantastic to hear. I mean, the Chrome V8 engine is super powerful, super fast, and our colleague Jason Scott has shown us, you know, to an insane degree what you can do with like emulated software and games in the browser using like Wasm or similar. But again, you can pull down hundreds of megabytes of data and garbage into JavaScript with hook-ins, and it just loads in your browser in seconds. It's mind-blowing.
We have another question.
Hi, I've just recently came across Quarto, which is like Jekyll, but it's Python based, but it has basically YAML declarations and everything's in Markdown. It looked a heck of a lot like this, but I'm wondering if, it sits in GitHub. So can you contrast that kind of tool with what you're talking about?
Yeah, great question. Was that Octo? Is that the one? Or okay. I actually don't know that one, but I'll bet you they're similar. Yeah, I've had a website since '94 or something like that, 92. So I've done it so many different ways, and I eventually did it like hand done. Then I moved over to WordPress, and WordPress kind of sucks. So then I moved it to Jekyll, and then I moved it finally to Hugo. They're very similar because you take the markdown and you have this little build step, and then you make your markup during the build step, which I think is cool because then your source is just markdown. So it's very similar, but I slightly object to that build step because you're kind of giving the keys to something that GitHub or whatever actions has to do. And what if that breaks or doesn't work in the future? So my theory was, hey, JavaScript is like, you can see the source, it's right there. Trying to see what that transformer is a little more work. Like I'm actually working on some changes to Jekyll right now through their community and through the repo. But yeah, I just like the idea of like almost nothing. Like the archive loves the idea of folders of everything you need, the metadata, the data, the media, all in one place, and almost no dependencies, where in this case there's just one little JavaScript file which you could farm to anyone. It could switch to anything. So, but I'm sure that's probably similar to the other ones, and I like them. They're better than WordPress.
Okay, everybody, let's give a big hand to Tracy.
Thanks.
And I just had to read something really quick because, as Tracy probably mentioned in her talk, Aaron Swartz created Markdown with John Gruber in 2004. And he wrote in his blog, for months I've been working with John Gruber on a new project. The idea was to make writing simple web pages, and especially weblog entries, as easy as writing an email by allowing you to use much the same syntax and converting it automatically into HTML. Together, we pored over the syntax details from top to bottom, trying to develop the perfect format. And I think we've got something pretty darn great. We've tested it extensively on our blogs, in my comments form, in our emails. It's all worked amazingly well. The format and John Gruber's Perl implementation of it is called Markdown. I highly recommend it. It plugs right into movable type and makes writing entries so much easier and fun. As John was getting ready to release, I did another couple-hour project and wrote the software to go in reverse to take HTML and turn it back into Markdown. It's just a first alpha draft, but it seems to handle everything I've thrown at it. If you run into problems, please let me know. And that was HTML to text that he wrote and released at that time. So I just had to kind of stick in that little bit of history while you were talking about Markdown. Okay, great. So I'm going to bring up the slides for our next speaker, who is Tracy Rosenberg. And she's came, especially at my request, to explain to us what are the out-of-state abortion seekers and other medical care up against, and what can we do to help them. So this is sort of aftermath of Roe v. Wade, and what we can maybe do to help. And after that, we're going to have a talk by Mark Seiden, who's going to drill down a little deeper into some specifics of the kind of horrific was the word that came to mind, of the things that are going on right now. So, Tracy Rosenberg. Come on up. Yeah.
At the top for opening Google Slides. If you.
Oh, I see. I see. We want it in Google Slides, and then we can do the button. So I said open in Slides. I just want to open with Google Slides. Google Slides. I was trying to edit it.
Well, I can down arrow. It's you know, it's workable.
I think it's loading. Okay.
Nothing like a good build-up. Okay, I think we're good.
And then
I got it. They're all over there.
then you just click
Okay.
on the one you want. Okay, great. All right, everybody. Tracy Rosenberg.
Hey, everyone. So happy to be, I guess, Tracy number 2 of the day, and to sort of open up, I guess, this 40-minute period where we're going to talk about the fall of Roe v. Wade and what it means. So first, there's 3 things that I have to tell you about me. The first is my day job. I'm the director of a Northern California sort of democratic communications advocacy nonprofit organization that works a lot on communications policy. My sort of not so well paid side hustle is as the advocacy person for Oakland Privacy, which is a citizens coalition that fought back a citywide surveillance gauntlet in Oakland and in 2013, and ever since has sort of sought to slow down, rein in, and abolish the surveillance state. As you can imagine, we are still working on it. The third thing that I have to tell you about me in order to do this talk is I've had 2 abortions. And I never thought I would say that on an internet stream, but we are in interesting times, and it is time for us to be able to say things like that. So before we get into data, just a bit about feelings. I know there were lots of feelings when Roe v. Wade was overturned. I know for me, I felt 2 things. First, I sort of felt old. I felt like I was going to be one of those survivors that would be telling people about the before times that less and less people could remember as time goes on. And then I felt pretty quickly exactly what I felt when I was that person, very young, who was getting an abortion and was scared. So when we talk about sort of, I mean, the purpose of this talk is basically like, what are the kinds of tripwires in all of the personal data that we all have flowing around everywhere that are gonna create problems for people that are suffering from abortion bans and are trying to get reproductive rights care. And the first thing that I have to say is it's a long list. I couldn't possibly even touch on the many different sort of tripwires that are out there in 20 minutes. In fact, we have a project with the Berkeley Law School Pro Bono Project and some friends of ours at the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project, which is a New York City group that you should check out, by the way, if you don't know their work. They are commonly known as STOP, S-T-O-P, Surveillance Technology Oversight Project in New York City. And the point of that project is we've got a bunch of law students to basically take a look at things and tell us all the things that we're missing, all of the ways that we're not thinking of that data can be twisted and used against reproductive rights seekers. And as Lisa said, we're going to look at some of this stuff in more detail in a second presentation to follow mine. But there were 4 things that I wanted to kind of just draw your attention to. And the reason that I picked these 4 things is that I could tell you something that we can do. And I really thought it's important because helplessness and hopelessness is a really big part of what we're struggling with, is to sort of talk about, okay, what can I do? How can I help? What are the actions that I can take? So we're going to talk about briefly web browsing data, direct messages, the sale of location data, and also health data, and automated license plate readers. These are probably things that have been talked about here before, but not in the particular context of Roe v. Wade being overturned. All right, so let's go to web browsers. Web browsers have all the information for what you're looking for on the web. And if I am in a state with an abortion ban, or maybe more correctly, because I'm getting a little on in age, if my daughter in Idaho finds herself in need of services, it's pretty clear the first thing she's going to do is she's going to hop onto the computer and look up, how do I go to California and get an abortion? Google, give me the info. And web browser data can be sold, can be shared. We do have a law that protects against commercial web browser sales. It's called CCPA or CPRA, California Privacy Rights Act. And because California is something like the 4th largest economy in the world, the fact that we've passed this in California means that most of the large technology companies are complying with it nationwide. And it sort of says, well, you can, if you want, opt out of having your data shared or sold without your consent. You can opt out in 2 ways. You can opt out every single time you get on the computer and look on a website, or you can use what we call a global opt-out. And the technical term is Global Privacy Control, GPC, but what it basically means is opt out all at once. Just say no, don't sell it, don't share it, any of it, ever. But you need your browser to let you do that. You can do this in Firefox. Thank you, Mozilla. You can do this in Brave. You can do this in Opera. You can do this kind of mostly sort of in Apple Safari. Where can't you do it? It's there in big letters, Google Chrome. And Google Chrome just happens to be the biggest, largest, and most used web browser in the world. So Oakland Privacy has a campaign at chromeprivacy.org to basically say, what the hell, Google, and change this. We understand it's going to mess with their business model, because after all, that's what they're selling. But safety requires it. So again, that's chromeprivacy.org, and we need to get Google into some version of a global opt-out or a global privacy control. Then we get to direct messages, because the second thing that my daughter in Idaho is going to do is she's going to text someone and say, oh my God, I'm knocked up. I think I'm gonna have to go to California and get an abortion. Can you believe it? And you know, it's possible that she'll send this message on something encrypted, like for example, Signal or WhatsApp. It's also possible that she'll send it on Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, Twitter, Slack, Discord, and there's a number of other platforms out there, and it won't be end-to-end encrypted. And then basically it's open season. So there is a campaign to make DMs safe. It's at makedmsafe.com. It's a collaborative effort, a number of groups, including Fight for the Future, my group, I think EFF is on that campaign, and a number of others that basically says all direct messages, doesn't matter what platform you're on, must be end-to-end encrypted now, because we can't fool around anymore. Who doesn't want this? Law enforcement, for obvious reasons. But it is very difficult to say that people searching for reproductive rights are safe if direct messages are not end-to-end encrypted. So that's at makedmsafe.com. So third thing. Shady data brokers. And I say this because there are no responsible, transparent, upfront, open data brokers. That's an oxymoron. However, some of the shady data brokers are selling location and health data, and some others aren't. I would love to tell you who is and who isn't, but I can't. There's a new one every day. We knock one out, 6 more pop up. We know about a couple. Kochava, which is currently being investigated by the FTC. Fog, which was recently uncovered by Beryl Lipton at EFF, who I think actually spoke here today, earlier. But there's plenty more. There's ones we haven't found out about, and there's all of the people that will swarm in to take over when we knock these other guys out. So what can we do about shady data brokers? I'll start off by saying, with my usual cynicism, that there is a bill in Congress. Now, of course, there is a bill in Congress. Doesn't mean that we can make Congress pass it. But it's good to know that it's there. It's called the Health and Location Data Protection Act. It's presented by Senator Elizabeth Warren, Massachusetts. It's a good bill. It prohibits the sale of health and location data on the data broker market. Will it pass? Probably not. Washington sucks. Second thing, people may not know this, but a couple of years ago, we were able to get passed in 2 states, Vermont and here in California, and we worked on it in California, a data broker directory. And what that basically means is we said all these shady companies have to register with the state of California and give us their name, their address, their website, and some other information. So you can actually go to the California Department of Justice website. It's at oag.ca.gov, data/brokers, and get a list. A long list of all the companies that are in this business that are basically buying and selling people's personal information third hand without consent. So since I'm here at a hackathon, it seems to me that a thing could happen where this list, which is public and open and there, could be sort of checked out a bit to figure out which of these particular shady data brokers are particularly shady and selling location data and health data with an emphasis on reproductive rights and healthcare. Because frankly, we don't know that they're doing it until someone basically falls over a piece of information in a random public records request or intercepts something. So this data broker directory is possibly a tool, and we have 2, one in Vermont and one here in California. Lastly, automated license plate readers, or ALPR, one of my favorite horrible surveillance technologies. These are the cameras that are attached to telephone poles on streets and highways, take pictures of every license plate that goes by, time stamped, location stamped, and put into a large and very shareable database and kept for a year or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Obviously, if my niece is getting in her car in Idaho and she's driving to California, these license plate readers can take pictures of her license plate at any number of steps along this route until she ends up parked in front of a Planned Parenthood somewhere in California. And if this is shared with, for example, the Idaho Police Department, I believe there is a complete and total abortion ban in the state of Idaho, she could be hearing from them when she gets back. So license plate readers basically have the ability to locate people in place and time across the progression of their car's travels. They are ubiquitous in California. When the state did an audit back in 2020, and the state's auditor, for what it's worth, basically said these things conveyed privacy, they're poorly maintained, they're shared too easily, all of the things that you would expect, but nobody as of yet has done anything. The state auditor at that point said they were, I think, 68% of law enforcement agencies in California. That was in 2020. We are now in 2022. I believe it is close to 78 or 79% now. In other words, 4 out of 5. And what that means is every town that you go through, every place you pull over, you're likely to run into a license plate reader. And there will be a record that your car was there, and when it was there, and that will potentially be available to law enforcement agencies all over the country. So when we look at ALPRs, there's 2 things that we potentially could do. One, which is pretty obvious, is we could keep all the data here in California, and that means keeping it away from sheriffs in Texas, from sheriffs in Idaho, and from any state where there is restrictions or bans on reproductive rights. Secondly, we don't need to keep them around for months and years and long periods of time. For example, the state of New Hampshire, which most people don't think of as one of those fringy blue states, gets rid of license plate reader scans that don't ping as like stolen cars or wanted in some kind of crime after 3 seconds. That's what it says in the law, 3 seconds. We haven't tested whether it's actually 3 seconds, but basically instantaneously. And what this means is if you're not committing a crime, where your car is your own business. Maine is 21 days. That's better. Still some time though. So if the standard were kind of raised to say, well, if I'm not wanted for a crime, then frankly, it's none of your business where I'm driving my car, then these things would become significantly less of a threat. If we're not able to do that, and I say this as someone who really tried to do that, there was a bill called SB 210 brought by San Francisco Senator Scott Wiener in, oh God, what year was it? It was actually last year, even though it feels like a very long time ago, in 2021, and it lasted for about 2 months in the state legislature, and then they shut it down. But that's only take one, so, you know, New Hampshire has been keeping them for 3 seconds for a decade. As far as I know, their crime rate has not lapped California's in any substantial way. Second, we can keep this data in state, keep it away from the feds, thanks to Lindsey Graham, and keep it away from crazy red state laws. So hopefully there will be a state bill again this upcoming year that will try to do some of those things And that is something that we can support or should support. So that's just sort of a brief look at sort of 4 things that are out there and things that you potentially can and should support, because the reality is there are kids out there and they need us. So thank you.
Do we have any questions for Tracy before we move on? Any questions? Okay.
Specifically about the license plate reader question, I was curious, is there any limitation, like could a law or a statute be implemented like on a city level for something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
And
that
it
was my
has
question.
been in a number of cities. Yeah, and it has been in several California cities. Some of them won't share out of state, some of them don't share at all. But going city by city is really slow when you're in kind of an acute crisis. So that's why we're kind of trying to think, well, how do we do it all at once? Because there's only so much time. Because you know how many cities there are in California, what, 444 or something, officially? And, you know, we got the problem right now, right here, in our face. But the answer is yes, and the bigger the city, the more impactful it is. That is the case in San Francisco, it's the case in Oakland, it's not, for example, the case in Los Angeles, which is the biggest city in the state.
Okay, great. Any other questions? All right, thanks a lot. Let's hear it for Tracy. Did you want to use your own computer? Okay, no problem. Are you familiar enough to make the switch? Yeah, it's just these two right here, but okay. Okay. And then I believe you need to plug this in too, so it will oh, is that just power? Then I guess you don't need it, right? Okay. Yeah, I will take that away. All right, everybody. Our next speaker is Mark Seiden here from here at the Internet Archive, and he's going to talk about predators and how to tell, predators in all their glory, and maybe how we can do something about it. And I just was lucky enough to hear that he had done this research yesterday, and so he was nice enough to hop in at the last minute so that we could get a little more deeper into the details of the stuff. Here you go. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. So I've given this talk, various versions of it, at a medical ethics conference recently. It's got a lot of detail in it, and it's been changing quite a lot in recent days. And the essential question is, how can you tell that someone is pregnant and stops being so through information flows? Pronoun warning, when I say woman or she, I mean someone with a uterus, and I don't mean anything to do with identification, gender identification. So the net, I got interested in this originally because the net security lore is that PHI is available on the darknet at a very high price. And why is that? Much more than full identity information, which can be used for financial fraud. And that claim set off my crap detector because I really couldn't see examples of monetization of the medical part of PHI. It turns out that all the studies are rotten. They do things like average breaches of 20 people with breaches of 100,000 people. And a breach of 20 people will have a high cost per item, a breach of 100,000 people, a relatively low cost. So, you know, you can't compare those two things. But there is a good study which basically proved that the reason bad guys monetize medical information is not because of the medical part of it, it's because it's got really great full identity information, which can be used for financial fraud. But that's the subject of a separate talk. And so I asked myself with the breach data, what patients are most vulnerable to what kinds of fraud by medical providers who could make false claims against them. And there are people who just died, for example, or patients who are unlikely, thank you, sorry, or patients who are unlikely to read their explanation of benefits and then complain about billed services which they didn't receive, or for covered treatments with no copay, which they didn't actually get, or for things requiring intensive imaging. Sometimes ambulance services or ancillary services are abused, or maybe patients requiring expensive drugs per dose. But for extortion, I could only find, at the time first gave this talk, one case where somebody had been extorted based on a sensitive condition like mental health or sexually transmitted diseases or something like that. But now we have a new case, which is women who've gotten medical terminations of pregnancy. Since Dobbs, in 14 states, law enforcement is now interested in that information. And if they can get a warrant or a subpoena, they can get that kind of information. And HIPAA does not protect against law enforcement requests, by the way. So this unfortunately does not protect against data purchased from commercial private actors, like data brokers. But you might ask, how can the state determine that a woman is now pregnant and she knows it because her behavior changes? Well, you heard from Tracy, she'll be messaging, she'll be web searching, she'll make phone calls to specific numbers, and maybe purchase specific items like test kits and prenatal vitamins and anti-nausea ginger pops. And then she might stop purchasing alcohol or weed. And of course, there's period tracker apps, which Mozilla looked into and said, you know, privacy not included in 18 of 25 of them. That was as recently as August. I don't think period trackers are the biggest problem, except for snitches inside the period tracking companies who might sell the data, insider breach of that data. Now, interestingly, retailers have been tracking the pregnancy state of a customer since 2012. This guy named Andrew Pohl is famous for having identified a cluster of products that predict that someone knows that she's pregnant. And those are not, by the way, maternity products specifically. They're things like lotion and cotton balls and scent-free soap. And it claims to be 80% accurate. So the follow-up question is, how accurately can Pohl determine termination of pregnancy? Of course, if they stop buying these products, well, how can the state determine that an abortion is being arranged? Obviously, the same set of communication among providers of reproductive services, travel companies, somebody buys a ticket to an adjacent safe state, or buys gasoline at the edge of the state. There's also your GM car has OnTrack and other anti-theft car tracking, electronic toll collection, if you're not in a freeway kind of state. But Google Maps and Waze knows exactly where you've been or where your phone has been. And then all your carriers have cell phone geolocation information, and credit card purchases from abortion meds providers would be another clear getaway. And then there is this, you can't read this eye chart, 100 changes in behavior, such as web searching for certain terms, looking for post-abortion fertility rates, time to resuming sexual intercourse, time to next pregnancy. There are lots of searches that someone who discovers that she's pregnant might be searching for, just to know what to do. Even something like purchasing pads and not tampons, but I won't go through this long list. I mentioned Google Maps. It has your place history going back, in my case, to 2009. It says I've been in 1,990 places that it remembers, ranging from all around the world. Well, I didn't expect privacy in Facebook particularly, especially against Facebook. But in this case, there's this event where Facebook had a subpoena and gave Nebraska cops a teen's direct messages so they could prosecute her for having an abortion. Now, usually, I should say, in some states, it's the abortion provider who's at risk rather than the patient. But Nebraska is one where, in fact, in this case, she was accused of having an abortion and concealing the death and burying the fetus with her mother's help in the backyard. So she was in a lot of trouble. Now, the subpoena didn't say it's related to abortion, but Facebook would have turned over her DMs anyway, no matter what it said. Pro tip, don't buy a shovel at Home Depot because Home Depot shares purchasing information with law enforcement. In this case, it was a completely unrelated situation. The Canadian Revenue Authority, which is like the IRS in Canada, was looking for contractors who would buy stuff and do the work off the books and not claim the income, so they subpoenaed all the purchase records from Home Depot. Well, what keeps you from deleting your Facebook messages? Turns out you have to, not only do you have to delete them, you have to get all your counterparties to delete them also, which is very unlikely. So just remember, if you're not paying for it, you're the product. Except it turns out a fired Facebook employee said that there was a secret tool to read even users' deleted messages. So it doesn't matter if you get everybody to delete them, they still have some way to retrieve them for the benefit of law enforcement. Still, law enforcement is constrained. They have to get warrants. They have to assert probable cause. There's judicial review. And prosecutor might say, I'm not prosecuting that in my county, in which case they might get fired by their governor, which is happening right now in Florida. So how can the big they be more effective at going after everybody involved with abortion? Citizen enforcement, bounty hunters or vigilantes. So now we have the bounty hunter law in Texas, SB 8, which is the prototype, and it has a very clever design intended to circumvent judicial review and make government not responsible for anything that happens. So what they've enabled is private citizens to file civil suits within 4 years of anyone suspected of performing, inducing, or aiding and abetting a prohibited abortion, not patients, and with a few exceptions for medical emergencies, but not rape, incest, or non-viable fetuses. So this is a terrible bill. 6 weeks is the limit, and penalties of $10,000 per abortion for each action detected. And the law allows out-of-state plaintiffs to file against Texas residents. No standing. I mean, I thought you had to have standing in a lawsuit in order to file a suit, but I'm not a lawyer, so I don't understand this. That's actually the biggest hope that this will get reversed or ruled illegal. The Supremes decided that they would not twice hear a case about this. Anyway, it also applies to people who intend, even if they don't follow through, to aid or abet, people who should have known that they were helping somebody. It even is claimed to apply to Uber drivers who take somebody to the abortion clinic. Now, here's the business model. 52,000 almost abortions in Texas in 2021 before this bill was passed. Multiply by 10,000, you get $500 million per year, per occurrence, per defendant, and some of these people who would aid and abet would do it for more than one person. So this is fairly compelling for someone who doesn't have much of a moral compass. And 3 states so far have passed copycat laws. I almost said copyright laws. Copycat laws, and it was tried in Missouri. It didn't pass this year. 7 other states are introducing, not passed, copycat laws. Now, so here's a location broker called SafeGraph, which Elizabeth Warren figured out was selling information on visits to abortion providers, and they agreed to stop. But here's a data broker called Copley Advertising, which geofenced the advertising they were serving up to serve anti-abortion ads to people sitting in the clinic waiting rooms and for a period after that. So, and they also teamed up with some Christian Services anti-abortion evangelical organizations to push these ads at people. Pretty clever, kind of evil. Tracy talked about Koshava. Here's a little bit more detail on Koshava. They have great geolocation data. Here's the actual spreadsheet of the fields that they have. It includes lat and long, quite precise, horizontal accuracy and IP address of the device. Of course, a timestamp. But Tracy also mentioned to you license plate readers, which are a big problem because of the cities sharing. Not only do cities share their license plate reader data with these brokers, LexisNexis and a TLO, part of TransUnion, but wonder what my point was. Not only cities, but can't remember what else, what the other point I was going to make about license plate readers. The problem is anyone can buy, oh yes, the other way they acquire license plate sightings is they have tow trucks drive around in places like the shopping mall, and they have cameras on them with license plate readers, and if it beeps, they've found a vehicle that can be repossessed. They put it on the hook, collect their $800, and everybody else that's out there shopping is just bycatch of this operation. And they just acquire license plate sightings wherever they possibly can, including, I believe, just setting up cameras by the side of the road with good lenses and capture it themselves. There is nothing that prevents them from doing that. And there's nothing that prevents, oh, so here's some stats on how prevalent license plate readers are and sharing of the data. But, you know, the license plate readers really do a good job. There's one that claims to be able to capture all of these festooned vehicles with like 1 million bumper stickers on them, and the license plate is practically impossible to locate, but they managed to scan all these. Now you can own your own license plate reader for $500 a month. Set it up in a vehicle right outside the abortion clinic, collect all the license plates. So how do you execute on the business plan? Start with the license plate readers and data brokers for intake to find the candidates who have been precisely geolocated at the clinics. And also you collect information from paid insiders who tell you as much data as they have about them. Now, once you have their license plate number and their geolocation, you can de-anonymize them through purchase databases. You can also pay insiders at pharmacies, insurance companies, infrastructure companies, and breach data, augment it with breach data. Now, add in the behavioral data and the purchasing data to predict pregnancy and termination, and you have quite a lot of data. No birth certificate registered, certificate of live birth, no certificate of fetus, prenatal death, or postnatal death, which is required in many states, if not all. Well, that's a black mark next to that suspect. Then, if you're law enforcement, you can push the envelope on what's required for probable cause with all of this suggestive data. But if you're a private party, you can just threaten them with a lawsuit. Now, Tracy talked about some of the things to do in California, but California is not the problem because we have good protection of reproductive rights here. It's those other states which don't have laws against license plate readers and don't have any controls, and probably if they won't control assault weapons, they won't control license plate readers. So I'm not as optimistic as she is about what we can do. S4408, she mentioned it, Warren, Murray, Whitehouse, Sanders, and now an extra Shaheen as sponsors. And thank God for Elizabeth Warren. That's all I can say, because she's got everybody's interest in mind. We can lobby with Apple and Google to throw out apps which collect geodata. That's the best way to get rid of some of that data. We can, on a personal level, avoid suspicious apps or get a feature phone, but that's impractical for many people. And I have no idea what we can do about license plate readers except regulation. Happy to take questions.
Mark, do we have any questions? No? Okay.
Cool.
All right, that's it. Thank you very much.
I'll be around for the next couple days, so you can, oh, here's somebody.
Oh, wait, I missed one.
Hidden behind the organ.
So I think you might have already gone over this, but I wanted to like ask specifically, like all of those like data brokers and places that you said like law enforcement and government had to like get warrants or like other probable cause to investigate. Like private citizens have like similar access to all of those brokers, or
no? Private citizens don't have access to your email or your electronic communication unless they, buy it from a leaker or that kind of thing. They don't have subpoena authority. They can't get a judge to agree to turn it over in a civil case, is my understanding. I've tried to get that data, when somebody was threatened or whatever, and unless it's a criminal case, private people can't get the data. And law enforcement, the state can only get it with either a search warrant or with a subpoena, depending on what it is. So we're actually better off in states that don't have draconian anti-abortion laws with law enforcement, because they'll say, we're not interested in that.
Thank you.
Actually, in many states, law enforcement will say, we're not interested in that. We're not enforcing that, no matter what you, the governor, think we should be doing. All right, and they come up with very clever bureaucratic, so we don't have the resources. Right? We have much more important things to do. So law enforcement is actually trying to do the right thing in my general impression.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Just a second as we set up the next speaker. All right. I am now pleased to introduce Liz Henry, and she is going to talk about her new nonprofit, Disability Technology Foundation, DTF, and which is just fun to say.
It is.
And
is there something where I can sit on, or can
absolutely.
I take the whole laptop over there? Is that?
Why don't we do that?
Or just maybe like a.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just use this one.
Yeah. Hey. All right. Don't unplug all the plugs. Oh wait. Yeah, let me see if I could get my. Oh, okay. Maybe it just. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, but before I start my talk, I really appreciate the privacy protecting, abortion rights, protecting activism and threat modeling, and I think it's really fantastic to see that here. I just think if you're going to do that kind of activism and jump into it, there's not any need. I think you can use particular terminology, like if you just say people who are pregnant or may be pregnant. It's an easy, quick workaround for any of your own feelings. You can just keep your own feelings about gender out of it, and you can just say people who are pregnant, because all kinds of people can get pregnant, and we don't have to define what a woman is or isn't when we're doing that kind of activism. It kind of prevents people from engaging sometimes. So my 2 cents. So what I want to talk about is a project that I would really love to start. This is just kind of my own passion project. For many years I've been kind of going around and talking about the lack of hackability in our own assistive devices. And I'm thinking of my own wheelchair here as like my main example that affects me personally, but there's so many other examples. And so I'm really thinking of this as a broad umbrella open source project, an free and open licensing project, hopefully. So let me just talk a little bit about that idea. The mission, as I see it, would be to make assistive technology for disabled people more open and free so more people can build and use it. I want us to be able to document these projects, open license if possible, pirate if not, tag, thanks. Thanks for your laugh, Danny. Tagging, labeling, categorizing, coming up with making it really good and usable data. Archive it and share it, make it very widely available. Assistive technology information, so it's free for people to use. And in this I would include inventions, like if somebody were to invent a fabulous open source power chair design or designs, hacks, just everyday hacks that you use, plans and designs to build things that are useful for disabled people or people with chronic illnesses, et cetera, parts lists, repair manuals, anything you can imagine like that. And to really make, beyond just publishing these plans, make a healthy ecosystem that we can support these projects so that you can take a project and translate, you can fork it, you can report issues, so these things can evolve instead of just sitting in a static document. So what do I mean by assistive tech? Mobility devices, like I mentioned, wheelchairs, manual wheelchairs, power chairs, mobility scooters, things to help people with limited dexterity or limb differences. So like how do you put your shirt on when you have one arm? There's all kinds of devices that help you do things like zippers and buttons. AAC, assisted and augmented communication, things like voice banking, hearing aids, insulin pumps, any kind of like medical devices, kind of like we were talking about earlier, like Molly was talking about, the relationship that we have with our devices is super important here. And I love all that she was saying about the right to repair. So I was thinking too about masks and face shields, which you don't necessarily think of as a medical device, but if you think about the early phase of the pandemic when people didn't have enough personal protective equipment in hospitals and ERs and even in the ICU, and there was a huge drive amongst makers and hacker spaces everywhere around the world to manufacture PPE. We were all sewing masks, we were making face shields, we were just trying to come up with this stuff, and there weren't great plans out there to do it, and we had to evolve them and publish them and share them as rapidly as possible. It was a very interesting experience. So why care now about this kind of tech? Maybe you don't need it, right? But when you do need it, you're really gonna need it. And you're gonna be too busy, distracted, in pain, maybe in poverty, right? If you're in terrible health, then that's not the time that you wanna suddenly invent and hack your own things. Now, I'm not saying that we don't, because we totally do, but if you wait until you're, say, 85, you're gonna have a harder and harder time. So I really think it's important. It's important to have empathy for other people and do stuff because it's a good thing to do and it's fun and it's makes information free, but also do it for your future self. Think about your future self and what you may need. So when I talk about ecosystems, I kind of think about bicycles. Like bicycles have been an invention for a long time. You don't need a bicycle, right? But if you have a bicycle, it gives you all of this power and independence. It's like this tremendous piece of technology that there's all kinds of ecosystems to support it. Now we have e-bikes, and e-bikes are getting cheaper and cheaper, more affordable, and maybe more repairable. And you can make a whole business model around selling, fixing bikes, inventing bikes. It's very fruitful. But there's no equivalent good ecosystem for wheelchairs, other assistive tech invention or maintenance. And I want to talk a little bit about why, because that's crucial to fixing it, the situation. So why isn't there more free and open source access hacking? People have the model in their minds that there's sort of, it's a thing that only medical experts should do, right? People may have a charity model in their heads where disabled people are sort of passive and you give them charity, like you buy a wheelchair and you give it to them and then you just kind of go away and hope that they, that's fixed all their problems. Disabled people may be isolated from community, right? So people may not know what is needed. Or people may be working very hard to come up with solutions for themselves or for their loved ones or people they know, but then those solutions are not shared super widely. They might, go on someone's blog at best, and then disappear when the creator's health gets worse and they can't maintain that blog, or worse, when they die. And this just happens over and over. So I want to talk about some other things, as this is kind of the setting the scene background. So we see a lot of people try to do projects. You see like people doing hackathons, people doing design engineering projects or charity projects like I talked about. And here's some anti-patterns to really watch out for if you're involved in one of those things. Creating systems that disabled people can't contribute to themselves. Have your hackathon in a super inaccessible place, for example. Not naming any names. But what if you were having a hackathon for blind people and you held it somewhere super not accessible? It would be amazing. And I actually see this all the time. People are like, oh, we're going to bring in a disabled person and partner them with a group of engineers, and then they're going to invent something. But they don't think about the accessibility of the event itself, or the thing they're making, or the way that they're making it and the tools they're making it with, whether that person can actually engage in a way that isn't just tokenizing them. So. Information silos, you invent a lot of stuff and then you chuck it in somewhere that you can only get to if you buy into it, or that's going to disappear if, once AOL fails or something. One-off solutions, like I mentioned with the idea of the hackathon, the blog, the student contest for engineering students. They love to make a disability invention that just disappears and it never sees the light of day again. I just want to think about, whether you're exploiting a vulnerable population. You don't want to actually just test your device on vulnerable people, even though you want to make stuff for them. Freaking out about liability, I had to put that in bold because that's a huge one. It's just amazing. Like, people are like, well, what if you make this wheelchair, I made these plans, and somebody makes the wheelchair, and then they trip and fall, or they fall out of it, and I get sued. And huge, the different charities I've talked to are very worried about this. But nobody ever says this about a bicycle. They're not like, oh, what if we invented a bicycle and let people build a bicycle and fixed a bicycle and then someone fell off it and died? I don't know. So the idea that the disabled person is like a helpless, infantilized recipient of charity really plays in here to this whole liability freak out. I know there are laws that are meant to protect people. Sometimes they go so far that that people suffer the opposite way, and they can't access the technology that would help them because people made it cost $30,000. Anyway, selling out to industry, people might invent something amazing and then think, well, I've got to patent it and I've got to sell it to some corporation like, Invacare or ProMobile, and then that thing also never happens. And as I mentioned, one-off help from charities. I'm not knocking it. It really helps people. People often, it's their last resort, like, oh no, my church is going to build me a ramp or something. But it's not like systemically fixing the thing that I really want to fix. So here's some, now that I've set that slightly depressing stage, here's some examples of cool hacks and inventions that I would think of as good candidates for being documented and shared and improved on, iterated on. Little physical hacks, not just software, not just hardware, but like stuff you make out of duct tape. These are my crutch tape pockets from years ago. They're very individual. People invent them all the time. If you are just out on the street without staring at them, just check out a wheelchair user and you'll just check out that they have, I always check them out because, I check out their chairs and their gear because they've always got some cool solution where they've attached stuff to their chair. They've got little bags they sewed into special places. They've got carabiners clipping things on all over the place. No special skills or tools are needed. You've got some Velcro, some cable ties, and you've made some attachment points, and you've actually done something amazing to help you in your everyday life that weirdly wheelchair manufacturers don't think about, or when they do, they charge you like $1,000 for a thing to hold your cane up, and you could just use a piece of PVC. Anyway, so here's an example of that. PVC pipe and some hose pipe clamps to make crutch holders for the back of someone's bike. It has kind of some lessons there, like you can make something incredibly cheaply that does cost, I looked it up, it costs like $300, and they never thought about putting on a bike. They just think about how to put your crutches on your scooter, your mobility scooter. But also, not assuming that people won't put stuff on their bike. Physical hacks, I put a dexterity example here. It's a very simple but super powerful idea of having these spiral things. A lot of these kinds of inventions are in like mimeographed, spiral bound, you know, low run books from 1972. You know, and those things, I'm worried about those books because they're disappearing from libraries. Libraries are throwing out this older stuff that maybe people aren't checking out. And people invented some really, really marvelous, easy to build stuff that we need to preserve. I have some complex hack examples here, like ramps. How do you build a wheelchair ramp? There's all kinds of nonprofits that have these plans and develop them, and then maybe put them online by accident, like I think the Minnesota Center for Independent Living did once, and then I just pulled them all down. But people put them up, and then they're like, oh no, someone might sue us, and so they take them down again. But if you really go looking, you can find this kind of thing, and this is exactly what should be out there and shareable for all kinds of people around the world to use as plans. Here's another one that I just love to rag on because there's a lot of inventions like this that are basically like a thing you attach to someone's wheelchair that makes an art project on the ground so that like disabled kids can like make a thing. And that's cool, but then instantly they make it proprietary. It's just amazing. So, I mean, why? Why not just show someone how to do this, publish some interesting plans? You could gather, you know, 100, 200 different ways to attach stuff to the front of a wheelchair and make art with it, and that would be really cool. And you could still make a business on it too. You could make, just like we know from our experiences in open culture and open source, free and open source software, we know that we can publish these things, open license them, and then someone could make a business around it. They could take it and be like, I'm going to be the person who makes these things for schools, you know? That would be amazing. More examples here, open source software and hardware for insulin pumps. There's all kinds of groups doing this, pacemakers, any kind of machine that integrates with your body that is considered a medical device. People are trying to figure out how to hack it. My friend Ron actually ended up having to hack the bed that he was in. He was in a special bed that like moved him every 15 minutes with like air currents to prevent pressure sores, and he got a new fancy one, and it literally threw him out of bed. And so I'm laughing, but it was terrible. But I'm laughing because he was laughing as well. But he ended up, you know, hacking the firmware of that machine in order to reprogram it to, yeah, what a stud. Love you, Ron. Open source hearing aids, there's people doing all kinds of hacking for open source hearing aids, and now that they're becoming you know, commodity devices that you can just buy over the counter, we're gonna hopefully see more of that and more of those projects to adjust the software, say, in your hearing aid, or maybe to build your own. Biohacking, there's people doing open source insulin production, super exciting. And then my favorite, open license power wheelchairs and mobility scooters. There's only a few of these projects. There's a few out there, and they're very new, they're very recent, just in the last maybe 5 years. They are popping up, and they're trying to do projects where they integrate with the community and build wheelchairs that will work in a specific terrain, in a specific location, under those conditions. So I would love for Disability Technology Foundation, my hypothetical nonprofit that I'm about to start, I would love to partner with these people to like pull them in to gather up their stuff and help them expand and cover even more areas and get their plans out there more widely into the world. So all these things are just examples of how I want to radicalize the world of physical inventions by and for disabled people. So all of these things, software, hardware, and just like gadgets you make out of duct tape, need more openness. And I also I believe very deeply, free and open culture needs the physical inventiveness, the adaptations that are driven by our necessity, that free and open culture really needs disabled people's perspectives. You can talk about the amazing inventions that people do, the drive that we have to create things that actually work for us, or you could think of us as like, you know, edge cases that powerfully break your stuff. You know, that's also a fine model for inclusion. But yeah, I think there's a lot here that can be done, and plenty of work that can be done. I'm actually doing work, not as part of this new venture that I'm creating, but I'm also involved in grant making with an organization called Disability Inclusion Fund, and this is Disability Inclusion Fund in Tech. So it's for trying to give large grants over 3 years to projects that and people who are working at the intersection of technology and disability justice. So people sometimes don't know what disability justice means, and that's kind of too much for me to go into right now. But if you read about it and think about it, it's different from fighting for rights. It's fighting for sort of more of a movement building around bringing justice in an intersectional way to our lives. Anyway, just a little bit more about my nonprofit. Disability Technology Foundation, in theory, is going to provide a pathway for open licensing for hacks and inventions for people to document and share. Over the next, say, year, I want to start scanning paper plans and documents from people's archives, various people who are disabled or who are rehab workers who have accumulated large masses of this information, get it online, get it scanned, not just scanned, but really digitized to make it accessible for people with screen readers. Tagging and organizing it is going to be just really crucial. And doing direct outreach to inventors and organizations to invite them to contribute. So people like those open wheelchair, open power chair projects that I was talking about. I want to reach out to lots of inventors and say, hey, you made this amazing thing, but you don't have a license on it. Let's do that, and let's get it somewhere where it's going to live beyond the life of you or your organization, I also think that even from those projects that I think are doing amazing work, they're missing the piece that makes it a sort of the power of that public living ecosystem where people can report issues, people can fork the plans or the code and really create new things. We could translate these inventions and these plans and parts lists and manuals. We could translate them to other languages and make them widely available that way, and really make it easier for disabled people around the world to partner with other builders, other people who are inventing the same kinds of things, or who may have the tools to build stuff that other people envision. And with places like bike shops or car repair shops, I need to find like a scooter, like a motorcycle repair shop to make some metal parts for my wheelchair right now, actually. So I'm gonna try to bring that into practice and see what happens. I've had good luck with auto upholstery shops making me cushions. That's been pretty cool. And they always seem to enjoy, doing creative work. But really we could make something. I could go to San Francisco Bike Kitchen, we could go to other organizations of right to repair activists. Car repair shops, hacker spaces, maker spaces are really ripe for this kind of work. So in the next year, I'll be looking for contributors to this project to do outreach, to participate in hackathons, maybe help scan, transcribe, and tag and organize this information, and maybe translate into more languages. And I'm also looking for partnerships with community organizations. If you have ideas, please talk to me anytime. And I'm going to be looking for funding, so talk to me if you think this is a cool idea and you want to help fund it to bring it into reality. Thanks.
Great. Does anybody have questions?
Oh, I'll keep the mic then.
Questions,
yes.
Questions.
So my dad is a retired occupational therapist, and my whole life he's been like, because he worked for the public school department, he was kind of always hacking together odd pieces of equipment because the catalogs are super expensive because they're covered by insurance.
Very expensive, yeah.
So I was thinking, because you were talking about partnerships with community orgs, there may be trade or professional organizations for retired occupational therapists. And
there are very much retired occupational therapists.
Yeah.
That's exactly who, because they're not like, oh no, you're gonna destroy my way of making a living.
Yeah,
no.
right.
But it doesn't destroy it. It means that it gives them tools, more tools at their disposal. So I think you're right. I think there's a lot of radical occupational therapists out there.
Yeah, totally. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because it's an interesting connection. But this is all really cool, so thanks for
I bet your dad is an amazing inventor.
Yeah, he's got a few interesting ones.
All right, any other questions? Okay,
Everybody's observed that the internet has created these niche community support. I have a friend who has 2 different sized feet, and so she found somebody who has the opposite sized feet from her, and they're like shoe buying buddies. You know,
Amazing.
Yeah, but that won't work for motorized wheelchairs because it has to be local, right? I mean,
yeah.
Internet support seems like you might find a way to leverage, but there's no standard design, and the support has to be local because it's this heavy thing that's expensive.
That's true. That's true. You really need to embed in a community, because also I'm not gonna, when I'm not feeling, mobile and then my wheelchair breaks, how am I gonna get it somewhere? So, yes, the people I bought my chair from come and fix it if I'm lucky. But actually, a lot of people, that's not necessarily true. If you've got like a complex chair that, say, tilts or has positioning, or the expensive things that break. This is why everyone's scared to fly, because the airlines break your power chair and you're just absolutely screwed, because there's only like 2 real fixing. There's like Invacare and Permobile, I guess. And if if you ship your chair to them, you're just in bed for 3 months. What are you going to do? Do you have a backup chair? Maybe if you're lucky, if you're well connected into the local community, then maybe you get a backup chair. But if you're not well connected, then you're in bed getting pressure sores. So good luck.
And plus, shipping it could get damaged either shipping it.
That is true too. Yeah,
too.
It's deeply disturbing. Oh, I have to mention one of my pet peeves. I'm taking out of Danny's talk, but my pet peeve is like Burning Man people who buy up used wheelchairs and then make them into like cupcakes or whatever that people drive around. It's really cute, but maybe they should like work harder to make their own things that aren't using up wheelchairs and taking them out of the market for disabled people that need a used wheelchair. Anyway,
yeah,
so I think they should do reparations.
Comment.
So whenever I see those people, I'm like, you need to do reparations and you need to like fix somebody's wheelchair right now.
Yeah, and we really do need an open source, community, hacker-based organization, club, whatever, that can help people fix their wheelchairs, give them replacement wheelchairs when they're getting them fixed. I've had a number of friends, they're just trapped, like literally they'll leave me a message. Oh yeah, well, I'll have to meet you in a month because I'm getting my wheelchair fixed, so I'm trapped in my house for 3 weeks. Like they're just used to it.
This is a very
right?
familiar story.
And I'm
yeah.
like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And the fact that this is just a thing that you have to live with if you're a disabled person in a wheelchair doesn't make any sense to me. So
no.
maybe we can figure out a way to work together to come up with some kind of solution for this. Start in San Francisco, maybe make a pilot project and see if we can get it to catch on, see what we can do. All right.
Cool.
Thanks a lot, Liz. All right. Yeah, don't worry about that. Thank you so much. All right. We have our last speaker. Our last speaker of the evening, Danny O'Brien. I have no idea what Danny's going to say. I never do, neither does he. And that's always part of the fun of having him. And so thanks for wrapping it up with us. Do you want to?
I don't know what I don't know what, time has no meaning anymore. What time is it now? It's like 11 p.m. I'm sorry, I'm stopping you from your party, which is never a good place to be. There should be like, a meme or something that says like, never stand between a hacker and their caffeine. So let me, so if you want to get in touch with Liz, by the way, what's a good contact, Liz? Just Google for Liz Henry. Okay, Liz Henry at gmail.com? Okay, so, yeah, if you want to just put up a web page, actually, while you're here, just put up a web page and go to like Google for QR codes. I mean, I don't want random QR codes, like, because that'll probably be malware. But if you find like a QR code generator, then I can send malware to everyone. No, I can generator. Yeah, look, it auto completed. That's like, there we go. It just means that like I have no slides, but if things occur to me, I will type them into that, and then people can scan them. So Oh no, man! If this is a really bad idea, isn't it? Okay, I might not do that. But this, whatever this company is getting a huge advertisement, so that's good. So, oh man, so I've been thinking about the motivations for everybody here, and people have very different motivations to be in this space. And I think one of my primary motivations, just to explore and learn, is to get the jokes. Like I would hang around like people who knew more about technology than me, and they would make obscure references, and I would sort of laugh nervously along. And then when Google or search engines came along, I was very excited because I could find out these things. And this was true of everything. Like basically all the literature I read because I wanted to get the Jane Austen jokes, right? And I was like, okay, well now I get it, and like that was probably a good use of my time. So and one of the things as time progresses, because as you'll see and as you'll feel, because you're not at the party yet, I want to talk about the slow progression of time in this talk. And one of the things that's odd about having a culture that is so interconnected, like all cultures are, but like now I feel like one of our contributions to culture is that we really, people can get the references more and people make more references. There's a shorthand. What are memes but shorthands? It's like Damak and Jalad, right? Which is a reference in itself that I'm making to something that you might be able to Google if you can work out how to spell Damak and Jalad. So when things disappear off the internet and go into the boxes over there, one of the things that happens is they're like zero pointer references, another reference that you literally can't get, right? They just go away, and I worry, it's one of the things about getting old is you suddenly went, God, my references don't work anymore. I'm making all of these hilarious jokes about, I don't know, something that no one understands or knows about anymore, and they've gone away. This is all by way of justification as to why I'm going to devote the first 10 minutes, or maybe that was the first 10 minutes of this talk, to an obscure Doctor Who reference from the 1970s. If you were on NPR, another obscure reference, right? Or if you downloaded like Doctor Who, and I feel like maybe out there and in this audience we have a few Doctor Who fans. Tom Baker, who is the one with the big scarf and the curly hair, he, spoiler, dies in the mid-70s. He's not dead. He isn't dead. Tom Baker isn't dead. The Doctor is. It's a complicated plot point in Doctor Who. But anyway, in the 1970s, Tom Baker, curly hair, scarf, stops being the Doctor, and there's this moment when he's stopped. He falls off Jodrell Bank Telescope, and he falls down, and he's going, right? His hair is turning gray in front of you. And somebody dressed up in, I believe, cotton wool buds. He's like kind of wrapped up in very BBC kind of special effects. It's just basically all cotton wool. And he turns up and he says, the moment has been, Tom Baker says, the moment has been prepared for. And then the cotton wool bud guy comes, and it's a new Doctor. It's a new Doctor. He looks like James Herriot from the Vet series, and the series progresses. And this is sort of significant for a few reasons, because one is that, like, when I was a kid, I didn't know that, like, the Doctor could die, right? That was like a big, imagine the shock, right? When you're like watching and tuning in, and he's just dead, and like that's really important to understand about your heroes, is sometimes that happens. But the other thing is that literally within, like in the Doylist and the other one version of this story, the moment has been prepared for. In universe, the Doctor, again, spoilers, regenerates into a new person. And within the construction of this multi-decade-long series, the moment has been prepared for, because they have to keep the show going, so they invented this thing where, like, when an actor doesn't want to do it anymore, he falls down, the moment is prepared for, they do some really bad special effects, a person in cotton buds turns up, and a new person pops up. I'll get to the technical stuff shortly. So so the moment has been prepared for. Okay, one technical bit. I will bring some more technical bits into this. But that episode is called Logopolis. and it was written by Christopher H. Bidmead. Christopher H. Bidmead was actually one of the first Linux adopters in the United Kingdom at the time, and wrote lots of articles about Linux, and was actually pretty heavily involved in, at the time he had an S100 computer, I believe. And so there are lots of things in that episode which shows someone who spent too much time with computers. For instance, two of the main characters talk to one another in hexadecimal. Christopher Bidmead is still online. He's Bidmead at mstdn.social. I would type that in, but I'm a little scared that it wouldn't work. So the moment has been prepared for. So people are moving from Twitter to Mastodon right now, including Christopher Bidmead, and that's because the moment has been prepared for. For many, many years, while Twitter and other centralized social media was in the ascendant, people were working very hard, building protocols, trying out systems, trying out new things, ways of doing things in the background. I feel that, like I've talked about this before, but I feel a real pivotal moment of this was actually Bastille Day, not that Bastille Day, but Bastille Day 2008, which is the date of the Franklin Street Statement. So let's see if I can just type that. Oh God, I'm gonna break your computer. There we go, Franklin Street Statement. The reason why I'm taking time to type this in is because this is one of the references that you would not have been able to get. Not because you've never heard the Franklin Street Statement, although that is probably true, but also because it didn't have free sign up, screw you. That you wouldn't have been able to find it. It would have been on the Wayback Machine. And my hack for today was that I set this up. Franklin, I bought the domain. It's now up, and it's a permanent record, and it's self-hosted. So thank you. No, you're welcome. Okay. I feel like some technical element, if you're going to bog people down in Doctor Who, you've got to do something technical in the background, even if it's not devising a QR code. So the Franklin Street Statement, Bastille Day 2008, was really the first, if not the first, but a concerted attempt by the culture that we're all in, the open culture, to address this issue that we'd freed software. We created this environment with the help of Christopher Bidmead and the Logopolis aliens of creating an open source environment. But it was all going away, right? The people were moving their services into the cloud. People were moving their interactions with people into these newly proprietary systems. And a lot of the stuff that we thought we'd won was fading away. And this was incredibly early. So 2008 was 14 years ago. It was a year after Twitter had started. I mean, I really have to kind of reiterate this. Like 14 years is for some people here, you'll recognize this because you'll be going, 14 years ago, I was 5 years old. I recognize that this is a large period of time. For those of you who just sit there going, oh, 14 years ago, I remember it like it was yesterday. Go and look at the museum of artifacts that we have here in the archive, and look down there and look at the things that you were using in 2008. I believe they have one of the early Kindles, which has this like, it looks like a teletypewriter keyboard on the bottom of it. So 14 years is a long time. It's a long part. It's 2 human cycles. It's like if you imagine this big cycle, this wave of history. 14 years is, well, we can judge it, right? Because it's the moment when people at the very heart of the free and open culture movement recognized that something was going wrong, right? So that's the point where cloud services were just getting to the point where we were aware that everything was being sucked into these black holes. And now, 14 years later, we're beginning to get to the point where the world is sort of noticing, has gone through all of this, and are beginning to flee to the tools that we've made. So we can imagine, people often talk about this arc between centralization and decentralization. Well, how long is that arc? How long is that wave? And we can sort of say, well, maybe a quarter wave of that is 14 years, right? So Aaron was at the Franklin Street meeting that came up with that signature. I was just talking to Evan Pompidou, can never say his name. Somebody heckle me his name. Podromu, who was one of so the story here is that Evan was inspired by the Franklin Street statement to build StatusNet that became some of the underlying protocols that led eventually to the system that links all the Mastodon federated instances together. So that's what 14 years takes you. You have a moment of political action, a moment of political notice. Someone hears or sees that moment, or he was in the room with Aaron and goes, okay, I'm inspired to build something based on this. And then 14 years later, people come looking and you say, the moment has been prepared for. So we have these waves, and then of course, you know, history doesn't just work in cycles. We have rogue waves as well. And so that moment when the rogue wave like washed over all of us when Aaron died, you know, the progress of time is slow and aggravating enough without having these things that come out of time, that come from the future, and then just come and slam down at a time that is clearly inappropriate for it to happen. You know, the pain of Aaron was the pain of going, we knew that we had Aaron around for much, much longer than we did. And so the natural reaction to that, right, that moment was unprepared for. And so our desperate scrabblings, and people who are in the room will understand this, right, the desperate scrabblings we are, how do people respond to grief? Well, in our community, we run hackathons, right? That's how we deal with grief. And genuinely, I can say we threw something together at Noisebridge. It was super intense because we were all just sitting here trying to work out how to deal with our emotions, but we told everybody it was a hackathon, and I did these ridiculous, if you think that this talk is grinding on, I did these 3-hour talks trying to boil down the history of intellectual property law, all the stuff. The way it felt like is when, you don't turn around because then you'll see the doors and you'll go towards the party. But we have these blinking lights all over the building here, and it was like one of the drives had been pulled out, right? And suddenly you sit there going, God, is the system going to deal with the data that you've lost? Is the RAID system going to work? And there was a desperate sort of instinct, I think, on all of us to try and remember and reconvey all the things that we knew Aaron knew that we didn't, like try and reconstruct the RAID drive, if you get that reference. That left. Downloading Aaron's archive as people now are downloading their Twitter archives, right? If that's not a trite, horrible reference, right? But people are sitting there going, this thing is collapsing around us and we don't know what to do, so we need to pull this data out. So the other thing that was odd was that we'd only just got started, right? It was clear that Aaron had only just got started, but we had all felt that, like, you know, there was nothing before us, and there was so much to do, and then suddenly there was all this mass media, and I hope this never happens to you, but like what happened was that somebody that we love passed away, and there were newspaper articles. There was like the front cover of the New Yorker, and people would come and interview, not in a like paparazzi kind of way. It was not like that, but people would want to write and use Aaron as this indicator of a movement that they had not quite understood. Like they saw the huge emotional expression by thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and they wanted to get to the bottom of that. So it also felt like this weird premature memorial for a movement. You know, people were sort of going, oh, there was this open data movement, there was this free culture movement. Sorry that we never talked about it before, but we were too busy, you know, having tea with the rest of the people at the Algonquin round table. But now it happened, and apparently people are very upset, but he's dead now. And it was upsetting to be stuck in a moment of time and suddenly find that you and everything that you thought about was being sort of shuttled into this one collapsing period or moment. And it was annoying, and this was my own personal bias, right? But it was upsetting because I suddenly saw people treating Aaron like a hero, which is okay, right? Like the thing that we sort of joked in this black humor way at the time was we just talked about time to mural. So Aaron passed away, and within a week or so, people were painting murals of him, and that's a disturbing, odd thing to have happen to your friend, right? And it's flattering and nice, but like, who wants to be a mural, right? Like who? I mean, he would not want to be a mural, and it was odd to have people treating the dead like these heroic figures. But then, as time went on, I think one of the things that became something that, and I don't think Aaron would agree with this, and we would probably have had massive arguments about this, but I also began to feel a little weird when people who are alive get treated as heroes too, right? I think that I mean, we're kind of doing it, so one of the things that's odd is when we treat human beings as organizing principles, right? And we're doing it now, right? And it's a perfectly reasonable thing to do because it works, right? We have the Aaron Swartz Day, we have the Aaron Swartz Hackathon, and it's a moment where we go, oh, let's go do those things, right? And like maybe we wouldn't have done it otherwise, right? Maybe this is one of the things that you use to celebrate or deal with that hard drive being pulled out is you go, well, let's use this, and I think we've talked about this, right? We use this name as a way to convene, and we use it as organizing principles. And I think that one of the things that sort of one of the things you're seeing right now is people recognizing the limits of that. So again, I'm going to return to this theme, right, of Twitter, but people. I freely confess, right? Not freely, I really awkwardly confess that I was definitely one of those weird nerds who would leap in to defend Elon Musk at any point, right? But one of the reasons why I was like, oh, Elon Musk, don't judge me. There was a time when you were like, oh, maybe he is kind of cool. You don't remember this because he's obviously horrible now. But there was a time when it was okay to like Elon Musk, and I just kind of left that lagging a little. I was a lagging indicator on that. But one of the reasons why was that you use these people as organizing principles, right? You have like a powerful leader or something like that. And people, including Elon Musk, use Elon Musk as an organizing principle, billionaires, to get spaceships up into the world or to build electric cars, right? They're people at least perceive them as a necessary engine to achieve those aims. And same thing in the crypto world with Sam Bankman-Fried or whatever his name is, right? People go, oh, this is an organizing principle. I know we think about decentralization, but we should just go with the person who looks trustworthy, right? And of course, those people are flawed, right? And those people aren't the things that we need to organize things. They're sort of projections. We'll get to the technical bit in a minute. So what else is there if we're not people, right? Like people aren't necessarily always going to be around. It's kind of perhaps ethically wrong in some way to use them in this way, or if it's not ethically wrong, then it's not flawless, right? Well, the other thing we can do is depend on ideas, right? In many ways, what we're doing here, what we're all doing right now, is we're building on the ideas that Aaron and many people before and after him built on. We have a shared set of ideas that will go on, that have gone on before us, principles of civil liberties, principles of freedom of speech, of sharing information, and will go on afterwards, right? So the moment has been prepared for, and the way we prepared for it is we built this nest of ideas, right? And when I say the moment has been prepared for, this is a moment, right? One of the things that was amazing about Aaron is he could pick his moments, right? He knew with Sopa Pippa, when everybody else was sort of going, we're going to lose, he was like, no, we can win this one. This is the moment where we can like pull everything together and show everyone what a potential force there is. And of course, that moment, a lot of his work had led to that. So the moment's been prepared for. Everybody's looking to you, to us now, to build something that isn't dependent on these billionaire figures, right? That can provide the connections and stuff, the things that they needed back in 2008, where we, in our sort of arrogance that we'd managed to get video drivers to work for the first time on Linux, could not have provided for them, right? The thing that had them run off to these sort of feudal manners of the centralized services. So what is this moment, how has this moment been prepared for? I could go on for another hour about this, but what I will do is come back tomorrow, because people will talk about this. One of the things that's been super exciting for me in the last year is talking to the people who've been working on this moment and building things like decentralized identity, the W3C. And that's a thing that takes 14 years, if anything does, right? People have been digging through papers from the 1970s and 80s on distributed technology that has just been laying abandoned because we stopped doing decentralized stuff, right, around about 2008, and reinvigorating that stuff like object capabilities, stuff that the folks at the Sprightly Institute are working on, right? And more importantly, connecting all of these things together. As Noah said earlier on, like the key thing here is like you aim for something amazing and you build something, and then like maybe it's not the right moment, maybe the preparation isn't for this particular moment, but you've built all of these other tools that you can now interconnect, right? So we have things like the UCAN and ZCAPS and all of these things, and I just urge everybody tomorrow to listen to the talks and also talk to the people downstairs who right now I think are probably partying. I don't think they're listening to me anymore. I think they're just like, they've got the hard liquor out there, I don't know, whatever they're eating down there, probably like little cheesy biscuits, right? And some of the whole cold chicken enchiladas from this morning, but with hard liquor in it. Anyway, they're building amazing things drunk right now, and those are the systems that will link together. Those are the things that will hold us all together, because my point here is that okay, two more examples about the moment, and then the arc of time will collapse in on itself. We'll have the spiraling episode at the end where the credits roll and I'll fall down and a man in cotton buds will come and replace me, right? So the two stories that I heard recently, and they're not great stories, these aren't amazing anecdotes, these are just people messaging me saying, this is the moment, and I'm working 70 hours a week trying to like get it right now, right? Like I'm like overworking because I recognize this opportunity. And then somebody else messaging him at the same time going, holy shit, like everything's going to hell right now. I can't get out of bed. I'm like napping because like I have depression naps. I'm a depression nap guy, so I sympathize more with that than the 70 hours a week. But you know, both of these things were happening because everyone suddenly feels this weight, right? They feel like the moment has been prepared for, but they're the thing. They're the thing that they're this moment in history, these two directions that we could go into, a dystopia or utopia, and it all depends on them, and either they need to work harder or they've already failed, right? And you know, if I have many regrets, and I have many, we all have many, about what we did and didn't do with Aaron, right? And one of them was the fact that the New Yorker wanted to write something about him, right? The fact that like he was sort of projected as this wunderkind, right? And the story of Aaron and the story of Elon Musk and the story of Sam, whatever his name is that, you know, people are not load-bearing equipment, right? Like you cannot put the weight of the world, whether it's to decide to go into space or decide to, you know, save the web, on a single person. You can build it on ideas, but they're not load-bearing either, and that sometimes the interaction is terrible. Sometimes people can like grab an idea and ride around on it and create amazing things, right? But sometimes ideas ride you, right? Right now, if you're sitting here and you've been inspired by all of these things, but you feel like those ideas are riding you now, right? Like forcing you to do these things, that's good in a way, but you don't. The important thing here is that we need you to stay around, right? Like the thing that happens over 14 years is right now, whether you think this is the end of the world or you think it's the beginning of a new one, is that it will take 14 to 28 years for this to pan out, right? And if it looks like the worst possible moment, the waves will go back up. And if it seems like the height of possibility, and you've built an entire thing on the blockchain and everything's coming down, the waves will come down. And the important thing is we need you around, right? 14, 28, 56, right? There's a reason why that time is the time of a human active lifetime, right? We need you for the duration to carry ideas, not to embody ideas, not to be the engine of ideas, but to just carry this water along with us so we can continue to chop wood and build protocols together, because the thing that prepares for the moment is all of this, right? All of this preparation, all of this eating cold chicken enchiladas and working on shitty edge cases, filing PRs in GitHub, right? It's these little things that Aaron did and like you will continue doing, and that we all do together. And we'll see you in 14 years and we'll be in a different place, and like it'll be better. It always gets better if you prepare for the moment. So last thing, right? So if you are feeling caught in an emotional turmoil, dial 988. That's the hotline thing for the people, you know, if you're thinking those thoughts. And this is my message, right? It's in hexadecimal, it's 3DC. Okay, OX3D, think 3 Washington states, right? And that's how you'll remember it. And that's how I remember all that Doctor Who trivia. So, thank you. Let the party begin.
Okay, so now it's we're gonna go downstairs, and we do have actually heated up enchiladas from earlier today, though. You don't have to eat them cold. We've got heaters and beer and wine and all sorts of food. And I would just really like to thank everybody. I want to thank my crew that made all this possible. And we do have another day tomorrow, but we're going to start on time at 11 a.m. with Cory Doctorow. We've got a talk with myself and Kat Walsh from Creative Commons. We just have really amazing talks all day tomorrow, too. And I invite you to come or just watch the screencast and or the webcast. And I just want to thank everybody for coming. And yeah, let's go get drunk and make shit. Thanks for coming. Bye-bye. See you later.